Chapter 535, The Terrifying 7 Demon Venerables. U. TED by BXN0VL. Xiaomicron M. As the magic orb spun in the air, Li Lingtian and the others' expressions changed drastically. They all understood what the 7 demon venerables were going to do. The 7 demon venerables instantly refined the demonic bead, and the aura of their entire bodies instantly soared. The demonic bead disappeared, and they were completely refined. Boom! In the air, destructive power spread out in all directions, and shocking demonic chi wreaked havoc. The aura of the 7 demon venerables also rose at an extremely fast speed. Second heaven, third heaven, fourth heaven. Marshal Saint Ming Luo exclaimed. However, by the time he shouted, the 7 demon venerables' cultivation had already soared to the 4th heaven. Moreover, the cultivation of this realm was still rising non-stop. Seeing this, the 4 of them were shocked. He did not expect this magic bead to have such powerful power. Although the 7 demon venerables had forcefully refined the magic bead, he did not expect the power of the wooden bead to be displayed to this extent. Phew! Crash. The air was torn apart as the demonic chi occupied the entire space of the palace. Even Li Lingtian's group of 4 could only use their true essence to defend themselves as they occupied a 10-meter radius of the palace. At this time, the 7 demon venerables' cultivation had already stabilized at the 5th heaven. His entire body was filled with explosive power, and his eyes were red. It was obvious that it was the negative consequences of the magic bead. The 5th heaven martial saint's body was filled with a shocking demonic might. Li Lingtian felt a headache coming on. He no longer had the slightest confidence in facing these 7 demon venerables. He was already calculating how to leave this place. That was because the summoning was not on this level at all. If he wanted to find that summoning, he would have to enter the next level. This was completely a dream. Die. The 7 demon venerables chuckled and waved their hands. A terrifying power tore through space. He glared coldly at Li Lingtian and the others. The 4 of them could not help but tremble when they were swept by his sharp gaze. A 5th firmament martial saint was like the Grim Reaper. Bang! With a dull thud, Li Lingtian's body was thrown into the air. The invisible force of the fist sent Li Lingtian flying. His cultivation base had skyrocketed and his speed was so fast that even Li Lingtian's reaction speed did not stand a chance against him. Puff! He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face was extremely pale. Bang, bang, bang. Another 3 consecutive muffled sounds rang out. Marshal Saint Ming Luo and the other 2 were sent flying without any resistance. In front of the 7 demon venerables, he was beaten up like a puppet. Moreover, the 7 demon venerables did not use any skills or weapons at all. They had completely used their powerful cultivation to defeat the 4 of them. Voila! The 7 demon supremacies pulled with both hands and the space was torn apart in a strange manner. In an instant, they appeared in front of Li Lingtian. With a single hand, he grabbed Li Lingtian from the air. Li Lingtian was suspended in the air with an ugly expression on his face. The destructive demonic chi continued to corrode his body. His neck was stuck and he could not breathe at all. Die. The 7 demon venerables' eyes were cold as they looked at Li Lingtian with disdain. As a 5th heaven martial saint, his body was filled with destructive power and he completely ignored Li Lingtian's terror. As soon as he finished speaking, a huge fist shadow was hurled toward Li Lingtian. If this punch landed, Li Lingtian would be killed even if he was a martial saint. Swoosh! A silk banner appeared in Li Lingtian's hand out of nowhere. The moment the silk banner appeared, the entire space froze. That was enough. Li Lingtian broke free from the 7 demon venerables' grasp and disappeared into the air. Boom! A shocking fist shadow was hurled out, but Li Lingtian's disappearance had caused the fist to hit nothing but air. The destructive force slammed into the ground. Spacetime traceless. The voice appeared the moment Li Lingtian disappeared. Tisk. A faint sound was heard as a bloody hole appeared on the 7 demon Venerable's chest. Li Lingtian's figure appeared once again, but this time, he was in another corner. An exquisite flying knife was already lying in his hand. He looked at the 7 demon Venerables with a pale face. If he hadn't used his spiritual awareness to instantly display the spatial banner, he would have been destroyed by this punch. He was extremely shocked. In front of such a powerful cultivation, even powerful treasures and skills were useless. The other party was a 5th heaven martial saint. He could crush you with his pressure and fists. The palace fell silent for a moment. The 7 demon Venerables lowered their heads and looked at their chests with cold eyes. As time passed, Li Lingtian's hair stood on end. It was too terrifying for him not to die after being struck by traceless spacetime. Spacetime traceless had the attributes of time and space. Not many people could resist it at all. Moreover, it was an existence that specialized in breaking defenses. Moreover, as long as these 2 attributes hit an expert, they would be killed. Marshal Saint Ming Luo and the others panicked, and they saw that the 7 demon Venerables did not look like they were about to die. You're courting death. A bloodthirsty smile appeared on the corners of the 7 demon Venerables' lips as they glared at Li Lingtian with a sinister gaze. With a flash, they threw a punch at Li Lingtian. True dragon body protection, giant dragon power. With a loud roar, Li Lingtian's aura began to change as he unleashed his shocking dragon energy. He already understood that it was impossible for him to use his treasures and skills in front of the powerful 7 demon Venerables. He could only use his most powerful defensive dragon chi to fight against the 7 demon Venerables and try to find an opportunity to use his skill. Rumble. The destructive demonic chi collided with the powerful dragon chi. 4 terrifying dragons burst out and strangled the terrifying demonic chi. Bang! With another dull thud, Li Lingtian's body shot out and crashed into the black stone of the palace. He spat out a mouthful of blood and the 4 giant dragons had disappeared. They had been completely defeated by the 7 demon Venerables. In front of a 5th heavenly layer martial saint, he felt so insignificant. Heaven's startling hammer. At this moment, the Heaven Demon King didn't dare to hide anymore. He waved the Heaven Shocking Hammer in his hand and his body exploded. He smashed the hammer at the 7 demon Venerables' heads. The Heaven Shocking Hammer was a high-grade saint weapon. It was a gravity-type saint weapon. When it was used on a peak First Firmament Saint Realm Heavenly Demon Monarch, even a mountain would be flattened. The terrifying power tore through the air and shot in all directions. The palace trembled in front of the power of this hammer. I want to die. When the 7 demon Venerables saw the Heaven Startling Hammer's attack, their expressions turned solemn. However, they did not hesitate at all. They waved their hands, and a shocking demonic aura gathered together as they punched at the Heaven Startling Hammer. This action shocked Marshal Saint Ming Luo and Marshal Saint Yunhao. Even if he used the Divine Heaven-Splitting Shield, he wouldn't be able to block the Heaven Demon King's attack. However, he didn't expect the 7 demon Venerables to block the hammer empty-handed. Boom! The sound of an explosion rang out as the destructive demonic power and demonic chi collided fiercely. The space froze for a moment. Whoosh! A shocking force shot out in all directions as the Heaven Startling Hammer was repelled. Heaven Demon King's body was also ruthlessly repelled. The 7 demon Venerables also retreated rapidly, blood seeping out of the corners of their mouths. Pfft! Sky Demon Monarch fell to the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. His expression was ugly. With his strength and the powerful physique of the demon race, this hammer was enough to make a mountain disappear. However, in front of the 7 demon Venerables, this hammer was actually blocked and injured. Whirlwind slash, space-piercing shuttle. Marshal Saint Ming Luo and Marshal Saint Yunhao naturally didn't dare to stay here. The 7 demon Venerables were strong enough to kill them. If they waited for the 7 demon Venerables to defeat them one by one, they would be killed by the 7 demon Venerables one by one. Seeing that Li Lingtian and the Heavenly Demon King had been sent flying, the two of them flashed and unleashed their most powerful attacks. Magicless Mirror Image. The Devilless Mirror Image was cast, and the destructive light attacked Martial Saint Ming Luo and the other two. If he was at the first sky of the Martial Saint realm, the Demonless Mirror Image would not be able to pose a threat to Martial Saint Ming Luo and the other two. However, after reaching the fifth sky, his cultivation base and strength would increase by countless times. When he used such a saint weapon, its power would be shocking. Boom! Boom! With two loud explosions, Martial Saint Ming Luo and Martial Saint Yunhao were thrown into the air. At the same time, the 7 demon venerables were forced back. Puff! The two of them fell to the ground as if they were about to fall apart. The 7 demon venerables had defeated the 4 of them in the blink of an eye, yet Li Lingtian and the others were already severely injured. Metal Will. Tyrannical Blade Art, Desolate 10 consecutive slashes. Although the Heavenly Monster King and Martial Saint Ming Luo were defeated in the blink of an eye, Li Lingtian had the chance to retaliate. He circulated all his vital essence to the limit and circulated the heaven and earth reincarnation. With a flick of his divine sense, the Heaven Extreme Tyrant Emperor Saber appeared in his hand, and a destructive saber intent drifted out. The Will of the Way of Metal also emitted a terrifying and destructive aura. Among the 5 elements, the Will of the Way of Metal focused on destruction. What a terrifying pressure! The 7 demon venerables, Martial Saint Ming Luo, and the others exclaimed in their hearts. This pressure was extremely terrifying. Even the 5th level of the 7 demon venerables felt waves of pressure. Before Li Lingtian became a martial supreme, he had not cultivated the metal Dao intent, so he could not control the heaven's extreme overlord saber. However, after reaching the martial emperor realm, with the help of the metal will and the tyrant blade skill, he had gained control of the heaven's extreme tyrant emperor blade. He had truly gained control of this divine weapon. In the air, the saber intent dispersed and the metal will gathered. Li Lingtian hovered in the air with an extremely serious gaze. He stared coldly at the long saber in his hand as his clothes fluttered in the strong wind. The saber intent had reached its limit, and the tyrant saber art had reached its critical point. He casually waved his hand. The divine weapon, the heavenly extreme tyrant emperor saber, brought with it the pressure of a divine weapon, the saber intent of destruction, the will of the great path of metal, and the terrifying desolation 10 consecutive slashes. The 10 blade lights turned into golden flowing lights. The 10 blade lights seemed to be 10, but they all slashed down at the same time. This move contained the power of a heaven-grade divine power. It gathered all kinds of heaven-defying powers and fused together. It ruthlessly tore through the space of the palace and slashed down on the 7 demon venerables. Martial Saint Ming Luo and the other 2 trembled when they saw this attack. It turned out that Li Lingtian had been hiding his cultivation base all along. The power of this attack was enough to kill any of them. He felt lucky that he was not Li Lingtian's enemy. If he had been Li Lingtian's enemy, he would have been killed by this attack. Chapter 536, Purgatory Power, 1. U. TED by BXN0VL. Xuanyuan M. The 7 demon venerables were also extremely shocked. In the beginning, they did not take Li Lingtian seriously at all. However, Li Lingtian's continuous slaying of 9 demon venerables and Yingying Ghost Emperor had made him the most threatening figure. Therefore, he wanted to eliminate Li Lingtian right away. With his strength as a 5th heaven martial saint, it would be as easy as crushing an ant to eliminate Li Lingtian. However, he never expected that Li Lingtian would unleash such a heaven-defying skill when he was given the slightest chance. While he was shocked, he circulated the demonic chi in his entire body to the extreme. Myriad Fiend Avatar, Fiend God Descent. The 7 demon venerables roared, and a shocking demonic aura swept across the palace. The force shot in all directions, and they were as terrifying as gods. At this moment, countless powerful demons appeared in the palace. Countless demons overlapped and transformed into one person. In an instant, countless powerful demons fused together and overlapped with the 7 demon venerables. The 7 demon venerables' eyes were blood-red as their huge fists met the destructive saber light. A pitch-black shield also appeared in his other hand. He immediately placed it in front of him to protect his dantian. Hua hua hua. Swoosh 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 swoosh. Rumble. In the space, the 10 saber rays struck the fists of the 7 demon venerables one after another. The first saber ray disappeared instantly. The second saber beam, the third saber beam, and the fourth saber beam turned the fist into nothingness. The golden blade light slashed down on the pitch-black shield like a stream of light. With a loud explosion, the shield was cut in half. All the saber lights bombarded the 7 demon venerables' strong bodies. With a loud explosion, the destructive saber light cut the 7 demon venerables into 2 halves with a desolate aura. The violent and domineering saber light directly tore the 2 halves of their bodies into pieces. Pfft! Li Lingtian's body swayed as he fell to the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. Although he had mastered the Heaven Extreme Tyrant Emperor Saber, the Will of the Great Path, and even the Desolation 10 consecutive strikes of the Tyrant Saber art. However, the situation just now was not right. He had basically forcefully used the desolate 10 consecutive slashes. Under this attack, his entire mind trembled violently. He destroyed the 7 demon venerables and at the same time, he was heavily injured. Shou. Marshal Saint Ming Luo, Marshal Saint Yunhao, and Heavenly Demon King were all extremely shocked and they saw the result of this attack. He was stunned for a long time and did not speak. Even a 5th Sky Marshal Saint was killed in one strike. What kind of concept was this? Although Li Lingtian was also injured, a 1st Firmament Marshal Saint powerhouse was no match for Li Lingtian in a real fight. After a long time, he realized that the 7 demon venerables had disappeared and Li Lingtian was injured. The 4 of them slowly gathered together and looked around. Although the 7 demon venerables were killed by Li Lingtian's attack, the 4 of them felt that something was amiss. Even though Li Lingtian's attack was destructive, they felt that something was amiss with the 7 demon venerables. They couldn't tell what was wrong, so they had been careful. Naturally, Li Lingtian did the same. His expression did not change at all as his divine consciousness enveloped the entire space. Cece. Cece. For a full 10 minutes, the sky was very quiet. During this period of time, Li Lingtian tried to use the 9 Paths reincarnation mirror to activate the next level, but he did not dare to make any movements. He felt like he was being stared at, and he clearly understood that it was a feeling. It wasn't Marshal Saint Ming Luo, Marshal Saint Yunhao, or the Heavenly Monster King. It wasn't the summoning sensation either. It was the 7 demon venerables. This feeling was ridiculous, but he believed it. Because he was the clearest about the strength of the fiend race. He had practiced the canon of the demon race and had witnessed the terror of several demon race experts. At this moment, there was a slight movement in the originally quiet space. The air moved without wind, and the demonic chi kept distorting. The palace that was 1,000 meters in radius was filled with demonic chi, but Li Lingtian did not absorb it. Now, the demonic QJ was becoming more and more terrifying, gradually twisting together. Hee hee. A sinister laughter rang out, causing the entire silent palace to appear extremely strange. The atmosphere was stifling as the laughter hammered Li Lingtian and the other 3's minds like a hammer. Their faces were filled with fear. 7 demon venerables, that he hasn't died yet. Sky Monster King and Marshal Saint Yunhao exclaimed. This laughter belonged to the 7 demon venerables. Even if they couldn't see the existence of the 7 demon venerables, they weren't fools. The 7 demon venerables definitely hadn't fallen. When such a thing happened, the few of them trembled. The air became more and more oppressive, and the demonic chi became more and more distorted. Gradually, the demonic chi in the air gathered together, and a huge head appeared in the pitch-black demonic chi. As expected, he is still alive. Li Lingtian exhaled a breath of cold air as the expression on his face changed. His eyes were cold. At this moment, he didn't panic at all. Instead, he was surprisingly calm because he knew that if he panicked, the other party would kill him without much effort. The heads of the 7 demon venerables appeared in the demonic chi. Slowly, their entire bodies appeared again. The body that had been destroyed earlier was now intact. Not only was it not destroyed, but it was also not injured at all. Lowly human, you want to kill me with this little bit of strength, that I have to thank you for allowing me to attain the power of purgatory. The 7 demon venerables chuckled, their eyes flashing with demonic light, and their mouths revealed a bloodthirsty smile. His body floated in the air strangely like a cloud of mist, giving people the feeling that he had encountered a demonic existence. The air in the palace also turned into nothingness in the demonic chi. Gradually, the palace almost formed a vacuum. Then let's test my strength again. Li Lingtian was shocked, but he remained calm because fear was useless against such a powerhouse. He could only respond calmly or die. He circulated his vital essence and activated the divine dragon ring. An extremely pure dragon energy surged into his body, and his entire body was filled with terrifying dragon energy. Will I let you have your wish? Haha, purgatory force, destroy. The 7 demon venerables knew Li Lingtian's insanity because he had never seen Li Lingtian use the same skills and techniques repeatedly. He did not know what other terrifying techniques he could unleash. He did not want to be at a disadvantage again. He did not even need to circulate the demonic chi in his body. Instead, he grabbed with one hand and the demonic chi in the air formed a destructive force that bombarded Li Lingtian from all directions. The space was torn apart inch by inch. The invisible pressure slammed Marshal Saint Ming Luo and the others to the ground, rendering them immobile. Icebound 10,000 mile, shield of the earth, heavenly shield, raging flames burning the heavens, true dragon body protection, ice and fire ring, heaven flipping seal. Li Lingtian was horrified. It was too late for him to unleash his earth-shattering attack as the 7 demon venerables would not give him a chance. The 7 demon venerables had a monstrous cultivation base at the 5th sky of the Martial Saint realm. The speed at which they attacked was extremely fast, and it was completely beyond his imagination. He did not dare to hold back anymore. He used 6 consecutive defenses and finally used the Heaven Up seal. Each defense was rarely used in the past. Because at that time, very few people could threaten him, and they were all used to attack instead of defending. Now, it was impossible to defend against the 7 demon venerables. Moreover, the other party would not give you the chance. The destructive power of purgatory mercilessly crushed down. Rumble, bang, pft. With 7 consecutive explosions, the 6 defenses were all torn apart in an instant. Even the Heaven Up seal was torn apart in an instant. The purgatory force struck Li Lingtian's chest hard. Li Lingtian was thrown out before he fell to the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. His consciousness faded away. He finally understood that a Martial Saint powerhouse would never be a match for a Martial Emperor powerhouse. Even if he had killed the Yin-Yang Ghost Emperor and the 9 Demon Venerable, they were still shocking skills and treasures. With luck, he would not have been able to kill 2 Martial Saints otherwise. This 5th Firmament Martial Saint 7 Demon Venerable was not something any Martial Saint could resist. Even a 5th Heaven Martial Saint might not be a match for the 7 Demon Venerables, let alone him. So what if it was a heaven-shaking skill? So what if it was a terrifying treasure? So what if it was a powerful technique? In the face of a terrifying cultivation, it could directly crush you to death. Li Lingtian did not know what he was feeling as he felt his consciousness gradually fading away. The only thing he was worried about was Shun Mei, and the others who were in the Divine Dragon Ring. But now, it was all over. It was a pity that he was not a 5th Heaven Martial Saint. Otherwise, he would not have been killed by the 7 Demon Venerables. In front of the purgatory power, a 3rd-level Martial Emperor like him was no different from an ant. Hee. The 7 demon supremacy's sinister laughter rang out as Li Lingtian lay on the ground weakly. His eyes were gradually losing focus. In front of me, everything is trash. You're still too inexperienced to fight me. Even if you were a martial saint, you would still end up the same way, let alone a martial supreme. In a flash, the 7 demon venerables appeared before Li Lingtian and glared at him coldly. He extended his hand and a stream of demonic qi pressed down on Li Lingtian. However, Li Lingtian's face revealed a smile that did not match his relaxed expression at all. The 7 demon venerables were puzzled, but the demonic qi in their hands did not stop. Not good. At this moment, he suddenly sensed something and looked up. There was no movement in the sky, but there was a supreme pressure. The pressure was like the might of the heavens, directly crushing down. Immediately, his body was imprisoned, and he could not use his demonic qi. His entire body seemed to be frozen. The smile on Li Lingtian's face grew wider, but his consciousness was fading. However, when its consciousness was scattered, it realized that the familiar summoning sensation was getting stronger and stronger. It was so strong that it could gather its scattered consciousness. Moreover, the summoning sensation that originally belonged to the next level appeared in the sky. He knew that he was about to die, but when he saw that the 7 demon venerables were about to die, he smiled. Chapter 537, Tianmo Zither. U. TED by BXN0VL. Xuanyuan. Boom. In the minds of the 7 demon venerables, a supreme pressure bombarded them, and they froze. He spat out a mouthful of blood and his body was thrown out. At that moment, Li Lingtian's body, which was lying on the ground, began to levitate strangely. It was as if he was being pulled by some force as he slowly rose upwards. At the same time, a ray of light appeared. The light was extremely strange. One side was golden, and the other was black. A 10-meter wide light appeared and Li Lingtian quickly entered it. In an instant, Li Lingtian's body disappeared into the light. Swoosh, swoosh. 4 figures flashed and entered the place when the light disappeared. In the palace of the 97th level of the heaven-reaching demon tower, everything was quiet. There was no one. It was as if the battle just now had never happened. It was also like an illusion. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Heaven Ascension Devil Tower, level 98. The 7 demon venerables and Martial Saint Ming Luo appeared on an array altar at the same time. The array altar was exactly the same as before, and everything in front of him was exactly the same as below. However, there was no demonic qi in this place. Here, there was no demonic qi or spiritual qi. There was only ordinary air. It was not suitable for martial artists to cultivate at all. There were 4 stone doors at the edge of the palace. It was unknown what was behind the stone doors. This is the Heaven Ascension Devil Tower? Martial Saint Yunhao said in surprise. She moved away from the 7 demon venerables. Martial Saint Ming Luo and Heavenly Demon King were the same. They did not dare to get too close to the 7 demon venerables. If it wasn't for the fact that this place was called the 98th floor of the Heaven Ascension Demon Tower, one wouldn't have thought that this place was the Heaven Ascension Demon Tower. Soon, their gazes fell on the sky not far away. Li Lingtian was suspended in the air by the golden radiance. His face was pale and his vitality was weak. Cc. Crack, crack. In the center of the palace, there was a slight sound. In the eyes of the 4 powerful martial saints, an exquisite platform appeared on the ground. The platform was made of a pitch-black object and emitted a mysterious aura. This platform was only 1 meter wide and 1 meter long, but it was 2 meters tall. Magic crystals. God-fiend crystals. The 7 demon venerables exclaimed. They finally recognized the origin of this pitch-black platform. The pitch-black platform was completely made of a complete God-fiend crystal. What kind of concept was this? Demonic crystals were generally about the same size as spirit stones, and there were also grades. However, the mana crystals were all ordinary mana crystals. There were no top-grade mana crystals. However, the one in front of him was indeed the legendary God-fiend crystal of the demon race. The power of a God-fiend crystal was tens of millions of times that of an ordinary magical crystal. Moreover, This platform was made of complete god-demon crystals. No other world had such a large god-demon crystal. Marshal Saint Ming Luo and the others were also shocked after the 7 demon venerables exclaimed. Although they were not from the devil race, they knew about some precious items. He was also shocked by this god-demon crystal and looked at it in a daze. However, the 7 demon venerables' eyes were filled with greed. They did not want anything else. Just this god-fiend crystal was enough to increase his cultivation. If he refined this god-fiend crystal, he could even become a true god, let alone a martial god. Clang, ding, dot clang. Clang. Clang, dot ding. 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 At this moment, a crisp sound of a zither rang out in the palace. The sound was like the sound of nature. The 4 powerful martial saints were instantly immersed in it. They looked at the sky with infatuated eyes, but they could not see a single person appear. The only thing he saw was a 3-foot-long zither. There was no aura on the zither, but it emitted a beautiful sound of nature. The sound of the zither continued. The sound of the zither stunned the 4 martial saints. What was the sound of nature? This was the sound of nature. The sound of nature appeared in the Heaven Ascension Demon Tower, making people tremble. Bang! With a discordant dull sound, the zither music disappeared. The body of the zither landed on the platform. When the body of the zither landed on the platform, a light shield appeared, covering the platform and the body of the zither. Could it be the Tianmo zither? The expressions of the 7 demon venerables changed drastically, and their bodies could not help but tremble. It was as if he had seen a ghost or a heaven-defying treasure. Ha. It really is the heavenly demon zither. I didn't expect the 98th level to be on the heavenly demon zither. Ha, this is the will of the heavens. The heavens want me to become a supreme true demon. Even a god can't stop me. The 7 demon venerables burst into laughter. They looked excited and crazy as they walked towards the heavenly demon zither step by step. In his eyes, everything around him was nothingness. Only the Tianmo zither was in his eyes. Tianmo zither, the supreme treasure of the demon race, the demon zither. The demon princess demon zither. That's right. It should be the heavenly demon zither. Legend has it that it was the heavenly demon zither that the eldest princess of the demon race Qingwu used countless years ago. Marshal Saint Yunhao, Marshal Saint Ming Luo, and Heavenly Demon King were all shocked. He had never thought that such a treasure would appear. This Tianmo zither was not only a musical treasure, but also a treasure that surpassed divine artifacts. Now that the 7 demon venerables had become a 5th heaven martial saint, even Li Lingtian was no match for him. Moreover, Li Lingtian's vitality was already weak and he was on the verge of death. Naturally, he did not have the ability to make a move. Even an ordinary person could kill him with a single punch, let alone the 7 demon venerables. If the 7 demon venerables were to obtain the Tianmo zither, the entire divine martial continent would be finished. What should we do? Marshal Saint Ming Luo didn't pay any attention at this moment. If they wanted to attack, they would not be the 7 demon venerables' match. If they did not attack, the heavenly demon zither would fall into the hands of the 7 demon venerables. At that time, they would also be killed. While they were fretting, the 7 demon venerables had stopped 10 meters away from Li Lingtian. To retrieve the Tianmo zither, they had to pass by Li Lingtian. Naturally, they had to get rid of Li Lingtian when they encountered such a situation. Offending this demon venerable will result in your soul being extracted and refined. You are just a stepping stone for this demon venerable. Destroy it. The 7 demon venerables glared coldly at Li Lingtian. Demonic chi gathered in their hands as they threw a punch at Li Lingtian, who was hovering in the air. Even the 3 martial arts saints present could not withstand the destructive demonic chi, let alone Li Lingtian, who could not move. Just as the destructive demonic chi was about to hit Li Lingtian, a golden radiance flashed and gathered together in a strange manner. The golden radiance then headed straight for the demonic chi. Boom! The golden light and the demonic chi collided, and an explosion sounded in the palace. Dang dang dang. The 7 demon venerables kept retreating. Blood flowed from the corners of their mouths, and their faces were extremely pale. Although the attack just now was not the strongest, this punch was enough to kill a martial saint expert. However, it was defeated by a golden light. Martial Saint Ming Luo and the others were also shocked, and they saw this. He did not expect the golden light to have an automatic attack consciousness. Why did it not destroy Li Lingtian? The 7 demon venerables were even more afraid. He knew best that the golden light just now was only blocking on its own and not attacking. If it had really attacked, he would have died long ago. More importantly, this golden light was clearly not moving, so why was it resisting him? Don't you remember me? 11. An ethereal voice sounded in the palace. Although it was just a plain sentence, it was as beautiful as the sound of nature, making people almost intoxicated. Her voice was beautiful and gentle, giving off the feeling of a gentle breeze. However, the 4 martial saints in the palace couldn't help but tremble. They were the only ones who had entered the Heaven Ascension Demon Tower. No outsiders had come up. They were both men, but this voice was obviously a woman's. Judging from the voice, it was definitely a peerless goddess. For someone else's voice to appear in such a terrifying place, he naturally felt that something was wrong. They had been here for so long, but they had not discovered the existence of this person. One could imagine how terrifying this person was. As soon as the voice fell, a figure strangely appeared in the air. It was ethereal. A woman in red floated in the air. Her light clothes fluttered in the wind, making her look extremely ethereal. She gave off an aura that made people look up and worship her. The aura was not oppressive, but it made people feel that they could only look up to it. The woman turned around and looked at Li Lingtian with a gaze as gentle as water. His face was as fair as jade, and his face was perfect and exquisite. There was a delicate blood-red painting on his forehead that was exactly the same as one of the 3 exquisite lotus petals on Li Lingtian's forehead. With the addition of this painting, not only did it not affect her exquisite and perfect face, but it also added a kind of stunning and peerless beauty. In her light clothes, her exquisite and fiery figure was faintly discernible, making people almost go crazy for her. However, this figure gave people a feeling that it was a little unreal. This was too perfect and fiery. Even the heavens did not have such a masterpiece. Even the heavens could not imagine that such a perfect and stunning woman could exist in this world. For a moment, the 4 powerful martial saints were stunned. They looked at the red-veiled woman with a scornful gaze. 3,000 reincarnations. Qin Wu has been waiting for you for 3,000 reincarnations. You said that you would never forget me even if it took 3,000 reincarnations. The red-veiled woman's body did not move at all. However, she appeared beside Li Lingtian strangely. She extended her jade-like hand and gently stroked Li Lingtian's cheek with her slender fingers. Her appearance was as gentle as water. Heavenly Demon Princess. At this moment, Heavenly Demon King exclaimed. The 7 demon venerables and the others also reacted, and their expressions were extremely ugly. At the same time, he also recognized that this woman in red was the Heavenly Demon Princess Qing Wu of the demon race. This was the most powerful figure in the demon race after the great demon god. These were all legends of the upper realm. Why did the Heavenly Demon Princess appear in the divine martial continent now? Moreover, it seemed like Li Lingtian had a close relationship with the Heavenly Demon Princess. As he thought about the Heavenly Demon Princess' words, he suddenly understood something. Could it be that Li Lingtian was the Heavenly Demon Princess lover before the 3,000 reincarnations? However, the air froze and turned cold. The 4 of them could not help but tremble as they looked at the red-veiled woman with fear in their eyes. That was because the Heavenly Demon Princess was looking at them coldly. She no longer had the gentleness from before. She had the aura and might of a supreme being. There was no gentleness like water anymore. Chapter 538, Heavenly Demon Princess. You. TED by BXN0VL. Xuanyuan. Die. The air turned cold because of the heavenly demon princess expression. The gentle look in his eyes was now as cold as ice. He looked at the 4 demon venerables with killing intent. It was as if the 4 of them had disturbed her and Li Lingtian. Furthermore, Li Lingtian's injury was caused by the 7 demon venerables, so it was unforgivable. Previously, he had been immersed in his reunion with Li Lingtian and ignored the 4 martial saint powerhouses. Moreover, 4 martial saint powerhouses were weaker than ants here. Naturally, they could not escape. The aura of the heavenly demon princess soared, and a destructive aura pressed down on the 7 demon venerables. Pfft! Ah! The expressions of the 7 demon venerables changed drastically. What kind of existence was the heavenly demon princess? She was said to be as powerful as the demon ancestor. Even if the heavenly demon princess in front of him was not real and was only a clone of the heavenly demon princess, the aura she displayed was not something he could resist. The destructive aura was extremely fast, as if it was the might of the heavens. Without waiting for him to resist, his entire body was thrown out as if he had been struck by the heavenly might. He spat out a mouthful of blood. His internal organs were displaced, his dantian and meridians were destroyed, his consciousness was scattered, and his eyes turned from despair to ashes. Shoo! Martial Saint Ming Luo, Martial Saint Yunhao, and Heavenly Monster King's hearts were beating wildly, but they didn't dare to make a sound. They could only cover their mouths with their hands and didn't dare to make a sound. The 7th demon venerable was a heaven-defying 5th sky martial saint. His strength could definitely sweep away any expert below the 5th sky of the martial saint realm. However, he was actually killed by a seemingly weak woman with just a wave of power. Stay well for Bengong. What made the 3 of them temporarily relieved was that the heavenly demon princess did not immediately kill them. Instead, she swept her cold gaze over them. Her sharp gaze slowly shifted to Li Lingtian. As her gaze shifted, her sharp gaze turned gentle. As she quietly watched Li Lingtian's weakened state of consciousness, the heavenly demon princess completely ignored everything in the outside world. It was as if she and Li Lingtian were the only ones left in this world. Clang, dot clang. Clang. Clang, dot ding dong. Ding dong. Gradually, the heavenly demon princess took 2 steps back. Her eyes never left Li Lingtian. Her slender fingers caressed the heavenly demon Zither as a peerless smile appeared on her face. With a wave of his 10 fingers, the Zither music sounded. The sound of nature emanated from her slender fingers. The entire 98th floor of the palace was filled with the sound of nature. The voice was tear-jerking and heartbreaking. The ethereal sound waves reached Li Lingtian's ears. The heavenly demon princess looked at Li Lingtian with gentle eyes as her 10 fingers strummed the zither skillfully. As Li Lingtian's consciousness faded away, he felt the familiar summoning coming closer and closer. He did not know when he had arrived before the summoning. It was a very familiar summoning aura, but he could not put his finger on it. Could it be the last moment of life? He thought to himself. This feeling was so vague that he didn't know if it was true or not. A gentle voice rang in his ear. The voice was like the sound of nature, reaching his heart. It made his heart feel as sweet as drinking honey. Clang! The beautiful sound of the zither rang out. The zither sound was extremely familiar to him, as if he had heard it countless times. Moreover, the zither music struck the bottom of his heart, making him unable to forget it forever. As the beautiful zither music played, some fragments appeared in his mind. The fragments were incomplete, but he believed that these fragments were fake and were part of his memories. Heavenly Demon Princess, Qinggu, Heavenly Demon Zither, Demon Clan, Saint Lord Zheoyang. One by one, familiar words and fragments stopped in his mind, and his consciousness finally condensed. His mind was shaken, and he could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Pfft! Qinggu. He was originally floating in the air, but as blood spurted out, he stood up. Marshal Saint Ming Luo and the other two who were in the distance were awakened by Li Lingtian's melodious music. When they saw Li Lingtian spurt blood onto the heavenly demon princess, they were shocked to death. He had already thought of the heavenly demon princess' anger. After her anger, everyone here would die. However, to their surprise, the heavenly demon princess was not angry at all. Instead, she was stunned. Tears appeared in her beautiful and charming eyes, and her eyes were red. The corners of her rosy lips twitched. The mist in her eyes turned into tears and rolled down her delicate and perfect face. She was still looking at Li Lingtian quietly. "You scoundrel, you scared me to death." The heavenly demon princess choked on her words as she pounced on Li Lingtian. Her entire body was like a little bird as she squeezed into Li Lingtian's arms. She no longer had the domineering and powerful aura of the heavenly demon princess. Instead, she was like a frail little girl. On the clean gauze, the dark red bloodstains were completely ignored. Li Lingtian subconsciously reached out to hug the heavenly demon princess in his arms. The cold expression on his face turned into tenderness. This scene completely petrified Marshal Saint Ming Luo and the other two. What was going on? Was she still the heavenly demon princess who had killed a fifth firmament martial saint with her aura? That peerless heavenly demon princess was enough to drive all men crazy. Yet, she was now acting like a spoiled little girl in Li Lingtian's arms. All of a sudden, the three of them felt their minds short-circuit. They were completely blinded by everything. "Qinggu, I've made you wait for too long." "Cough, cough, I'm here, aren't I?" "All right, smile." Li Lingtian said gently. He was injured at first but he had not recovered yet. He could not help but cough twice before he put on a smile. He grabbed the heavenly demon princess's shoulders with both hands and pushed her away. "Do you know how long I've waited for 3,000 reincarnations? That how are you?" The heavenly demon princess pouted her little lips and said coquettishly. However, she quickly asked about Li Lingtian's injuries. With her cultivation base, she should not have been in such a hurry. However, she was behaving like a little girl now. Although she acted coquettishly and deliberately showed a trace of unhappiness on her face, she still smiled sweetly. Her beautiful smile could make all things in the world lose their color. "I'm fine. I won't die." Li Lingtian looked at the woman in red veil before him. Her delicate and perfect face was as smooth as jade, and her exquisite and fiery figure was perfect to the extreme. He believed that even the heavens would not be able to imagine her peerless charm. Although he did not know some of his past memories, the incomplete memories in his mind still existed. He knew about him and the heavenly demon princess. 3,000 reincarnations ago, the Saint Lord of Nine Yang was known as one of the most talented mighty figures in the upper realm. However, during the war between the demon realm and the human realm, the Saint Lord of Nine Yang, who was a human, and Qing Wu, who was a princess of the demon realm, were together regardless of the opinions of the humans and demons. Both of them were the most talented experts of the human race and the demon world. However, when it came to feelings, the two of them were no longer enemies, but lovers who depended on each other for life and death. However, the two of them were not tolerated by humans and demons. The Saint Lord of Zhouyang and the heavenly demon princess did not have many opportunities to meet, but every time they met, it would be the best time for the two of them. When the Saint Lord of Nine Yang left the heavenly demon princess for the last time, he felt that something was about to happen. However, he never expected that he would be killed by the immemorial ice crystal. His soul dissipated as he dissipated into thin air. Naturally, the heavenly demon princess knew about the Nine Yang Saint Lord. She had been searching for the Nine Yang Saint Lord's soul and finally arrived at the divine martial continent. However, she could only wait in the Heaven Ascension demonic tower for 3,000 cycles before Li Lingtian finally appeared. "I'll help you heal. You're really something. You used to be a divine lord, but now you've become like this." The heavenly demon princess's face was filled with anger and she even sounded reproachful. However, no matter how one heard it, it did not sound like she was reproaching someone. Instead, it sounded like she was concerned. However, in the eyes of Marshal Saint Ming Luo and the other two, their hearts were pounding. The consequences of Princess Tianmo's anger were very serious. The three of them didn't dare to make a sound and just watched from the side. The heavenly demon princess held Li Lingtian's hand and supported him as they walked toward a stone door at the side of the palace. The movements were extremely familiar, as if they had practiced it countless times, or as if the two of them were already familiar with each other in their previous lives. The two of them left the palace and entered behind the stone door. Behind the stone door was a passageway. After passing through the passageway, they could see stone chambers of different sizes. Finally, they arrived at a relatively spacious stone room. The stone room was not as cold as they had imagined. Instead, it was extremely warm. This was like a girl's boudoir. After entering the stone room, a restriction was activated. There was a small garden inside, and the atmosphere was warm. The heavenly demon princess helped Li Lingtian to the side of the bed. The spacious bed looked extremely soft. She thought to herself that the heavenly demon princess before her was the most beautiful woman in the demonic realm. She was peerless in beauty. Under such circumstances, she felt extremely ambiguous. Even if the two of them were a little intimate in the past, it had not reached that stage. Li Lingtian's heart was burning with excitement at the sight of this. Just as she sat down, she stood up reflexively, as if there were thorns on the bed. "What's wrong? Are you not used to it?" When the heavenly demon princess saw Li Lingtian's reaction, a smile appeared on her face while her heart was pounding. In the past, they did not have much intimacy when they were together. However, this time, she was extremely excited to bring Li Lingtian directly to her room. It was obvious that Li Lingtian was not used to it and she felt a little disappointed. However, she quickly got used to it because it was a normal reaction. "Let me heal my injuries first." Li Lingtian's face was filled with embarrassment. He did not care about such matters when he was with Shun Mei, and the others. After all, they were already husband and wife. But now, in front of the heavenly demon princess, he was still a little unfamiliar. After she finished speaking, she sat down. The heavenly demon princess bent down and squatted down gracefully. She removed Li Lingtian's shoes and let him sit on it so that he could heal his wounds. Li Lingtian felt a surge of warmth in his heart when he saw the heavenly demon princess's actions. She was the princess of the demon world. What a proud existence. Her powerful cultivation made billions of demons and humans afraid. However, she was now helping Li Lingtian with his shoes. She was a gentle little woman and a considerate wife. If the demons and humans in the world saw the heavenly demon princess like this, wouldn't their jaws drop? Chapter 539, Heavenly Demon Princess, Clone, 1. You. Ted by BXN0VL. Xuanyuan M. He circulated the Saint Demon quintessence, and streams of pure demonic chi flowed through his body. Behind him, Princess Heavenly Demon injected pure demonic chi into Li Lingtian's body to help him repair his meridians. The destructive attack of the 7 demon venerables almost made him vanish into thin air. Fortunately, he had the defense of the limitless feather coat and the golden light. Otherwise, he would have vanished into thin air long ago. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Demonic chi swept across the place, emitting soft sounds. Strands of fragrant sweat seeped out of Princess Tianmo's forehead. However, she did not stop at all as she continued to infuse demonic energy into Li Lingtian's body. The demonic energy she unleashed was the true demonic energy. As the powerful true demon chi entered Li Lingtian's body, the demonic chi that Li Lingtian had cultivated rapidly sublimated into true demon chi. Moreover, there was a trace of Saint Demon chi inside. This way, his injuries would recover quickly. After an hour, Li Lingtian's injuries had fully recovered. Meanwhile, Heavenly Demon Princess was panting behind him. "Qinggu, what's wrong?" Li Lingtian quickly turned around and saw the Heavenly Demon Princess lying weakly on the bed. Her face was drenched in sweat. It was obvious that she had consumed too much demonic qi. Li Lingtian had a bad feeling about her pale complexion. He reached out and pulled the heavenly demon princess into his arms. He could feel that the heavenly demon princess' body was extremely cold. There was no longer any warmth. Qing Wu is only a clone that came to the divine martial continent. I don't have much time left. I'm already satisfied to see that you're fine, that your current opponent is too powerful, and your cultivation is not enough. I can only give you the true devil qi of my clone. When the time comes, I will wait for you in the demon realm. There are still many things that you can't remember, but the Tianmo Zither can let you remember us, that the 8 sounds of the heavenly demon is inside the heavenly demon Zither. The heavenly demon princess was half lying in Li Lingtian's arms as she looked at him tenderly with her beautiful eyes. Li Lingtian was like this before the 3,000 reincarnations. At this moment, he was more delicate and handsome than before. He had a hint of devilish charm and was more elegant. As she spoke, her breathing was weak and her face was pale, but she looked very happy. I will definitely go to the demon realm to find you. Li Lingtian's gaze was gentle and his voice was calm, but his voice was a little choked. In his past life, Qing Wu had been waiting for him for 3,000 reincarnations. But now, she would rather give up her clone to help him. There were only a few women like her in this world. Moreover, Qing Wu was the supreme princess of the demon realm. Actually, there's no difference between the demon race and the human race. It's fine as long as you can strengthen yourself. Qing Wu is most worried about you. You have to promise Qing Wu to protect yourself, that when you cultivate the 4 sounds of the heavenly demon, you will be able to reach the 99th level of the Heaven Ascension Demon Tower. Qing Wu spoke softly. Her voice was getting weaker and weaker, but her face was filled with joy. Li Lingtian lowered his head and looked at Qing Wu gently. He stroked Qing Wu's face with one hand and tears rolled down his face. Gradually, he felt a sense of emptiness in his arms. The heavenly demon princess, who was originally in his arms, turned into a phantom and finally disappeared. With only the heavenly demon princess's clothes in his hands, the heavenly demon princess clone completely disappeared and left this world. Li Lingtian looked at the red muslin in his hand and felt a pang of pain in his heart. His entire being was in a daze. After an unknown period of time, Li Lingtian woke up from his daze with traces of tears on his face. He calmed himself down a little and looked around the room. There was nothing important. He used his divine sense to open the divine dragon ring and put Princess Tianmo's clothes inside. He walked out step by step and then cast countless array formations to protect the room. When he left the room and arrived at the palace, Marshal Saint Ming Luo and the other 2 were still there. The Tianmo Zither on the platform was still there, but the beauty was no longer there. He knew that Princess Tianmo was only a clone here, but he still felt very uncomfortable. If a mighty figure lost an avatar, they would drop a realm and lose a portion of their cultivation and spiritual will. As he approached the Tianmo Zither, Li Lingtian circulated the demonic qi in his body and unleashed a true demonic qi. With a flick of his fingers, a beautiful Zither tune rang out. The Zither music was not as proficient as Princess Tianmo's, but it was no different. He released his divine sense and quickly erased the aura on the heavenly demon Zither. Although the aura on the heavenly demon Zither was the aura of the heavenly demon princess, he would not be able to control the heavenly demon Zither if he did not erase the aura on it. Clang! As the last note was played, the Tianmo Zither landed in Li Lingtian's hands. The Tianmo Zither began to transform rapidly until it was only the size of a palm. Li Lingtian released his divine consciousness from the divine demon crystal platform on the ground and stored it into the divine dragon ring. Everything was very natural, as if he was very familiar with this place. Marshal Saint Ming Luo and the other 2 were shocked because Li Lingtian had changed drastically in their eyes. His cultivation was still at the 3rd heaven of the Martial Emperor realm, but he gave off a feeling that he was countless times stronger. Naturally, Li Lingtian had obtained the cultivation base of the heavenly demon princess clone. His entire body was filled with true demon qi, and his demonic qi had been completely refined into true demon qi. There was also a trace of holy demon qi in it. Naturally, his strength was unparalleled. Elegant, and domineering, an irreversible majesty was emitted from his body, and an aura that made people look up to him was formed. Sir Ling Tian. Marshal Saint Ming Luo and the other two trembled when they saw Li Lingtian walking over. Even though they were martial saints, they had witnessed Li Lingtian's domineering manner earlier. He had almost killed the 7 demon lords who were at the 5th firmament of the martial saint realm. If not for the fact that the 7 demon lords were immortal, they would have fallen long ago. They did not have the ability to do so. Encountering Li Lingtian would only be courting death. On the other hand, Li Lingtian gave them a feeling that he was unfathomable and even more powerful than before. He was curious where the heavenly demon princess had gone. What was the relationship between Li Lingtian and the heavenly demon princess? It should be known that the heavenly demon princess was the princess of the demon world, a supreme existence. No matter how powerful Li Lingtian was, he was still a human warrior. He was only a god and a mortal away from the heavenly demon princess level. However, judging from the way the heavenly demon princess treated Li Lingtian, it was obvious that they were very close. Moreover, Li Lingtian was very natural. Before the two of them left, the heavenly demon princess even said something that shocked them. The heavenly demon princess had mentioned that Li Lingtian was a divine lord. What kind of existence was a divine lord? He was the mighty true god in the upper realms legends and was even more powerful than a true god. The few of them immediately thought of the possibility that Li Lingtian was the reincarnation of an almighty true god. Otherwise, Li Lingtian's heaven-defying abilities would be too terrifying. It would make sense if he was the reincarnation of a mighty figure. You didn't see what happened today. You can also say that you saw it. After Li Lingtian finished speaking, he came before the 7 demon venerables and grabbed the storage pouch with one hand. He then extended his divine perception into it. The 2 magic beads were lying inside. The 2 magic beads were still there. The magic beads were very useful to him now. Since he had encountered it, he naturally wouldn't give up. After putting away his storage bag, he walked towards the array altar. He swept his gaze over the array altar and casually pulled with his hands. 2 balls of pure demonic qi were unleashed. The appearance of the true demon qi tore the space of the array altar apart. Li Lingtian's body flashed and he entered it. Li Lingtian's simple words did not seem threatening at all. However, in the hearts of the 3 martial saints, Li Lingtian's words were more serious than a threat. They would be doomed if word of what happened before their eyes got out. In their eyes, Li Lingtian would not even bother to threaten them. Her heart trembled. However, upon seeing Li Lingtian leave, she knew that if she did not follow him, she would be locked inside. In a flash, she followed him. Li Lingtian's body trembled when he entered the array altar. It was as if he had entered a space-time tunnel. However, now that he had control of the true devil qi and had a little understanding of this heaven ascension demon tower, this passageway naturally could not threaten him. Swoosh. Li Lingtian's eyes lit up when a gentle breeze blew past. When he reappeared, he was already outside the demonic tower. The moment he appeared, Marshal Saint Ming Luo and the other 2 followed suit. Their bodies swayed and they almost fell to the ground. Compared to Li Lingtian, they were worlds apart. Sir Lingtian, if you think I'm useful, please let me follow you. Marshal Saint Ming Luo muttered to herself for a moment before she spoke. Her expression was calm as she looked at Li Lingtian. When Li Lingtian followed the heavenly demon princess out of the palace, he was shocked beyond words. Li Lingtian's identity was too powerful and completely surpassed everything in the divine martial continent. If she could be with Li Lingtian, she might achieve even greater things. Li Lingtian had achieved such an achievement at the age of 22. He could not say that he would become a martial god in a few decades or reach another level. Li Lingtian's identity alone was comparable to the 5 of them. It was still not too late to tag along with Li Lingtian. After all, Li Lingtian was only a martial supreme. If he waited for Li Lingtian's cultivation to advance, he would not be able to hitch a ride. Do you think it's appropriate that I have nothing to give you? Li Lingtian said coldly. It was indeed good to have a martial saint as a subordinate, but it was impossible for him to gain any benefits from Li Lingtian. Moreover, Martial Saint Ming Luo was from a family. He did not want his subordinates to have a family. Your Excellency Ling Tian has a bright future ahead of you. My family can help pave the way for you. Martial Saint Ming Luo did not hesitate at all. He knew that Li Lingtian had a lot on his mind, so he did not hide anything and stated his conditions. The Ming family was a decent family in the Xian continent. Although Li Lingtian was only a martial supreme now, his identity was not simple. If they were to be together with Li Lingtian, the Ming family would receive Li Lingtian's protection in the future. Up to you. I don't care about these things. You should ask another person. After Li Lingtian finished speaking, he walked toward the demonic pressure. With his current cultivation and strength, he was not afraid of the demonic pressure at all. His figure flashed and arrived before the demonic pressure. He pulled his hands to the side, and a spatial rift was instantly torn open in the area under the demonic pressure. His body flashed strangely and disappeared. Chapter 540, Leaving the Demon Suppressing Secrets. You. TED by BXN0VL. Xiaomicron M. What are your plans? Seeing Li Lingtian's methods, Martial Saint Ming Luo was even more determined. The martial emperor powerhouse in front of him was even more terrifying than a martial saint powerhouse. If he could follow him now, his future would be bright. However, he had to obtain the other party's consent and shelter. He turned around and looked at Heavenly Monster King and Martial Saint Yunhao. If the two martial saints joined, he could get a partner. In this way, if there were benefits in the future, one more person would not be considered much. If there were no benefits in the future, there would be one more person who would be unlucky with him. You understand. Yunhao Martial Saint and Sky Demon King looked at each other and smiled. They did not expect that they would one day follow a martial emperor and have to curry favor with him. However, they did not feel embarrassed at all. Instead, they felt a wave of anticipation. Then what are we waiting for? Martial Saint Ming Luo turned around again when she saw the duo's reaction. Li Lingtian had long disappeared. Shocked, her body flashed and she could not be bothered to expend her true essence as she quickly weaved through the demonic pressure. After Li Lingtian left the Devil's Might, he sprinted forward. After half an hour, he finally arrived at a hidden place. He swept his divine sense around and revealed a faint smile. Young master. At that moment, Longda had also arrived by Li Lingtian's side. Although his voice was calm, Longda's face was filled with excitement. She had been with Li Lingtian for some time now and the two of them had a good relationship. Although they were master and servant, Longda was extremely loyal. He knew that Li Lingtian was not as heartless as the other masters. During Li Lingtian's absence, Longda was extremely worried. After all, there were several martial saint powerhouses in the demonic tower and there were unknown dangers. As time passed, he grew more worried but he did not dare to leave the place. If Li Lingtian returned and could not find him, trouble would arise again. They had been waiting bitterly for Li Lingtian to finally return. Yes. Li Lingtian nodded. He extended his hand and pushed the god-destroying tempest that Longda had handed over to him. He would be a burden if he carried it, so he might as well let Longda help him carry it. That way, he would save trouble. I'll leave the three of them to you. Do as you see fit. Let's go to the place where we used to rest. I need to rest. Li Lingtian looked behind him before he called out to the multicolored beast. Longda was stunned for a moment before he sensed something with his divine consciousness and immediately understood. On the multicolored beast, Li Lingtian closed his eyes as the multicolored beast sprinted forward. Longda led the way. After a long time, Martial Saint Ming Luo and the other two finally caught up. The group of people did not speak and ran quickly. It did not take long for Li Lingtian to arrive at the cave where he used to rest. With a wave of his hands, the restriction spells were broken one by one. The multicolored beast was also placed outside and walked in alone. When he returned to the cave, he relaxed a little. He activated the divine dragon ring with his divine consciousness. Xuanmei, and the other three appeared in front of them. The four of them had been cultivating in the divine dragon ring for a while, and it was getting boring. After they came out, their faces were filled with joy and excitement. "Husband, it's been a long time." After Xuanmei came out, she held Li Lingtian's arm and spoke gently. He had been cultivating in the divine dragon ring for 2 months, which meant that he had spent a month outside. The matter in the Heaven Ascension Demon Tower has been resolved. "I'm a little tired. I need to rest." With a faint smile on his face, Li Lingtian reached out and stroked Xuanmei's face. "And, big brother Lingtian, big sister Mei, will bring you to wash up. I'll go tidy up the room." Tang Zimeng said obediently on the other side and entered the cave. Xuanmei and Li Lingtian came to a pool not far from the cave. It was June and the water temperature was just right. After Xuanmei helped him undress, Li Lingtian jumped into the pool naked. It had been a long time since he had bathed. He could feel his pores expanding in the pool. Xuanmei removed her veil as well. She walked to Li Lingtian's side and gently massaged him with her slender fingers. Her face was filled with gentleness and happiness. Li Lingtian leaned his head into Xuanmei's arms, his proud chest soft and comfortable. Seeing this, Xuanmei's lips curled into a smile as her jade-like fingers moved across Li Lingtian's body. After being teased, Li Lingtian's heart was burning. He turned his head and planted a kiss on her proud chest. The two of them enjoyed their intimacy to their heart's content. After reaching their peak, they washed up and Xuanmei took out a clean set of clothes from her storage pouch for Li Lingtian to change into. In the end, he put on his clothes and asked Li Lingtian to wait at the side. Soon, he washed their clothes and returned to the cave after they were done cooling. No one could enter this place. There were countless arrays and restrictions outside, as well as Longda and some guards. Xuanmei and the others had Li Lingtian's clothes at their place. They had also bought them for Li Lingtian. Whoever Li Lingtian rested at would wash his clothes for him. In this way, Li Lingtian only had a set of clothes on him. If he wanted to change, he would have to get them from Xuanmei and the others. After returning to the cave, Xuanmei and Li Lingtian went into the room. Naturally, Tang Zimeng and Li Lingtian had some intimate moments before Li Lingtian rested in peace. The two girls snuggled up to Li Lingtian. Nothing was more satisfying than Li Lingtian's presence. After a good rest, Li Lingtian recounted what happened in the demonic tower. "Big brother Lingtian, did you say that big sister Qing Wu left a clone in the divine martial continent?" Tang Zimeng was extremely curious. Li Lingtian did not hide anything about the heavenly demon princess as he told her everything. "Yes, but unfortunately, in order to fulfill my wish, she gave me the true devil QJ. She also disappeared. I can only see her when I'm in the devil world." As Li Lingtian spoke, he took out the Tianmo Zither from the divine dragon ring. This Tianmo Zither belonged to the heavenly demon princess, but she could not take it away since her avatar had disappeared. Moreover, this heavenly demon Zither was a supreme treasure of the demon race. After cultivating the heavenly demon 8 sounds, its power would be shocking. The palm-sized Tianmo Zither emitted a trace of ancient aura. Li Lingtian could not help but think of Qing Wu's figure when he looked at the Tianmo Zither. Her beautiful figure in red and her charming smile were enough to drive the world crazy. In the future, when husband becomes stronger, we will go to the demon realm to find Sister Zhengwu. Naturally, Xuanmei could sense Li Lingtian's loneliness. She was curious as to what kind of person the heavenly demon princess was to make Li Lingtian feel so lonely. However, he soon recalled that the heavenly demon princess was willing to give up a clone for Li Lingtian. Such a loyal woman was naturally admirable. Moreover, Li Lingtian was a loyal man who would do his best to protect the woman he liked. Huangfu Yuyan gave up her warrior sage's true essence for Li Lingtian. She was willing to give up her queen's throne for Li Lingtian. Yes, now that the matter in the Heaven Ascension Demon Tower has been resolved, we'll go back first. Li Lingtian nodded to calm himself down. He then began to cultivate in the cave. It had been a long time since he had cultivated and rested seriously. He naturally would not let it go now. After half a month, Li Lingtian and the others finally left the cave. Little White and Xuanyuan Yingying did not want to return to the Divine Dragon Ring either. Naturally, they wanted to play outside with Li Lingtian. Now, Li Lingtian was relieved. With 3 martial arts saints and some guards by his side, no one could threaten them. There was no threat from this demon suppression in the dark. He had no problem with the 4 girls playing outside. There were more than 20 guards beside Longda, as well as Xuanyuan Qing and Martial Saint Ming Luo. There were originally 30 guards, but a few of them were killed while protecting Li Lingtian. Xuanyuan Hao was also killed. However, Martial Saint Ming Luo and the other 2 were now here. The 3 martial saints were also under Long Da's management. Although the 3 of them felt a little uncomfortable being controlled by a martial supreme, they did not complain at all. Li Lingtian trusted Long Da and they dared not show any dissatisfaction. A month later, the group left the demon suppression sect. Li Lingtian sighed as he looked at the overflowing demonic qi in Yuzhou. Let's go. Li Lingtian calmed himself down. This place was not as simple as it seemed. Although the demon's sealing god array blueprint had been destroyed, the infernal powerhouses would still make a move. It was just temporarily quiet. If there were any changes in the future, Yuzhou would definitely be a future trouble. However, these things were all things for the future. At least for now, he could increase his cultivation and strength. Big brother Ling Tian, when are you going to create another war god? I heard that the war god is very powerful, but I've never seen it before. Xuanyuan Yingying looked at Long Da's spaceship and thought of Li Lingtian's war god. Although she had never seen it before, she had heard about it from Shun Mei, and the others. She was extremely curious about the war god. When we return this time, we should be able to see the war god. You can play on it, little girl. Li Lingtian smiled. Xuanyuan Yingying had the same personality as Tang Zimeng. She was beautiful, pure, and innocent. After saying that, he stroked Xuanyuan Yingying's hair. He was so intimate with this girl for the first time, even though he treated Xuanyuan Yingying as GE at that time. Really? Then Yingying should also choose the most beautiful room. Xuanyuan Yingying was extremely happy. She was already 20 years old, but she still had the personality of a 15 or 16-year-old. She looked only 17 or 18 years old and was peerless. In terms of comparison, he didn't know who was prettier among the heavenly demon princess and Shun Mei, Tang Zimeng and Tang Qingyue, Ge and Little White, Xuanyuan Yingying and Huangfu Yuyan, because each of them was peerless. Each had its own merits, and it was impossible to tell who was more beautiful. Chapter 541, Terrifying Restriction, 1. U. TED by BXN0VL. Xiaomicron M. Then let's hurry back. However, Big Brother Ling Tian, I can't pass by the city when we return to the city. Otherwise, I won't be able to leave in the future. Xuanyuan Yingying was overjoyed as she allowed Li Lingtian to caress her hair. This feeling was very good and very attached. However, he suddenly thought of the matter in Tianhe Saint City. As the princess of the Xuanyuan family, if she entered Tianhe Saint City when she was 20 years old, she would not be able to leave. Unless it was a heaven-defying treasure like Li Lingtian's Divine Dragon Ring, only a treasure like the Divine Dragon Ring would be able to evade some mysterious restrictions. Don't worry. You always know how to play. Let's see if you can still be like this when you get married in the future. Li Lingtian said tenderly as he led the girls to the spaceship. Finally, they arrived at the deck chair on the spaceship. Marshal Saint Ming Luo and the others followed him, but they did not know where Li Lingtian was going. Since all the guards were like blocks of wood, it was more convenient for Li Lingtian and the others. As the few of them chatted happily, Li Lingtian lay on the chair while Shun Mei and Tang Ziming massaged him. The flying ship was flying at a high speed. Although it was within the territory of Yuzhou province, no one dared to stop it. Besides, there were martial emperor powerhouses on the flying ship. There were even martial saints hidden inside. Who would dare to provoke them? After flying for half a month, they finally arrived at the Tianhe zone. Marshal Saint Ming Luo and the other two were puzzled as to where Li Lingtian was going because the spaceship had never stopped. They didn't ask, but they dared to ask Longda. After all, Longda was their commander. "Commander, where are we going?" Marshal Saint Yunhao asked Longda, but he didn't look arrogant. His tone was calm as if he was talking to someone of the same generation. In the past, they would never have bothered to speak to a marshal supreme. However, things were different now because Li Lingtian was standing behind Longda. They had witnessed Li Lingtian's murderous presence with their own eyes. Although Li Lingtian was only a third firmament martial emperor, the three of them combined would not be enough to defeat him in a real fight. From now on, we can only carry out young master's words. I hope this is the last time. Young master doesn't like people who talk too much. Young master said that he doesn't want to take action in the future. We have to do everything. Let's return to Tianhe Sacred City. Longda's aura turned cold, and his eyes were extremely sharp. Even if he was facing a martial saint, he was not afraid at all. Even if Marshal Saint Ming Luo and the other two were not his subordinates, he would still block them. This was because it was Li Lingtian's rule. As his subordinate, he could not say things that he should not say so easily. He could only follow the rules. Moreover, Marshal Saint Ming Luo and the other two were his subordinates, so he had the responsibility to manage his subordinates well. He did not know why the three martial saint powerhouses followed Li Lingtian, but he was certain that they knew Li Lingtian's strength and future. At the end of his sentence, he stated his objective. Back in the demon suppression secrets, Li Lingtian had already mentioned that he would not act rashly in the future and that he would leave everything to them. He wanted to cultivate seriously to increase his cultivation. He could not fight against some trash martial artists at all. Unless they encountered a heaven-defying expert, they would only take action. Otherwise, why would they use some guards? There was no need for them to do anything themselves. Moreover, he did not want to be so ostentatious. He did not want to hide his cultivation and become stronger step by step. This subordinate understands. Marshal Saint Ming Luo and the other two saw Longda's gaze and were slightly angered. However, they soon understood that Longda was definitely protecting Li Lingtian. They quickly suppressed their anger and thought to themselves that they still had a lot to do if they wanted to truly follow Li Lingtian. At the very least, they would have to change their identities. However, he was surprised. What kind of place was Tianhe Saint City? It was the most powerful core place in Tianhe Zone. Li Lingtian must be from Tianhe Holy City if he returned. People who could enter Tianhe Sacred City were not as simple as they thought. The flying ship flew quickly through the endless sea and finally arrived at a vast island. Rather than calling it an island, it was better to call it a continent. The spiritual energy was extremely dense and the environment was beautiful. It was completely a paradise for cultivation. Even after hundreds of years of experience, they had never encountered such a powerful and dense spiritual energy here. After flying on the island for an hour, they finally saw endless pavilions and palaces. Heavenly River Holy City. It was the core of the Tianhe Zone, but there were no city walls here. There were pavilions and palaces everywhere, as if they were heaven and earth. Spiritual qi was abundant, birds were singing, and flowers were fragrant. General Long's flying ship landed, and the group of people walked towards the pavilion. Countless experts were busy with their own tasks. Because the land here was an island, the demonic beasts on it had all been killed. There were only some low-level demonic beasts below the 4th rank. If other martial artists wanted to obtain resources, they would have to enter the sea. Therefore, most of the warriors of Tianhe Holy City trained in the sea. Marshal Saint Ming Luo felt an atmosphere here. There was very little killing intent. Even if there were foreign experts, they wouldn't dare to use their true essence in killing intent here. Li Lingtian led the group forward at a moderate pace while Shan Mei, and Tang Zimeng held Li Lingtian's arms from both sides, appearing extremely affectionate. The two peerless beauties following Li Lingtian attracted countless gazes, but no one dared to harbor any ill intentions. When Xuanyuan Yingying left the spaceship, she entered the Divine Dragon Ring to face the influence of Tianhe's sacred city. Boom! Marshal Saint Ming Luo and the other two followed behind Li Lingtian. Their expressions were calm, but their expressions changed drastically when they arrived 1,000 meters away from the palace pavilion. He spat out a mouthful of blood and his face turned pale. Swoosh! With a wave of his hand, Li Lingtian cast a light screen over the three of them with a calm expression on his face. Don't use your true energy. Don't have any killing intent. When your true energy reaches the Marshal Saint level, you will instantly disappear. In here, there are heaven-grade divine powers in the Marshal Saint's quintessential essence. In an instant, they can be killed. Let alone a mere Marshal Saint, no matter how powerful he is, he will be killed. Li Lingtian said coldly as if it was his daily meal. If he hadn't joined the Xuanyuan clan, he wouldn't have known about these secrets. This was the secret of the Xuanyuan clan. Only a few experts knew about it, and he was one of them. Moreover, there were only a few people who could resist this restriction, and he was one of them. The spell that blocked the restriction was the spell that opened the secret chamber and also the spell that opened all of Tianhe's sacred city. The light curtain that had helped Marshal Saint Ming Luo and the other two to block the attack had a spell. Otherwise, even a 9th heavenly layer Marshal Saint would not be able to block this terrifying restriction, let alone a Marshal Supreme like him. Upon hearing Li Lingtian's words, the three of them quickly suppressed their slaughter energy and their cultivation base to the Marshal Emperor realm. They were extremely shocked. No one was more afraid than the three of them because the three of them felt that invisible pressure that could directly crush them into ashes. He didn't have any sense of resistance. What kind of existence was this? It was like a person lying on the ground and being hit by a huge hammer that weighed 10,000 pounds. This kind of thing was something that he had never even imagined, let alone encountered. If it were not for Li Lingtian's intervention, they would have vanished into thin air in an instant. Thank you, young master. Marshal Saint Ming Luo and the other two were extremely shocked. They trembled with lingering fear. The terror just now was tens of thousands of times more terrifying than that of the 7 demon venerables. In their hearts, they would rather meet the martial god than encounter such a restriction again. He did not expect that there would be such a destructive restriction in this place. Naturally, Marshal Emperor powerhouses would not be able to discover it. Only Marshal Saint powerhouses would be instantly killed if they came here. It was a terrifying existence. If a Marshal Saint did not know that there was a restriction in this place, he would definitely be killed in an instant. No wonder Heavenly River Holy City didn't have a city wall. This was on a completely different level compared to those city walls. However, he was now even more fearful of Li Lingtian. The powerful pervert in the demonic tower and the heavenly demon princess were extremely intimate with him. The two of them must be lovers. The fact that he was able to easily withstand the destructive restriction here must mean that he had used the techniques of Tianhe Holy City. Otherwise, Li Lingtian would not have been able to do it so easily. Judging from Li Lingtian's expression, it seemed as if he had known about the restriction beforehand. Only the core members of the Heavenly River Holy City would know of such an existence. They were curious about Li Lingtian's identity. Shan Mei held Li Lingtian's arm once again as the three of them walked forward. Little White chattered non-stop while the three girls let out sweet laughter from time to time. After walking for a long time, they finally passed through the pavilion and arrived at the central area of Tianhe's sacred city. The center of Tianhe's sacred city was 1,000,000 miles in size. The spiritual qi inside was also denser than outside. The buildings were also more orderly. They were all in patches and rows. Young master, young madam. When they arrived at the central area, there were 2 martial ancestor realm martial artists standing guard at each intersection. However, in front of the main passage, there were 8 martial royal realm experts standing guard. Although their cultivation was nothing but a decoration, it also demonstrated the power of Tianhe's sacred city. The path that Li Lingtian and the others were going to take was the main passageway that led directly to the plaza of Tianhe's sacred city. The 8 martial royal realm guards bowed in respect and they saw Li Lingtian and the others. They looked extremely sincere. As the guards of Tianhe's sacred city, with their cultivation, they naturally knew some important figures in Tianhe's sacred city. Undoubtedly, apart from the 4 great clans and some powerful existences, Li Lingtian was the most influential figure in Tianhe's sacred city. Even the family heads of the 4 great clans could not compare to Li Lingtian. This was because Li Lingtian was the young master of the Xuanyuan clan and the Heavenly River sacred city. The Xuanyuan family was not some trash family. Naturally, the young master of the Xuanyuan family was a heaven-defying existence. Furthermore, some powerhouses were aware of Li Lingtian's heaven-defying abilities. They knew that Li Lingtian had become a heaven-defying legend in his teens. Li Lingtian had also become the most prominent figure in the Xuanyuan family. He was also an existence that countless geniuses in Tianhe's sacred city looked up to. Chapter 542, The 7th Young Master of the D Family. Edited by Bexenville. Xiaomicron M. Prepare my carriage. Li Lingtian nodded. It was more than 2,000 miles from here to the Divine Moon Palace. If they walked back, it would take a long time. Although flying was forbidden in Tianhe's sacred city, no one dared to fly here. Only a few people used beast carriages, but on such a main road, beast carriages were not allowed. There were exceptions to everything, and the 4 great clans were exceptions. Similarly, as the young master of Tianhe's sacred city, Li Lingtian was naturally speechless. Young master, please wait. A 7th-level martial emperor patrol member bowed and said. Then, he ran to a place not far away. In less than a minute, a beast-like vehicle had arrived before Li Lingtian. Type 5 Tyranno dragons pulled the carriage, and it was extremely luxurious, 10 m long and wide, looking like a small palace. It was emitting a powerful aura. One look at this beast carriage and one could tell that it was a heaven-tier treasure, or it was forged according to the grade of the heaven-tier treasure. Young lord, please, young madam, please, Fengjiu, will drive the carriage for you, young master. Fengjiu respectfully invited Li Lingtian and the others to board the beast carriage. Even though he did not know who Little White was, he was still shocked by Little White's appearance and Li Lingtian's. They looked exactly the same and they were the same version. However, Li Lingtian was the young master while the other was the female version. Their expressions, looks, and eyes were all the same. After the 4 of them boarded the carriage, Fengjiu sat in front of the beast carriage to drive Li Lingtian's party. With a soft sound, the beast carriage turned into a breeze and sped forward. The avenue was 50 meters wide. A 5-meter-wide beast carriage was running inside, so it did not seem crowded at all. Moreover, there were not many pedestrians on such an avenue. Even if there were pedestrians, they were all martial kings, martial grandmasters, or even martial emperors and martial supremes. Marshal Saint Ming Luo and the other 2 were only jolted awake after Li Lingtian and the others left. They were shocked by what had just happened. They never expected Li Lingtian to be the young master of Tianhe's sacred city. Although Li Lingtian did not say anything, he could still tell from the way the patrols addressed him. They did not know what it meant to be the young master of Tianhe's sacred city, nor could they imagine it. However, he had heard some legends about the Heavenly River Holy City. The Heavenly River Holy City used to be the center of the Black Continent, the Azure Continent, the Serenity Continent, and the Azure Continent. It was also a supreme existence. Although there had been some changes, this place was still so mysterious. No one had ever seen the real existence of this Heavenly River Holy City. Li Lingtian was the young master of Tianhe's sacred city. This identity was too heaven-defying. Let's go. Long De was elated when he saw Martial Saint Ming Luo and the other two. So what if he was a martial saint? He was still submitting to Li Lingtian. As a guard, it was only natural for him to stay with Li Lingtian. However, no one in Tianhe City dared to provoke Li Lingtian, so he was no longer needed here. Besides, he would not be the third wheel when Li Lingtian was being intimate with someone. Young Master is a member of the Xuanyuan family. He's also the only young master. He's a heaven-defying person with 5 elements perfected. In this place, the young master's name is Xuanyuan Lingtian. Long De explained Li Lingtian's general identity as they walked. Naturally, he did not want his subordinates to harbor any ill intentions. Li Lingtian's identity was enough to suppress countless powerhouses. Coupled with Li Lingtian's monstrous talent, his subordinates naturally worked even harder. Long De was very relaxed, but Martial Saint Ming Luo, Martial Saint Yunhao, and Heavenly Monster King felt a huge wave in their hearts. No wonder the young master of the Xuanyuan family was so heaven-defying. Although they had witnessed Li Lingtian's formidable strength, they did not know that Li Lingtian had such a powerful backer. What kind of existence and nobility was Xuanyuan? The person they were following now was the young master of the Xuanyuan family, the only young master. They were glad that they had followed Li Lingtian back then. Otherwise, Li Lingtian would not have wanted them at all. I hope only you know the identity of the young master. The identity of the young master is not only the young master of the Xuanyuan family, but also the heir of the dragon race, the reincarnation of the mighty Nine-Yang Saint Lord of the Upper Realm, the young master of the elf race, and the holy lord of the demon race. I'll repeat myself. Only you know the identity of the young master. I don't need to tell you the consequences. Also, as a subordinate, you must do what a subordinate should do. These things are very simple. You can experience it yourself. Long Da's eyes were sharp and he found it funny. Even if they were to reveal Li Lingtian's identity, others would only treat it as a joke. If anyone were to reveal it, not only would others not believe it, they would even treat him as a fool. This subordinate understands. The 3 of them were shocked. They hadn't figured out all these things at all, and they couldn't bear it. To withstand such an attack, one needed a strong endurance. Li Lingtian's heaven-defying ability was more powerful than any attack. Long De ignored the 3 of them and continued walking forward. They had their own place to stay, so they naturally did not need to go into the Heavenly River Temple. Li Lingtian and the rest were astonished by the luxurious layout of the beast carriage. There were 2 rooms in the carriage. Outside was a living room that was nearly 30 square meters in size. It was luxuriously decorated inside, and even if there were more than 10 people, it would not seem crowded. The other room was a place to rest. There was a spacious bed that was 3 meters wide and 2 meters long. The 4 of them sat outside to rest. Although the beast carriage was moving very fast, it would still take 2 to 3 hours to reach the Heavenly River Temple. Wow, this place is so luxurious. Yeah, I didn't expect this beast carriage to be so extravagant. Just like those palaces, they aren't as beautiful. The 3 women exclaimed and looked around. There was a soundproof restriction inside the beast carriage, so the outside naturally couldn't hear. Moreover, there was a stable restriction inside, so he could not feel any bumps inside. There was a palm-sized crystal that allowed him to see everything outside. You guys play for a while. I'll go in and rest. When Li Lingtian saw the 3 girls' curious expressions, he knew that his excitement could not be quelled. He couldn't be bothered to participate in the peace talks. It would be better for him to rest inside. All right then. The 3 ladies did not bother him at the moment. Li Lingtian returned to his room and meditated to rest. This beast carriage had never been used before. It was just a decoration. This was because this beast carriage belonged to the Xuanyuan family. The people of the Xuanyuan family rarely left Tianhe's sacred city. Even if countless experts and disciples entered Tianhe's sacred city, no one was qualified to use this beast carriage. In this way, he could rest in peace. Although he was not obsessed with cleanliness, he did not like things that had been used by others. After meditating for a while, he lay on the bed to rest. After less than 10 minutes, Tang Zimeng walked in. She waved her hand and closed the wooden door. A restriction was cast. She walked to Li Lingtian's side lightly and lay down beside him. Big brother Ling Tian. Tang Zimeng's voice was gentle, and her eyes were filled with lust. Li Lingtian knew what was going on with Tang Zimeng the moment he saw her. With a single hand, he pulled Tang Zimeng into his embrace. His heart burned with anger as he looked at her rosy lips and exquisite face. He kissed her gently, and the two of them kissed passionately. Under such circumstances, it was even more exciting. In just a moment, the clothes on the two of them were gone, and the room was filled with moans. Soon, Tang Zimeng was extremely satisfied. Although she wanted to sleep here for a while, she thought of Xuanyuan outside. After resting for a while, she regained her energy and put on her clothes. She left the room with a satisfied blush on her face. Not long after she left, Xuanyuan came in as well. Naturally, the two of them had already discussed this beforehand. Li Lingtian did not say anything and the two of them had sex to their heart's content. This time, Li Lingtian was extremely satisfied. Every time he was with Xuanyuan, she would come up with countless tricks, giving him a feeling that he didn't understand. Tang Zimeng was in front of him. He was worried that Tang Zimeng would be too tired, so he didn't unleash his full power. Now that Xuanyuan was here, he unleashed his full power. Xuanyuan was exhausted. After putting on her clothes, she helped Li Lingtian clean up. With her little hand holding the powerful treasure, she smiled charmingly and gently kissed that spot, causing Li Lingtian's body to tremble. She quickly helped Li Lingtian get dressed and snuggled up to him. The two of them didn't even rest for 5 minutes before the beast carriage shook and finally stopped. Li Lingtian was stunned by this. What happened? Xuanyuan asked in confusion. She shouldn't have stopped suddenly on such a road. Let's go out and take a look. Li Lingtian got out of bed and opened the door. He walked out to the living room of the beast carriage and stared at the crystal. Instantly, his good mood disappeared, and his eyes were extremely cold. Through the crystal, he could see the situation outside. As the situation outside changed, Li Lingtian's expression changed as well. Are you blind? Don't you see our D family's 7th young master's carriage here, that you have disturbed the 7th young master and Miss Lan? You deserve to die. On the main road, a luxurious beast carriage blocked Li Lingtian and the rest's beast carriage. Originally, the road was 50 meters wide and 8 or 9 beast carriages could run side by side. However, the other party had to go against Li Lingtian's beast carriage. It was simply looking for trouble. A young man in his 20s stepped down from the beast carriage. The young man looked extremely carefree, and his head was raised high into the sky. His arrogant appearance made it seem as if the entire world belonged to him. Behind him were 2 maids and 2 beautiful girls. What happened? One of the 2 girls asked as she looked at the young man. Don't worry, Yu Bing. He's just a fellow who's courting death. A smile that he thought was cool and handsome appeared on Di Qingfeng's face. He looked at Fengjiu coldly, but his eyes soon shifted to the beast carriage behind Fengjiu. Okay, hurry up and get rid of it. We still have to go play. The beautiful girl was called Lan Yubing, the backer of the Lan family. If the Lan family and the Di family wanted a marriage alliance, Di Qingfeng and Lan Yubing would naturally be the best candidates. Although Di Qingfeng was only a 4th-level martial emperor disciple, he was enough in Tianhe Saint City as long as he was the Di family's backer. Chapter 543, Annihilation, 1. Edited by Bexenville. Xiaomicron M. In the eyes of the Lan family and the Di family, no one dared to provoke them. Warriors who came to Tianhe Saint City had to listen to the Lan family and the Di family. Seeing the beautiful woman waiting for him, Qingfeng Di could show off his power. He walked towards Feng Jiu's beast carriage step by step. The other subordinates followed closely behind Di Qingfeng, their faces showing a hint of abuse. Come out and die, or kneel down and kowtow 10 times. Qingfeng Di said loudly as he circulated his vital essence. He dared not do this outside Tianhe Saint City. After all, the martial royal realm was still too weak. However, they dared to do so in Tianhe's sacred city because no one dared to provoke the Di family. Even a super expert had to give face to the Di family. The air vibrated. Di Qingfeng's face was filled with an arrogant smile. Countless people stopped in their tracks. Although they didn't dare to provoke the Di family, they wanted to see who would be in trouble. Although the cultivation of the 7th young master of the Di family was not high, he relied on the power of the Di family to do evil in Tianhe's sacred city. He did not take other experts seriously at all. Get lost. Feng Jiu was emboldened by Li Lingtian's presence in the beast carriage when he saw how the Di family dared to stop the young master's carriage and how the 7th young master had humiliated them before. After saying that, he released his aura. A 7th level martial emperor was many times stronger than the ruffian-like 7th young master. After all, they were not experts from big families. They had to rely on themselves no matter what. It was needless to say that they could still reach the 7th level of the martial emperor realm without any support. Boom! The two auras collided, and a muffled sound rang out in the air. Dang dang dang. Di Qingfeng kept retreating with blood trickling down the corner of his mouth. He only stopped when he reached the beast carriage. When he saw Lan Yubing and the other two looking at him, he was instantly enraged. It was undoubtedly an insult to be in such a sorry state in front of a beauty and lose all his face. Kill them. Let him go. Shouted Di Qingfeng. He had no reason to let go of someone who dared to embarrass him. When the subordinates saw that a patrolling guard actually dared to attack the 7th young master, they were also in disbelief. In their opinion, even if the guard's cultivation was higher than the 7th young master, he would not dare to attack the 7th young master. Otherwise, they would not have stopped him. Now that they saw the 7th young master injured, they would definitely be punished when they returned. Die. The emperor's face was extremely gloomy. He was a 6th level martial honored realm expert and had always been Di Qingfeng's personal guard. He had injured Di Qingfeng right under his nose. How could he show any mercy? The vital essence of the 6th level supreme realm circulated, and a shocking aura soared into the sky. On the main road, countless warriors quickly retreated, not daring to touch any bad luck. However, they didn't leave and looked at the group from afar. The imperial group waved a hand, and a shocking fist shadow bombarded the beast carriage. With a punch from a 6th level martial honored realm expert, even a beast carriage would be destroyed, let alone a 7th level martial emperor. The terrifying fist shadow was extremely fast and arrived in front of Feng Jiu in a blink of an eye. Countless experts were shocked and they saw the attack of the imperial group. Even the guards of the big families were so domineering. Feng Jiu's heart was dead. In front of a 6th level martial honored realm expert, he didn't even have the will to resist. He couldn't move his body and could only watch the shocking attack coming at him. Die. At this moment, a faint voice sounded. The voice carried supreme majesty and charm. Just as the voice appeared, the entire space suddenly became sluggish. Even the 6th level supreme realm attack was imprisoned in the air, as if the entire space was imprisoned. Go back and tell the Di family that if such a good-for-nothing appears again, get out of Tianhe's sacred city forever. The space returned to its calm state in an instant. The beast carriage continued to move forward. The imperial group still maintained their attacking stance. Everyone's expressions remained the same as before. However, Li Lingtian's beast carriage began to move forward as his calm voice drifted through the air. The beast carriage turned into a stream of light and quickly disappeared at the end of the road. Crash. With a crashing sound, the attack of the imperial group disappeared. With the imperial group as the center, the area within a 10-meter radius turned into nothingness. The entire imperial group turned into ashes, including Di Qingfeng and the beast carriage. Only Lan Yubing and the other two women, as well as a few maids, stood on the main road in a daze. This scene caused all the experts who were watching to be shocked. They were so shocked that they did not dare to breathe. Everything in front of him was extremely strange. What kind of terror could be so terrifying? A full-powered strike from a 6th-level Supreme Realm expert. Just as the other party was about to dissipate into thin air, everything changed in a heaven-defying manner in front of a voice. The opponent did not die, but he and everything else had been reduced to ashes. Martial Emperor? Martial Saint? Could it be that a Martial Saint expert had made a move? Otherwise, how could there be such a terrifying almighty technique? All the experts understood that the Emperor family had died before they could even see their true opponent. They also didn't see who was inside the beast carriage. Not only was he terrifying, but he didn't even put the D family in his eyes. If the D family had such trash again, they would get out of Tianhe holy city forever. These words struck the hearts of all the cultivators deeply. How domineering was this? Although it did not mean that the D family would be kicked out of Tianhe's sacred city, it was almost the same. The other party only gave the D family a little face. Who dared to say such words? For a moment, countless experts were curious about the people inside the beast carriage. Domineering, powerful, terrifying. This was the feeling it gave them. They didn't even see the person in the beast carriage, but they already had such a feeling. Lan Yubing and the others watched as everything around them disappeared and turned into ashes, leaving only the few of them. They were instantly scared silly. They could not speak for a long time. They naturally understood that they had not provoked the other party. Otherwise, they would have turned into ashes as well. They had never felt death before, and they did not expect death to be so close to them today. After a long time, she finally reacted. Her small face was pale. After pondering for a moment, she left with the maid. Li Lingtian was a little depressed as well. He did not expect such trash to exist in his Heavenly River sacred city. It seemed that the 4 great clans needed to be sorted out. When they were in the beast carriage, they were very satisfied with Feng Jiu's appearance. However, Feng Jiu's cultivation level was still too low. He would naturally die in the face of a martial honor. Li Lingtian was the only one in this world. A revered martial artist dared to show killing intent in front of him. Naturally, he could not let him off. With his current cultivation at the 3rd heaven of the Martial Emperor realm, he could even kill a Martial Emperor without batting an eyelid, let alone a Martial Venerable. A terrifying metal will was enough to turn everything in front of him into ashes. A Martial Emperor and a Martial Honor naturally did not need to make a move. They only needed a trace of the will of the Way of Metal. My husband's will of the Way of Metal has become much stronger. Shen Mei snuggled up to Li Lingtian's side and was overjoyed. Li Lingtian's strength had already reached a level beyond their imagination. Killing a Supreme Realm expert only required 1 Dao intent. This is because they're too trash. If they were to face a Martial Emperor powerhouse, things wouldn't be so simple. Li Lingtian's icy expression turned into gentleness. Among his 5 elemental Dao wills, the Metal Dao focused on destruction, the Earth Dao focused on defense, the Fire Dao focused on destruction, and the Water Dao focused on softness. However, when he unleashed an Ice-type attack, it would turn into destruction while the Wood Dao focused on life, allowing his vital essence to recover continuously. With his current cultivation base, he could easily kill any powerhouse below the 3rd heaven of the Martial Emperor realm. Even if he encountered a 9th firmament Martial Emperor or an ordinary Martial Saint powerhouse, he could use his divine powers and saint weapons and divine weapons to kill them. However, he had also decided to try his best to unleash all his divine powers and treasures to the extreme when he was in the Martial Emperor realm. This way, he would not have to rely on external forces to strengthen himself. The truly powerful thing was to rely on oneself, rely on one's own skills and true essence. I didn't expect that a big family would have such a person. However, killing the 7th young master of the D family might cause some trouble. Tang Zimeng had also quieted down. Although she was lively and active, she was still the same when she was with Li Lingtian. However, when it came to serious matters, she became calm. She was smart enough to think of the consequences. The four great clans held a supreme position in Tianhe's sacred city. Naturally, there would be some trouble if Li Lingtian killed Di Qingfeng. Although Di Qingfeng was only a rich second generation and couldn't achieve much, this concerned the face of the Di family. After all, Li Lingtian had killed Di Qingfeng in front of countless powerhouses and had even warned the Di family. Naturally, the Di family had to get back at him. There's no trouble. If I dare to kill Di Qingfeng, the Di family won't dare to cause trouble. The people of the Di family are not fools. They will definitely guess who I am. Even if the Di family is powerful, they won't dare to cause trouble in Tianhe's sacred city. If they really want to die, I don't mind wiping out the Di family and nurturing a few more families. The Xuanyuan family rarely shows their strength, which makes the four families think that Tianhe's sacred city is their world. Li Lingtian shook his head. Naturally, he had his own plans when he made his move. A place like Tianhe's sacred city was already his territory, his base camp. With such trash in his own base camp, he naturally could not leave him behind, lest he waste the spiritual energy of Tianhe's sacred city. In the past, he would rarely consider the consequences of his actions. However, after some things, no matter what he did, he would consider the consequences. The beast-drawn carriage traveled very quickly and soon arrived in front of the square of Tianhe's sacred city. Until now, Fengjiu was still in a state of confusion. Everything that had just happened was too terrifying. Everything was beyond his imagination. He did not expect such a terrifying attack to exist in this world. It actually turned everything into ashes without a sound. He was even more shocked by Li Lingtian's cultivation base. The young master's strength was beyond his imagination. Chapter 544, GE has grown up. Edited by Bexenville. Xiaomicron M. Fengjiu only came to his senses when he arrived in front of the square of Tianhe's sacred city. She quickly alighted from the beast carriage and greeted Li Lingtian softly. "Young master, we have arrived at Tianhe Square." Fengjiu stood respectfully in front of the beast carriage and shouted, his face full of admiration. Li Lingtian's status made him respectful, but it was only his status as a young master. They had to respect him. However, now that he realized how terrifying Li Lingtian was, his respect for him grew even more. He even worshipped him. The might of an almighty powerhouse was indeed extraordinary. It was so powerful that he could not see the other party's attack at all, nor could he see if the other party was using a skill or a treasure. He definitely couldn't see it. Only a martial emperor powerhouse could see it because it was the will of the Great Path, an ethereal will. However, this ethereal will existed. Furthermore, Li Lingtian had mastered 5 types of Tao wills. These 5 types of Tao wills were also the 5 elements perfection. This kind of will complemented each other and became even more powerful. It completely formed an independent world. If he used the 9 heaven stars, it would be even more terrifying. However, with Li Lingtian's current cultivation base, he did not dare to unleash the 9 skies of stars unless he had reached the peak of the martial supreme realm. Otherwise, he would be injured and the power he could unleash would be pitifully small. Yes. Li Lingtian replied softly before he gently nudged Shen Mei, Tang Zimeng, and Little White. They opened the door of the carriage and walked out one by one. Their expressions were calm, and it was impossible to tell that they had just done something destructive. Li Lingtian's lips curled into a smile as he looked at the countless powerhouses in the plaza. Shen Mei reached out her hand and held Li Lingtian's arm with a blissful smile on her face. Not bad. Li Lingtian glanced at Fengjiu before patting him on the shoulder twice. Following that, he led Shen Mei and the others toward the Heavenly River Temple. After the 4 of them disappeared, Fengjiu was still stunned. When he woke up, his face immediately revealed an excited expression, as if he had obtained a supreme treasure. Li Lingtian only called Xuanyuan Yingying out after they entered the Heavenly River Temple. Li Lingtian did not stop Xuanyuan Yingying as the group headed toward the Divine Moon Palace. The little girl was obviously going to return to the Celestial Moon Palace, but she would not. Instead, she insisted on following them. This time, Li Lingtian had been away for half a year. In the Divine Moon Hall, Tang Qingyue, Huangfu Yuyan, Ge, and Jingling were all worried. Even though they knew that Li Lingtian was powerful, they were still worried that Li Lingtian's opponent was even stronger. Furthermore, after Li Lingtian left, they spent most of their time cultivating, chatting with each other or visiting Li Suifeng and his wife. This was also a way to pass the time. They were young and beautiful peerless beauties who were in their prime. Even if Li Lingtian had a treasure that could keep them young forever, this was still the best time of their lives. Naturally, they wanted to be by Li Lingtian's side. Even if she did not have sex with Li Lingtian, she would be satisfied as long as she could look at him. However, since Li Lingtian was going out to do something dangerous, they had no choice but to listen to him. On this day, a few girls were chatting in the garden of the Divine Moon Palace. Sister Qingyue, I had a dream last night. I think Big Brother came back. There was a sweet smile on Ji Yi's face. Although Ji Yi could do everything by herself now, she was still like a little girl. He always looked like he was only 15 or 16 years old. Amongst Li Lingtian's group of women, they were all extremely strong in cultivation and were born with peerless grace. They were forever only 18 or 19 years old. Ji Yi was even more so. She looked about the same age as Tang Zimeng and Qingling, about 15 or 16 years old. Shen Mei and little white Xuanyuan Yingying were slightly older. After them were Tang Qingyue and Huangfu Yuyan. This was just their appearance and dressing. They looked to be between the ages of 15 to 21. Hee, little girl, you just miss your big brother too much. Ling Tian is going to Yuzhou this time. He won't be coming back for the time being. Tang Qingyue caressed Ji Yi's hair tenderly. Ji Yi was Li Lingtian's precious treasure and was a junior apprentice that Li Lingtian had taught. She was no different from his own sister. Besides, Ji Yi was pretty and cute. How could an elf princess not be liked? Tang Qingyue and the others naturally liked him very much. No, even if I miss Big Brother, I won't dream of him coming back. This feeling is very real. Ji Yi pouted, her eyes reddened, and her beautiful eyes became misty. The little girl could not hide anything. Although she had been holding it in, she still missed Li Lingtian. Don't worry. When your big brother comes back, I'll let him bring you out. Huangfu Yuyan looked at Ji Yi and missed him dearly. Of course they wanted to, they just did not want to drag Li Lingtian down. Really? That's great. When Ji Yi heard Huangfu Yuyan's words, he instantly became happy. However, he was stunned for a moment and looked behind him. At the same time, Huangfu Yuyan and the others also looked in that direction. It was as if there was a connection between them and the Divine Moon Palace. When they saw the entrance of the Divine Moon Palace, they were all extremely happy, and their hearts were beating fast. Because the person she was worried about had appeared. Ji Yi was the first to react, and he was also the most lively. Big brother, you're back. I missed Ji Yi so much. Ji Yi sprinted toward Li Lingtian like a little bird with a happy expression on his face. Finally, she threw herself into Li Lingtian's arms and wrapped her jade-like hands around Li Lingtian's neck. Her entire body hung on Li Lingtian's body. Shen Mei and Tang Zimeng let go of Li Lingtian's arm and moved a little further away with smiles on their faces. The little girl has grown up. She knows how to miss me. Li Lingtian held Ji Yi's slender waist with both hands and spun her around like a child. Ji Yi was suspended in the air without a trace of worry as she allowed Li Lingtian to hold her slender waist with both hands and spun rapidly in the air. Immediately, a wave of happy laughter rang out in the Divine Moon Palace. Like a fairy, Ji Yi's colorful clothes fluttered in the wind. Finally, Li Lingtian placed her on the ground and reached out to stroke her hair. When he saw Huangfu Yuyan and Tang Qingyue coming over, he held them in his arms. He didn't need to say anything. The two women felt warm and safe in his embrace, and they were extremely happy. As long as he had this hug in his life, even if it was just for a moment, he would be satisfied. After a long time, Li Lingtian released Tang Qingyue and Huangfu Yuyan and gently embraced Qingling in his arms. Even though she was only his maid in the past, Li Lingtian was not biased towards his women. Huangfu Yuyan and the others were naturally aware of Qingling's relationship with Li Lingtian. They did not treat Qingling as a maid but as sisters. After that, the girls chattered non-stop. The group of them came to the pavilion in the garden. Xiao Xiao, Qingping, and the others had prepared snacks and tea, and then they stood to the side and listened. Tang Qingyue and Huangfu Yuyan snuggled up to Li Lingtian as he recounted everything that had happened on this trip. He recounted everything that happened in the Skirich Demon Tower from the time he killed the demon clan's martial emperor. The ladies were shocked to hear that. Fortunately, Li Lingtian was safe from the shock. Although Tang Zimeng and Shun Mei had gone out with Li Lingtian, they had entered the Divine Dragon Ring when they were in danger. Naturally, they were unaware of what had happened. I didn't expect you to meet the Heavenly Demon Princess and the lover of your previous life. When Huangfu Yuyan heard about the Heavenly Demon Princess, she was extremely surprised. She did not expect Li Lingtian to be with the Heavenly Demon Princess in his past life. Furthermore, the Heavenly Demon Princess had used her clone to stay in the Divine Martial Continent for countless years for Li Lingtian. After waiting for countless years, she was willing to give Li Lingtian the clone's true demon chi. Just like herself, she had given Li Lingtian the Martial Saint's primordial chi to fulfill his wish. She was also filled with admiration for the Heavenly Demon Princess. Fortunately, I went to Yuzhou Province this time. If I didn't go to Yuzhou Province, I wouldn't have been able to enter the Supreme Demon Tower and meet Qinggu, but in order to help me, she took out the true devil chi of her clone. If I wasn't injured, she would be able to be with me with her clone's cultivation, that I wonder how many tens of thousands of years it will be before we meet again. Li Lingtian's face cracked into a smile as he felt a warmth in his heart. There was someone who cared for him and loved him. What was there to be unsatisfied about? The few girls in front of him were all his beloved and loved him. It was the same for the Heavenly Demon Princess. However, he was a little disappointed. After all, it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens to go to the demon realm. As long as your cultivation reaches the 9th level of the martial god realm, you might be able to enter the upper world. At that time, you'll have the chance to go to the demon realm. Huangfu Yuyan understood the disappointment in Li Lingtian's heart. After all, it was something that could not be achieved. As a woman, it was only natural for her to be jealous. However, she understood that Li Lingtian could not possibly have only one woman. It was enough as long as she was in Li Lingtian's heart. The few of them chatted for more than an hour before Li Lingtian brought Huangfu Yuyan and the rest to Li Suifeng and his wife's residence. As a son, it was naturally a pity that he could not be filial. Whenever he returned to Tianhe Sacred City, he would visit his parents. Even if their cultivation continued to improve and their lifespans increased, they would still often worry about their sons. Li Suifeng and his wife lived in the same courtyard as Tang Zicheng and his wife. This way, they would have company. Other relatives were also not far away. In this way, they would not feel lonely. Li Lingtian only brought Huangfu Yuyan and the rest back to the Divine Moon Palace after nightfall. After returning to the Divine Moon Palace, Xuanyuan Yingying wanted to drag Tang Zimeng and Shun Mei to the Celestial Moon Palace. After the three women left, only Ji Yi, Qingling, Huangfu Yuyan, Tang Qingyue, and Little White were left in the Divine Moon Palace. P.S. Add more monthly votes, recommended votes, and tips. Chapter 545, Xuanyuan Yingying's Cultivation. Edited by Bexenville. M. Seeing Shun Mei and Tang Zimeng being dragged away, Little White and Ji left as well. Little White was the dragon princess of the dragon clan, and she could cultivate into a 7-color divine dragon. Ji was the princess of the fairy clan. Both of them were favored by heaven and earth. They got along well with each other and both of them were mischievous. They were also brought up by Li Lingtian. Now that they had all left, she did not want to be a third wheel anymore. Sister Qingyue, Sister Yuyan, Sister Qingling, you guys should be more loving. We won't disturb you guys anymore. Ji laughed sweetly. Before Li Lingtian could say anything, she had already dragged Little White and ran out. Tang Qingyue and the other 2 girls were naturally shy. Li Lingtian could only shake his head helplessly as he looked at Ji and Little White. There was nothing he could do about them. Fortunately, they were not with Xuanyuan Yingying. Otherwise, it would be even more troublesome. Young master, I'll go prepare some hot water. Qingling's face was also filled with shyness. Even though she had been with Li Lingtian for a long time, she was still shy. With that, he ran out as if he was escaping and walked towards the back of the Divine Moon Palace. Behind the Divine Moon Palace, there was a huge pond. The pond was 200 meters wide, the deepest part was 2 to 3 meters deep, and the shallowest part was only 2 feet deep. It was warm in winter and cool in summer. It was the best place to wash up. When Li Lingtian and the others moved in, the place was already perfect. There were huge rocks beside the pool and a pavilion. In the past, Li Lingtian and the others would wash up here and play in the water with a few beauties. During the day, the sun could shine in and enjoy the sun. At night, the moonlight shone on the pool, making it blue. On the other side of the pool was a small pool with a radius of 30 meters. The water inside was not deep, but it was extremely warm. Qingling said that she was preparing hot water and was only here to activate the restriction. A huge restriction blocked everything behind. A few minutes later, Li Lingtian, Tang Qingyue, and Huangfu Yuyan arrived at the pool. Looking at the clear pond, they were all extremely happy. They used to bathe here frequently, but now that Li Lingtian was here, they were naturally excited. Tang Qingyue and Huangfu Yuyan removed Li Lingtian's clothes. Li Lingtian walked into the pool and half lay on the rocks. The pool was well made and he could half lie in it to soak. After helping Li Lingtian remove his clothes, the 2 ladies removed their own veils. Although they had been with Li Lingtian for a long time, they were still shy. Moreover, it was when they were together. Now, it was better to be newlyweds than to be apart. Naturally, she was even more shy and excited. It was the same for Qingling. After the 3 women removed their veils, their exquisite and perfect bodies were revealed to Li Lingtian, who was instantly excited. Furthermore, the 3 women had a thin layer of gauze on their bodies, making their perfect figures appear faintly discernible, making them even more attractive. Can you be a little more promising? Huangfu Yuyan was even more excited and happy when she saw Li Lingtian's expression. She was extremely satisfied and proud to be able to make her beloved man like this. Although she said that, she liked how Li Lingtian admired her. It's not like I haven't seen it before. It's still like this now. Tang Qingyue replied in a sweet voice. She was like an ice mountain fairy, but she was extremely gentle in front of Li Lingtian. It was the complete opposite of her appearance. When a girl like her was like an iceberg, she kept people 1,000 miles away because she hid all her gentleness deep in her heart. However, if someone entered her heart, she would burst out with endless gentleness and treat you with all her gentleness. Tang Qingyue was such a girl. She was a peerless beauty, an ice mountain fairy, but now she was a gentle little woman and a gentle wife. When she saw Li Lingtian's gaze, she felt a mixture of shyness and happiness. A perfection that would drive all men crazy was shyly displayed before Li Lingtian, allowing him to admire her. A woman's beauty was for her confidant. Her perfection was for the person she loved to admire. Under Li Lingtian's infatuated gaze, Qingling, Tang Qingyue, and Huangfu Yuyan shyly came to Li Lingtian's side. They thought that they were best Li Lingtian in the pool. Li Lingtian rested his head on Huangfu Yuyan's proud chest while Qingling gently massaged him and washed him with a silk handkerchief. Tang Qingyue was also by Li Lingtian's side, her jade-like hands stroking his body. Absence makes the heart grow fonder. The three perfect bodies that he was originally familiar with were now the most tempting. After a full 2 hours, the three women were completely powerless. Their small faces were flushed with satisfaction and happiness. After resting for a while, the three of them cleaned up and followed Li Lingtian back to his room in the Divine Moon Palace. Li Lingtian's room was extremely spacious. The bed was also very big. Not to mention the three of them, even if there were a few more people, it would not seem crowded. That night, the four of them made love to their heart's content. In the end, they fell asleep until they had no more strength left. The three ladies leaned against Li Lingtian with him at the center. Late at night, they woke up, but they didn't want to move. Even if they were powerful martial artists, they didn't want to move after such happiness and love. After all, he was still a little tired after such a thing. However, the four of them stayed close together, enjoying each other's existence. He hadn't felt this way for half a year. The three girls were not shy at all, because there was no need to be shy in front of the person they loved. Next time I go out, I'll bring all of you along, Li Lingtian said earnestly. He thought he could bear to leave the last time, but he only felt the reluctance after he left. With his strength, as long as he didn't act recklessly, he wouldn't be in any danger. Even if there was a threat, Tang Qingyue and the others could still enter the Divine Dragon Ring. It was impossible for him to leave his beloved woman in Tianhe's sacred city. Does it really not affect you? Huangfu Yuyan was extremely excited, but she was worried that it would affect Li Lingtian's work. No girl would be willing to be separated from their loved ones, and it was the same for her. It's fine. Even if you encounter danger, you can enter the Divine Dragon Ring. Don't you miss me? A faint smile appeared on Li Lingtian's face as he reached out and caressed Huangfu Yuyan's proud and firm chest. Huangfu Yuyan moaned softly as her delicate body trembled. Yes, I miss you so much. I miss you so much that I can't sleep. Huangfu Yuyan spoke softly with a shy face. Before Li Lingtian left, she could still be with him every day and they could have sex. However, she was extremely disappointed when Li Lingtian left. Although they didn't necessarily have to make love, they would still be extremely worried about their loved ones after they left. This kind of concern would only be understood when they really met. Qingyu too. I miss you every day and hope to be with Lingtian every day. Tang Qingyue was extremely shy as well. Her little face was red and her delicate body was trembling slightly as she leaned her proud chest against Li Lingtian's side. Li Lingtian was extremely excited while Qingling shared her thoughts. I can't bear to part with you guys either. Before I left, I thought I could do it, but I felt bad not seeing you guys. I thought that I was not afraid of anything and could face martial emperors and martial saints. But now, I understand that you are the ones I care about the most. Li Lingtian spoke in a serious tone with a serious expression on his face. The three women's hearts melted, and their faces were filled with happiness. From now on, we will be by your side every day. Even if we encounter danger, we will face it together. Yes, we're husband and wife. If anything happens to either of us, we'll all feel bad. We'll all wish we were dead. As long as we work hard, we can definitely defeat any expert. That night, the three women were extremely happy. A short absence made the heart grow fonder, and the four of them were endlessly entangled. The three women had played all sorts of tricks, allowing Li Lingtian to enjoy endless bliss. The powerful treasure was moving back and forth between the three women's proud chests, entering and exiting their sacred grounds. In the end, Li Lingtian exploded in Qingling's mouth. Qingling swallowed it with a gulp and licked the corner of her mouth with her tender tongue. It looked extremely alluring. When the four of them woke up, it was already the next day. When they woke up, the four of them were lying on the bed in a mess. Li Lingtian was extremely excited to see their perfect bodies lying on the bed. When they got up, the three ladies allowed Li Lingtian to admire them. Although they looked shy, they were more relaxed than before. After helping Li Lingtian change into his clothes, he began to dress himself. When they went outside to wash up, the sisters could not help but tease each other. Li Lingtian was in a good mood as he looked at the peerless beauties. Even Ge, Little White and Xuanyuan Yingying were there. Although the three of them were not Li Lingtian's women, they had a good relationship and were very close. He also teased Huangfu Yuyan, Tang Qingyue, and Qingling. After washing up, Xiao Xiao, Qingping, and the others had already prepared breakfast. After eating breakfast, they began to cultivate. In the past 6 months, Li Lingtian's cultivation base had improved. Tang Qingyue and the rest had also improved significantly. Without Li Lingtian's company, they had more time to cultivate. What made Li Lingtian happy was that apart from Shun Mei, and Ge, Tang Qingyue and the rest had already reached Tier 5 Martial Emperor, Ge was Tier 7, and Shun Mei, was Tier 7. Li Lingtian could not figure out Xuanyuan Yingying's cultivation base. He did not know if she was a warrior or warrior spirit. This was also what he was most curious about. Xuanyuan Yingying said that she had cultivated before, but she didn't know the realm of her cultivation. At that thought, Li Lingtian decided to ask Xuanyuan Tianming about Xuanyuan Yingying's situation. Chapter 546, Xuanyuan Yingying's View. Edited by Bexenville. Siamacron M. Li Lingtian realized that he had not refined pills for a while when he thought about cultivation. The power of alchemy made him not dare to relax in the slightest. However, after going to the Heaven Ascension Demon Tower, he did not refine pills. Firstly, the opponents inside were too powerful. Secondly, the Heaven Ascension Demon Tower was not suitable for refining pills. Now that he had returned to Tianhe's sacred city, he had to cultivate and refine pills properly. Only by raising his cultivation could he control his own fate. Early in the morning, Li Lingtian was in a good mood as he watched a group of peerless beauties cultivating. Huangfu Yuyan, Tang Qingyue, Shun Mei, Tang Zimeng, Ge, Little White, Qingling, and Xuanyuan Yingying were all peerless beauties. At this moment, they were surrounding Li Lingtian. Li Lingtian cultivated the heaven and earth reincarnation technique for 3 great circulations. He then cultivated the true dragon body barrier, the holy demon's quintessence, and the 5 elements Tao intent. He had cultivated all the skills and spells once. After he finished cultivating, he saw that the girl beside him was still cultivating hard, and his face revealed a satisfied expression. Even Xuanyuan Yingying and Whitey, who didn't like cultivation, could feel the atmosphere of cultivation and started to cultivate seriously. When they were not cultivating, they were either lively or quiet. Now, they all understood that the higher one's cultivation was, the longer one's lifespan would be, and the better the effect of preserving one's youth. They did not want to leave Li Lingtian because of their longevity, nor did they want to drag Li Lingtian down because of their cultivation base. They did not want to age either. Girls cared about their looks the most. Cultivation was the only way to achieve their goals. Qingyue, you have the Tai Yin body and cultivate the dual elements of water and ice. This frost descending from the sky and ice river crack are for you to use. Li Lingtian came before Tang Qingyue and gave her some pointers on her cultivation. He then handed her ice river's crack and frost descending from the sky. The 2 treasures were both saint artifacts, and they were the kind of saint artifacts that were extremely powerful. Li Lingtian had used it before, but with his current cultivation base, he could not use weapons for many of his skills. He could completely rely on heaven-defying divine powers and methods to fight his enemies. Xiao Bai, pay attention to the changes in your dragon aura. Yuyan, you cultivate the metal element. The metal element is indestructible. This saint artifact is for you. Meng Meng is also a metal type. It just so happens that the two of you can each have one. Li Lingtian took out the treasures one by one. Some of them were used by him while others were newly acquired. He told them about the problems and precautions of the girl's cultivation. On the path of cultivation, he could definitely be considered a great grandmaster. After all, the things he cultivated were all super sacred books, which far exceeded the cultivation techniques of the divine martial continent. Every cultivation technique was a holy book of a race, so they naturally had a lot more knowledge. The girls knew that Li Lingtian knew his limits. With his current cultivation base, it was only natural that he would not need to use some sacred weapons. Furthermore, the cultivation techniques that Li Lingtian cultivated were all divine codices. The treasures he controlled were also divine artifacts, including the Tianyu sword, the heavenly fault sword saint weapon, and the space banner. With his methods and some divine arts, ordinary opponents were not his food at all. Most of his enemies were top-notch martial monarch realm experts or martial saint realm experts. When dealing with these experts, they would use divine powers or divine weapons that could destroy the world. Every girl was extremely happy. It was originally a boring thing, but now it had become a happy thing. With Li Lingtian accompanying them, their days were even more carefree than a deity's. Big brother Lingtian, you're so biased. Big sister Qinyu and the others have weapons, treasures, and cultivation methods, but I don't have any. When Xuanyuan Yingying saw that Li Lingtian had given many treasures and cultivation techniques to Tang Qinyu and the others but she was the only one who did not get them, she was immediately annoyed. She pouted and tugged at Li Lingtian's hand, shaking it non-stop in a coquettish manner. Tang Qinyu and the others were amused. Xuanyuan Yingying was the princess of the Xuanyuan family while Li Lingtian was the young master of the Xuanyuan family. Naturally, they were close. Moreover, Xuanyuan Yingying was extremely beautiful. They all liked her very much. You little girl, I don't even know your current cultivation and realm. Let me figure it out first. Anyway, you didn't make a move. What kind of cultivation technique are you using? Li Lingtian helplessly reached out and pinched Xuanyuan Yingying's little face. He was already used to this action and could not change it even if he wanted to. However, he was used to this action, and the girls were also used to being touched by him. Alright, go to my grandfather. He should know about my situation. As Xuanyuan Yingying spoke, she was about to drag Li Lingtian to Xuanyuan Tianming. Yingying, don't hold him. What's wrong with you? Let's go. Li Lingtian felt helpless, but he still went to greet Xuanyuan Tianming at the same time. After all, he was back and had not gone to Xuanyuan Tianming's place yet. It was a good opportunity for them to go together. Then, he followed Xuanyuan Yingying out of the Mystic Moon Hall and headed towards the Heavenly River Temple. Along the way, countless Xuanyuan family disciples greeted Li Lingtian and his wife. The Sky River Temple occupied an area of 10,000 miles. The area within 10,000 miles was the forbidden area of the Xuanyuan family. Only the core disciples of the Xuanyuan family could live there, and the disciples here were all genius disciples of the Xuanyuan family. The Divine Moon Hall was one of the 10 forbidden areas in the Heavenly River Temple. Because Xuanyuan Yingying was the princess of the Xuanyuan family, her status was special. Both palaces belonged to her. The other places were where some guardians, elders, and genius disciples lived. The place where Xuanyuan Tianming lived was more than 10 miles away from the Divine Moon Palace. The two of them weren't in a hurry to get there. They walked while admiring the scenery. This was the forbidden area of the Xuanyuan family, so naturally, no outsiders would come. The two of them walked for half an hour. Xuanyuan Yingying held Li Lingtian's hand and bounced along the way like a child. Li Lingtian looked at Xuanyuan Yingying and smiled. This little girl was peerlessly beautiful and innocent. She was indeed one of the rare cute girls in the world. Big brother Lingtian, what are you looking at? Xuanyuan Yingying noticed Li Lingtian's gaze as well and asked curiously. Her heart was pounding rapidly. The two of them had been throwing a tantrum so naturally, they did not feel anything. However, now that Li Lingtian was looking at them alone, the shy and reserved nature of a girl was on display. No, you're as lively as Meng Meng in GE. Were you like this before? Li Lingtian shook his head and sobered up as he asked curiously. No, I never had any friends before. I always played alone. Otherwise, I wouldn't have worn a mask. Also, the people of the D family always want to hit me. I'm wearing a mask, so no one knows my true face. Oh right, there's another person who knows. It's the #1 genius disciple of the D family, Lanming. He saw me playing at my grandfather's place that time. However, I was only 15 years old at that time. During this period of time, Yingying was the happiest when she was with big brother Ling Tian. Big sister Xuanyuan and the others also played with me. Otherwise, I would have been lonely for the rest of my life. Xuanyuan Yingying raised her head and said seriously with a blush on her face. She did not know what happiness was in the past, but after spending time with Li Lingtian and his wife, she finally had friends. Being together with them brought out her true personality. I won't do it again. Li Lingtian caressed Xuanyuan Yingying's petite face lovingly as his eyes were filled with tenderness. Everyone had their own difficulties in front of them. GE was an elf princess, but she had been trapped in the ice palace for hundreds of thousands of years. Little White was born after he entered the dragon abyss, and it took a long time for it to transform into a human. Tang Qingyue was a peerless beauty, but she was suppressed by the Dishi family. Huangfu Yuyan was the same. She had spent her whole life cultivating until she became a martial saint. Every girl around him had their own story. He would not let his woman be unhappy at all. I believe in Big Brother Ling Tian. Who asked you to be my Big Brother Ling Tian? We're still good friends. Xuanyuan Yingying was stunned. She felt a sweet feeling in her heart. Her heart was pounding non-stop, and her beautiful eyes were filled with stars. Let's go, you little girl. Li Lingtian smiled as he held Xuanyuan Yingying's hand tightly. He then pulled her along as they walked forward. Big brother Ling Tian, don't you hate me for being mischievous? Xuanyuan Yingying asked curiously. She had always been Li Lingtian's little troublemaker. She was worried that Li Lingtian would dislike her, so she probed and looked at him with her beautiful eyes. Annoying? Why should I hate him? Our Yingying is so cute and beautiful. What reason do I have to hate her? Everyone has their own personality. If she changes her personality because of certain things, I won't like it. Since you're asking this, right, do you think Big Brother Ling Tian is a playboy? Li Lingtian was taken aback. He did not expect Xuanyuan Yingying to have such thoughts, but he soon smiled. He couldn't find a reason to hate Xuanyuan Yingying. He only liked her, not hate her. There was no reason to hate such a beautiful and cute girl. However, he also had some doubts. He wouldn't tell Tang Qingyue and the others about this. It would be best to ask Xuanyuan Yingying. After all, Xuanyuan Yingying was not his woman. She was just a good friend. At most, she was his sister. Well, about that, Yingying doesn't think that way because Big Brother Ling Tian is outstanding. Big Sister Qingyue and the others also like Big Brother Ling Tian. They all love you. This is your ability. Besides, there are plenty of people who have 3 wives and 4 concubines in this world. They can't be called playboys at all. Moreover, Big Brother Ling Tian treats Big Sister Qinyu and the others sincerely. Xuanyuan Yingying pondered for a moment and slowly voiced out her thoughts. In this world, there were plenty of women who had multiple wives and concubines. Moreover, Tang Qingyue and the others were all peerless beauties, so it was normal for Li Lingtian to like them. Furthermore, they loved Li Lingtian and liked each other. There was no such thing as a playboy. Besides, Li Lingtian's excellence was unmatched in the divine martial continent. Naturally, many people would like such an outstanding person. Chapter 547, Lanming. Udted by Bexenville. Xiaomicron M. Li Lingtian was relieved after hearing Xuanyuan Yingying's words. He felt that he had let Tang Qingyue and the others down. However, it was impossible for him to lose any of them. Each of them had experienced countless hardships before they were together. All right, my big brother Ling Tian is the most outstanding man in the world. Xuanyuan Yingying was stunned when she saw Li Lingtian. A smile appeared on her face. Even though she thought so, there was no girl who would not be jealous. However, she was relieved to see that Li Lingtian cared about all this because she realized that Li Lingtian really existed. Seeing Li Lingtian's sense of responsibility, even though she was not his woman, she was satisfied with her current situation. At least her brother was a perfect person. With that said, she pulled Li Lingtian and ran forward. However, it soon stopped. Li Lingtian could feel a pair of cold eyes staring at him as well. He immediately felt a sense of vigilance in his heart. This gaze was like a poisonous snake staring at him. When they looked up, they saw two elders and a young man standing in front of them. The two elders were also looking at Li Lingtian and Xuanyuan Yingying. The two old men were at the peak of the 9th Firmament Martial Emperor realm. The young man was also at the 4th Firmament Martial Emperor realm. He was dressed in a long black robe and looked charming. However, that pair of cold eyes made people tremble. They knew that this person was not to be provoked. At that moment, Li Lingtian realized that he and Xuanyuan Yingying had arrived at the entrance of the Heavenly River Temple. As long as they passed through the entrance, they would reach Xuanyuan Tianming's residence, which was also the residence of some elders in Heavenly River Sacred City. It was normal for outsiders to be here, but outsiders were not allowed to enter the depths of Tianhe Sacred City. Sister Yingying, long time no see. You're getting prettier and prettier. The young man's gaze shifted from Li Lingtian to the two men's hands. When he saw Xuanyuan Yingying taking the initiative to hold a young man's hand, he was furious but he did not show it. He shifted his gaze and wore a smile that he thought was very natural and unrestrained. He was extremely gentlemanly. He was indeed furious. Ever since he met Xuanyuan Yingying 3 or 4 years ago, he had always treated Xuanyuan Yingying as his wife and wanted to propose marriage to the family. After the family proposed marriage, the Xuanyuan family pushed the matter to Xuanyuan Yingying and let her make the decision. However, he had not seen Xuanyuan Yingying since. However, ever since he saw Xuanyuan Yingying, he was like a celestial being and treated all the women in the world as grass. He didn't expect Xuanyuan Yingying to become even more perfect after not seeing her for a few years. He was overjoyed. What was even more unexpected was that Xuanyuan Yingying, who kept people 1,000 miles away, actually took the initiative to hold the hand of a young man and looked extremely intimate. Such intimacy was something that only lovers could do. Moreover, the young man in front of him was indeed elegant and graceful, enough to make all the girls in the world fall for him. It was no wonder Xuanyuan Yingying would pull this young man along. She thought that Xuanyuan Yingying was charmed by Li Lingtian. Who is your little sister Yingying? Stop trying to get close to me, Bengong. You can comment on whether Bengong is beautiful or not. Is this the upbringing of your D family? Big brother Ling Tian, let's go. Xuanyuan Yingying may be mischievous and lively in front of Li Lingtian, but to outsiders, she was a princess who stood high above others. She was a princess who could make all the powerhouses in the Tianhe region bow their heads to her. As he spoke, a holy aura emanated from him, shocking even Li Lingtian. Her beautiful eyes examined the two old men and young man in front of her. A faint smile appeared on Li Lingtian's face as he looked at the three people opposite him without saying a word. He knew that this matter would not end just like that. Yingying, princess is right, this one was rude. May I know where princess is going? Lanming's eyes were fixed on Xuanyuan Yingying. Her eyes were sparkling and she was shocked by Xuanyuan Yingying's beauty. He had completely ignored Li Lingtian's existence and had been fawning over Xuanyuan Yingying. Remember your duty. Xuanyuan Yingying pulled Li Lingtian along and was about to leave when she glanced at Lanming with indifference. However, just as they were about to leave, Lanming stepped forward and stood in front of them. And this is? Lanming's anger shifted to Li Lingtian. He could not afford to offend Xuanyuan Yingying, but he could deal with the people around her. Anyone who was close to Xuanyuan Yingying must be eliminated, especially men. With his identity as the #1 genius of the D family, the Xuanyuan family would not do anything if he killed this young man beside Xuanyuan Yingying. Moreover, it might even show his heaven-defying talent. Perhaps he would marry Xuanyuan Yingying to him. As he spoke, Lanming looked at Li Lingtian with disdain. Li Lingtian's aura was fluctuating, but his true cultivation base could not be discerned. Under such circumstances, Lanming immediately regarded Li Lingtian as an embroidered pillow. Scram as far away as you can. When Li Lingtian saw Lanming's appearance, he realized that the D family had really turned the tables on him. When he saw Xuanyuan Yingying was about to introduce him, he stood up. This guy easily shifted his anger onto himself. Was he that easy to bully? When he spoke, he looked at Lanming with contempt. This made Xuanyuan Yingying extremely excited. If it were anyone else, she would not be excited or perhaps feel disgusted. However, Li Lingtian had given her the impression that whatever he did was right. Now that Li Lingtian was acting like this, it was a display of his powerful charisma that made her excited. Her beautiful eyes sparkled as she raised her head to look at Li Lingtian. Her delicate body leaned closer to Li Lingtian. This action made Lanming even angrier. You're courting death. Lanming was furious. The girl he liked was holding another man's hand. He was already angry, but he didn't expect this man to humiliate him in front of a beautiful woman. It was intolerable. Even Lanming, who was known for his calmness, could not care about anything else. He activated the genuine vitality of the fourth heaven martial emperor realm. A powerful aura crashed fiercely into Li Lingtian. However, the aura was targeted at Li Lingtian alone, and he dared not include Xuanyuan Yingying. The two elders did not have any intention of stopping him. Instead, they took a step back with a faint smile on their faces. As long as Lanming killed this young man, it would be even easier for them. Perhaps they could propose marriage again. Ignorant that you will pay a heavy price for what happened today. Li Lingtian looked at Lanming with disdain. A mere fourth heaven martial emperor dared to behave atrociously in front of him. Was this not courting death? However, he smiled in his heart and did not make a move. Instead, he used the true dragon body barrier. He did not know what to do as the aura of a fourth-level martial emperor crashed into him. In the eyes of the two elders and Lanming, Li Lingtian was already a dead man. Moreover, he had been crushed to death by his aura. In this way, Xuanyuan Yingying would definitely see Lanming in a new light. However, before the three of them could finish their joy, something strange happened. Lanming's face revealed a look of horror, and his eyes were filled with fear. Bang! With a dull thud, the powerful martial emperor's aura crashed into Li Lingtian's body. Li Lingtian did not fly away as he had expected. Instead, Lanming's body fell forward and almost fell to the ground. The powerful destructive aura was swallowed by a strange aura. Lanming's aura seemed to have entered a black hole and was completely devoured. Ah! At this moment, the two elders realized something was wrong. However, by the time they reacted, Lanming had already screamed and spat out a mouthful of blood. With a wave of his hand, Li Lingtian split a ball of icy flame into two and shot it at the two elders. Chi. The two ninth firmament martial emperors were entangled by the two icy flames. They could not call Lanming at all. Trash. You'll always be trash. Li Lingtian's eyes gleamed as the exquisite lotus rune on his glabella flashed. He then cast the Eye of the Divine Soul, and a destructive divine consciousness bombarded Lanming. The damage Li Lingtian had inflicted on Lanming's consciousness was forever etched in his mind, causing him to turn dumb. The entire process happened in the blink of an eye. The two old men were entangled by the cold ice flame, and their true essence was constantly resisting the cold ice flame. They did not dare to be careless at all. If they were careless, the cold ice flame would devour their true essence, and the consequences could be imagined. Lanming fell to the ground with a dazed look in his eyes. He no longer had that carefree look on his face. He was just an ordinary fool. After he was done, Lingtian pulled Xuanyuan Yingying forward with a cold expression on his face. There was no need to hold back against such a self-righteous genius. He had met the 7th young master of the D family yesterday and the number 1 genius of the D family today. The D family was really arrogant. If this guy hadn't shifted his anger onto him, he wouldn't have attacked. "Who are you?" one of the 2 old men asked. His expression was as cold as ice, as if he wanted to eat someone up. Lanming was crippled by this young man and he even ignored them. How could he not be angry at such humiliation? However, the terror of the ice flame had completely exceeded their imagination. However, he was curious about who this young man in front of him was. He was actually so domineering. His identity must not be simple. Even the people of the Xuanyuan family were not so overbearing. In the past, the icy frost flame did not have much power in Lingtian's hands. However, his cultivation base had improved and his overall strength had been elevated. He had also refined quite a lot of the icy frost flame in the demonic canyon and its power had naturally increased countless times. Remember your duty. Today, you can scram. If you still think that the D family is powerful, then I can warn you that the D family can leave Tianhe's sacred city. Lingtian turned around and retrieved the 2 frost flame balls with a single hand. With a flick of his consciousness, the ice flame entered his body. He looked at the 2 old men coldly and completely ignored Lanming who was on the ground. His gaze was even more terrifying than the icy frost flame earlier. It made the 2 9th-level martial monarch realm powerhouses tremble. Chapter 548, Xuanyuan Tianming's Will. Lingtian turned around and walked forward with Xuanyuan Yingying after he finished speaking. Soon, he disappeared from the trio's sight. After Lingtian left, the trio felt slightly relieved. "Big brother Lingtian, you're too handsome." Xuanyuan Yingying held Lingtian's hand happily. She had heard about Lingtian's legend from her 3rd grandfather in the past. Now that she had witnessed Lingtian's strength with her own eyes, she was shocked beyond words. Her heart was filled with admiration. In her heart, Lingtian was an invincible god of war. "I think so too. Do you have the urge to marry me?" Lingtian stopped in his tracks and touched his face as he smiled narcissistically. Xuanyuan Yingying laughed sweetly when she saw this. Lingtian also started teasing her. Instantly, Xuanyuan Yingying's face turned red and she looked extremely shy. She never expected Lingtian to say that. She knew that Lingtian was teasing her on purpose, but she was still embarrassed. She did not know what to say and lowered her head. Narcissistic. When Xuanyuan Yingying saw Lingtian's triumphant expression, she immediately looked up at him with her blushing face and grunted. Lingtian burst into laughter as he ran forward. The 2 of them soon arrived at Xuanyuan Tianming's residence. Xuanyuan Tianming had already noticed Lingtian and the others' arrival. He had even witnessed the entire process of Lingtian's fight against Lanming. He was astonished as Lingtian's strength had exceeded his imagination. At the same time, they were extremely satisfied. The stronger Lingtian was, the happier they would be because the Xuanyuan family's hope would be even greater. "Grandpa." Xuanyuan Yingying was elated to see Xuanyuan Tianming. She had not seen her grandfather for a long time after following Lingtian around. Naturally she missed him dearly. Lingtian greets grandfather. Lingtian hurried forward and bowed to Xuanyuan Tianming. Although he did not take ordinary martial emperor powerhouses seriously, Xuanyuan Tianming was considered his family now. Naturally, there was no difference in cultivation base and strength between family members. Not bad. Your cultivation has improved very quickly. Xuanyuan Tianming's face was filled with satisfaction. He then looked at Xuanyuan Yingying with a flirtatious smile on his face. Li Lingtian and Xuanyuan Yingying felt awkward. He had clearly not done anything bad, but he was seen as doing something bad. Although the Xuanyuan family did not follow Li Lingtian during this period of time, Li Lingtian had witnessed everything that happened with the Xuanyuan family's strength. Apart from what happened in the Heaven Ascension Demon Tower, the Xuanyuan family naturally knew everything else. Not to mention them, the entire Tianhe region and even some of the superior powerhouses in Yuzhou knew about Li Lingtian. He killed 9 9th-level martial emperors from the devil race and injured the martial saint, 9 demon venerable, before escaping. Although he was escaping, it was absolutely impossible for a first heaven martial emperor to gain any advantage from a martial saint. Furthermore, any one of the 9 9th firmament martial emperors could kill Li Lingtian in an instant. On the contrary, Li Lingtian was able to defeat the 9 9th firmament martial emperors in an instant when they joined forces. He was also able to defeat the martial saint powerhouse. In the end, he escaped and even angered 9 demon venerable to the point that he was half dead, destroying the demon sealing god array blueprint. The Xuanyuan family was shocked and they learned of Li Lingtian's battle with the martial emperor and demon supreme. Fortunately, Li Lingtian managed to escape. In the end, he managed to enter the demonic tower with ease. Among those who entered the tower were a few martial saint powerhouses. All of them were worried about Li Lingtian. Unexpectedly, Li Lingtian had returned safely and his cultivation base was now even stronger. "Grandpa, you're flattering me." Li Lingtian was rendered speechless by the look in her eyes. What kind of elders were they? His face darkened, but he couldn't say it out loud. Xuanyuan Yingying was also extremely shy, but when she thought about how there was nothing between her and big brother Lingtian, she felt a little more natural. "Let's go inside." Xuanyuan Tianming smiled and turned around to walk into a small living room. The three of them took their seats casually. However, Li Lingtian sat on the other side of Xuanyuan Tianming's coffee table while Xuanyuan Yingying sat on Li Lingtian's side. Suddenly, the atmosphere felt strange. Li Lingtian was rendered speechless. The spot where Xuanyuan Yingying was sitting suddenly became strange. It should be said that Xuanyuan Yingying was sitting on Xuanyuan Tianming's side and appeared more intimate. However, she was obviously on Li Lingtian's side since she was sitting on his side. A grown woman can't be kept. Xuanyuan Tianming sighed. There was no reluctance on his face. It was a teasing smile. Xuanyuan Yingying felt shy as well. It was nothing much. She was just being a little more intimate with Li Lingtian, so she subconsciously sat beside him. "Grandfather, what are you saying?" Yingying is a young man, so she naturally has to be with big brother Lingtian. "Don't tell me she has to hang out with an old man like you all day?" Xuanyuan Yingying said toot. She thought that she could hide her shyness, but the more she did so, the more guilty she seemed. Xuanyuan Tianming laughed out loud. Li Lingtian could only stand helplessly at the side. However, he felt heartwarming as this was the only way to have the atmosphere of family. "All right, Grandpa is an old man. Look, you're starting to despise an old man. Come, Lingtian, this is my favorite soaring mist fragrant tea. It was made from soaring mist fruit tea leaves from the heavenly river Divine Palace and boiled with rootless water. Try it." Xuanyuan Tianming smiled as he busied himself. He took down an exquisite incense burner from the coffee table. The incense burner was boiling. Not long after, a pot of fragrant tea was ready. Xuanyuan Tianming's tea brewing techniques were very particular. With a glance, one could tell that he was very proficient in the way of tea. At the very least, he cared about the way of tea, or rather, it was a hobby. "Thank you, Grandpa." Li Lingtian carefully picked up the saucer and tasted it gently. Although he did not understand the way of tea, he had some basic understanding of the way of tea in his previous life. Not to mention brewing tea, he at least had some understanding of tea tasting. When the fragrant tea entered his mouth, it had a hint of bitterness, but it instantly turned into a sweet feeling. He felt as if he had entered a fairyland, making his entire body float. He couldn't help but be shocked. A tea leaf and tea brewing technique could actually reach such a realm. Good tea, good tea. This wasn't a compliment, but a compliment from the bottom of his heart. This Yingying fragrant tea had indeed given him a different view of fragrant tea. The Tao of alchemy could refine powerful pills that could rapidly increase one's cultivation. It could allow one to break through their shackles and reach a higher realm. This Tao of tea was actually so powerful. As expected of a saint alchemist. To be able to comprehend some Tao, it must have been hard on you. Xuanyuan Tianming kept his eyes on Li Lingtian. He was surprised by Li Lingtian's professionalism in tea tasting. Although he was unfamiliar with the tea, he was very accurate. It was already heaven-defying for a person to be able to do this, because no matter who it was, they were not omnipotent. It was already rare for Li Lingtian to have some understanding of the way of tea. At the same time, she could feel Li Lingtian's surprise at the way of tea. Naturally, she understood Li Lingtian's understanding of the way of tea and alchemy. Ling Tian only feels that the way of tea and the way of alchemy have similarities. In this world, no matter what it is, there are similarities. All origins are inseparable from their roots. There are thousands of great Taos, but there is only one origin. Li Lingtian muttered to himself for a moment before he spoke slowly. As his cultivation increased and his knowledge increased, his improvement was not only limited to his cultivation, but also his strength. Instead, it was an improvement to a martial path, which was also a Tao. 5 elements Tao intent, 5 different Taos. Adding the alchemy Tao, he had 6 Taos. He also had his own heavenly sword body, saber intent, ice soul martial spirit, and flaming sacred body. All of them had their own Taos. However, these Taos were not so simple for him alone. Gradually, his comprehension of Tao became stronger and stronger. Most importantly, there were still the 9 stars in the sky, as well as some powerful heaven-grade divine powers and the heaven-flipping seal. These all represented existences that surpassed strength. Xuanyuan Tianming was entranced by his words, and his face was filled with excitement. Even though he was a 9th firmament martial emperor, he did not have the same opportunities and talents as Li Lingtian. Naturally, he could not obtain a powerful will. However, he had a deep understanding of the way of tea. As such, when Li Lingtian explained it to him, some of the things that he did not understand were quickly cleared up. Not bad, not bad, I see. Xuanyuan Tianming finally laughed out loud. His entire aura changed rapidly, and his face was filled with excitement. Li Lingtian was shocked. Could this be the way to enter martial arts through the way of tea? He did not expect that there were so many strange things in this world. He could actually use such a tea ceremony to improve his martial arts cultivation. Although Xuanyuan Tianming had yet to break through, if this continued, he would have a high chance of breaking through. At that time, the Xuanyuan family would have another martial saint. Congratulations, Grandpa. Xuanyuan Yingying was baffled by Li Lingtian's sincere congratulations. However, Li Lingtian would not congratulate her for no reason. He also understood that his grandfather's cultivation base might have improved, so he was overjoyed. Why did you and this girl come to my place? Xuanyuan Tianming asked happily as he calmed down and looked at Li Lingtian and Xuanyuan Yingying. Grandfather, Big Brother Lingtian gave some treasures to Big Sister Blue Moon and the others. He also gave me some very precious cultivation techniques, but Big Brother Lingtian refused to give them to me. He said that he didn't know why I couldn't break through, so I dragged Big Brother Lingtian to look for you. Xuanyuan Yingying did not wait for Li Lingtian to speak before she revealed their objective. She even looked at Li Lingtian with her pretty eyes. She looked mischievous and cute, which made Li Lingtian feel a sense of affection for her. He had no choice but to let Xuanyuan Yingying do as she pleased. However, with such a peerless beauty by his side, it was also very pleasing to the eyes when he was cultivating. It could bring some fun to the boring cultivation. Chapter 549, Wood Element Lacks 5 Elements. Yingying is right. I haven't been able to see through Yingying's cultivation recently, that I don't know what's going on, so I came to ask Grandpa what's going on with Yingying's cultivation. Li Lingtian waited for Xuanyuan Yingying to finish her sentence before he decided to remain silent. However, when he saw Xuanyuan Tianming looking at him, he naturally understood what Xuanyuan Tianming meant. Oh, you really came for this matter. Xuanyuan Tianming's face revealed a hint of disappointment, as if things were different from what he had imagined. Li Lingtian saw it in his eyes and understood it in his heart, but he did not say it out loud. With his knowledge and wisdom, he naturally understood what Xuanyuan Tianming meant. Xuanyuan Tianming thought that they were here to talk about some private matters. Yes, Yingying can cultivate, but I can't see any increase in her cultivation. She hasn't broken through either, so I'm curious. Li Lingtian pretended not to know anything. His expression was calm and he was amused. This is the secret of the Xuanyuan family. Naturally, this secret is not a secret to you. In this world, everyone has an attribute. Whether you can cultivate or not, you still have an attribute. Each person's attribute can either be cultivated or not. It depends on a warrior's talent and the strength of his martial soul. Xuanyuan Tianming said slowly with a hint of hope on his face. Xuanyuan Yingying's talent and physique had become the hope of the Xuanyuan family. However, this hope was extremely small, and it was almost impossible to encounter it in hundreds of thousands of years. Such a rare talent and physique had appeared. However, after such talent and physique appeared, it was very difficult to cultivate. Some heaven-defying opportunities had to appear to reverse it. As long as they reversed it, the Xuanyuan family's hope would become a reality. Could it be that Yingying has one attribute but needs other attributes to cultivate? Li Lingtian thought of the 5 elements Dao intent and the incident in the forbidden area of Tianhe Holy City. He immediately thought of Xuanyuan Yingying's physique. Unless she attained the 5 elements perfection, she could not cultivate it. That's right. Yingying is of the wood element of the 5 elements. She also cultivates the art of longevity. However, she needs the other 4 elements to reach the peak of the 5 elements before she can achieve heaven-defying achievements. That I originally planned to bring out the 5 elements will from the Forbidden Land and let the 99 5-colored spiritual pearls form the will of the way to achieve the perfection of the 5 elements. However, you have cultivated the 9 heaven stars. This is also the will of heaven. Xuanyuan Tianming's face was filled with excitement. Although Xuanyuan Yingying had not achieved the 5 elements perfection, Li Lingtian had achieved the 5 elements Dao intent perfection. Li Lingtian had also cultivated the 9 skies of stars. This was the will of the heavens. Moreover, if Li Lingtian joined the Xuanyuan clan, there would be hope for the Xuanyuan clan. Besides, even if Yingying obtained the 99 5-colored spiritual beads and the will of the 5 elements, she might not succeed. Li Lingtian's achievement of the 5 elements Dao intent without any risk was beyond their imagination and they saw hope. I see. Then Yingying won't be able to cultivate and break through in the future? Li Lingtian was stunned for a moment. He did not expect such a thing to happen. He had obtained the 5 elements Dao intent, but Xuanyuan Yingying had lost the opportunity to break through. If Xuanyuan Yingying did not break through, she would only be an ordinary person. After a few decades, they would disappear and become dust. He felt a wave of guilt in his heart. Although he did not know about this in advance, even if he did, he would have achieved the will of the 5 elements. After all, this was to increase his cultivation. Big brother Ling Tian, I knew you were Yingying's nemesis. You've been bullying me ever since we met. Now, Yingying can't even break through. How are you going to make it up to her? Xuanyuan Yingying pouted as she listened from the side. She looked at Li Lingtian with her beautiful eyes and tugged at his hand angrily. Even though she looked angry, Li Lingtian knew that she was not angry after getting to know her for some time. However, he still felt guilty. A peerless beauty could only live a dull life for decades. If other experts discovered that their fortunes had been taken away, they would definitely fight with all their might. Xuanyuan Yingying was just acting coquettishly and wasn't angry. In her heart, it didn't matter whether it was a few decades or a few centuries. She just wanted to be happy in her lifetime. Sorry Yingying, Big Brother Ling Tian didn't know it would turn out like this. Don't worry, Big Brother Ling Tian will make you the happiest little beauty in the world. Whatever you want, Big Brother Ling Tian will find it for you. I won't let you suffer even the slightest grievance. If anyone dares to bully you, Big Brother Ling Tian will definitely kill their entire clan. I won't hesitate even if I have to destroy the divine martial continent. Li Lingtian looked at Xuanyuan Yingying and spoke seriously. His eyes were no longer as calm as before. Seeing how seriously Lingtian was, Xuanyuan Yingying naturally did not think that he was just trying to cheer her up. Instead, he was making a real promise. She knew that Li Lingtian was a man of his word. In the past, Li Lingtian had dared to go against a heaven-defying clan even when his cultivation base was weak for Tang Qingyue and Shen Mei. Li Lingtian's words almost melted her heart. He suddenly felt like he was the happiest person in the world, and his heart kept trembling. Big Brother Ling Tian, thank you. Yingying is the happiest girl in the world. Xuanyuan Yingying's beautiful eyes were misty. Even though she knew that Li Lingtian did not treat her like he did Tang Qingyue and the others, she was satisfied that she was so important to him. Xuanyuan Tianming was extremely touched as he listened. If someone else said that, he would only feel disdain because those people only knew how to brag and make girls happy. However, he believed Li Lingtian's words because Li Lingtian was a man of his word. He was extremely satisfied and happy for Xuanyuan Yingying. After all, it was a wonderful thing to be treated sincerely by Li Lingtian. He knew that Li Lingtian did not harbor any ill intentions towards Xuanyuan Yingying. Otherwise, he would have agreed long ago. You two little fellows, are you treating me like air? It's not like there's no way to cultivate and break through. Why did you make it so touching? Xuanyuan Tianming laughed. Seeing the two of them like this, he was touched and didn't want to make things difficult for them. Grandpa, you said that Yingying has a way to break through? Li Lingtian was pleasantly surprised. If there was really a way to cultivate, it would be a blessing. At the very least, he would not feel guilty. In fact, he also understood that he was just a little anxious just now. With his cultivation and knowledge, coupled with some magical holy scriptures, there should be a way to solve it. Of course, but Xuanyuan Tianming could not help but laugh again when he saw Li Lingtian's surprised expression. This little fellow was a monster with heaven-defying strength, but he was extremely concerned when something happened to his family. That's great. I can cultivate now, grandfather, you're making me and Big Brother Ling Tian anxious on purpose. You're doing this on purpose. When Xuanyuan Yingying heard Xuanyuan Tianming's words, she immediately understood that her grandfather was teasing them. She pouted and stomped her jade-like feet in a coquettish manner, causing Li Lingtian's heart to palpitate. Just as Li Lingtian was stunned, Xuanyuan Yingying was so happy that she kissed him on the cheek. Li Lingtian was baffled by this situation. He was too happy. Even if he was happy, he should not be like this. When Xuanyuan Yingying realized that she had kissed Li Lingtian, she was so embarrassed that she wished she could hide in a hole in the ground. She lowered her head and did not dare to look at Li Lingtian and Xuanyuan Tianming. Li Lingtian could clearly feel a soft and tender kiss on his cheek. His heart trembled. You know that this kid treats you very well. Aren't you happy? Xuanyuan Tianming revealed a kind smile when he saw Xuanyuan Yingying's expression. He felt relieved when he saw that his granddaughter was really happy. Xuanyuan Yingying had been alone all these years, and he had been worried about her. But now, all of this had become a thing of the past. But there's no need to do this, Big Brother Ling Tian, why don't you move aside? Xuanyuan Yingying said angrily. Anyone could see that Xuanyuan Yingying was not angry at all. Instead, she was happy and sweet. "Grandpa, you said there's a way. Is there a problem?" Li Lingtian's face darkened. He had not been on guard against Xuanyuan Yingying at all, so naturally, he did not notice. Only Xuanyuan Yingying could blame him for such a thing. However, this kiss was indeed ecstasy. It was as if he had been electrocuted. He didn't want to continue on this matter, so he quickly changed the topic and looked at Xuanyuan Tianming. "There is a way. This method is difficult and not difficult, but because you have the method." Xuanyuan Tianming had a smile on his face as he looked at Li Lingtian with a flirtatious gaze. Li Lingtian was stunned for a moment before he understood something. However, he couldn't say it out loud. Some things were better left unsaid. Perhaps he didn't need to say anything about the goods. It was better to pretend to be confused. "On me?" Li Lingtian feigned ignorance with a smile on his face. Xuanyuan Yingying was also looking at Xuanyuan Tianming curiously before looking at Li Lingtian. She wondered if there was any way for her to cultivate. "Humph, you brat, continue pretending to be ignorant. Today, I will make you unable to continue pretending." When Xuanyuan Tianming saw Li Lingtian's expression, he naturally understood that Li Lingtian was pretending to be ignorant. With Li Lingtian's intelligence and cleverness, there was nothing in this world that he could not think of. That was naturally impossible. Pretending not to know about this matter was definitely feigning ignorance. The smile on Xuanyuan Tianming's face grew even stranger at that thought. Li Lingtian felt goosebumps all over his body. He felt that this old fox was going to trick him. Yes, this was the feeling. "That's right. It's on you. Aren't you at the 5 elements perfection? Moreover, you've mastered the 5 elements Tao intent." Xuanyuan Tianming didn't finish his sentence immediately and deliberately kept him in suspense. Li Lingtian felt depressed. Xuanyuan Yingying did not understand what the two of them were thinking, but Li Lingtian and Xuanyuan Tianming had a clear understanding of each other. Chapter 550, Refining the Tianmo Zither. "That's right. I'm at the peak of the 5 elements realm and also at the peak of the 5 elements Tao intent realm." Li Lingtian smiled bitterly. He knew that he would definitely be tricked by Xuanyuan Tianming. This was a pit he had dug himself, yet he had to jump into it. Moreover, he had to watch Xuanyuan Tianming lure him into the pit step by step. He had no choice but to jump inside. What the hell was going on? Yingying is of the wood attribute and lacks the 4 elements of metal, water, fire, and earth. As long as you become husband and wife, you will be able to become the sacred body of the 5 elements with Yingying's physique. Similarly, you will also be able to become the sacred body of the 5 elements. I don't need to tell you what happened after that, right? Xuanyuan Tianming burst into laughter after he finished speaking. He was elated to see Li Lingtian's bitter smile. "Dual cultivation, become husband and wife, me and big brother Lingtian?" Xuanyuan Yingying exclaimed when she heard Xuanyuan Tianming's words. Her face was flushed red, and she wished she could find a hole to hide in. A young girl who had never experienced sex before was naturally extremely shy when she heard that they wanted to dual cultivate and become husband and wife. If they were alone, it would not be a big deal for her grandfather to tell her this. However, Li Lingtian was still by her side and he had just kissed him. Moreover, her relationship with Li Lingtian had been hazy these days. Now that she had announced that she wanted to become husband and wife, her heart began to beat faster. Who asked him to have the 5 elements Tao intent perfected? These things are all your business. I don't care anymore. What you do has nothing to do with me. Don't waste this Lingyan fragrant tea. If you want to taste it, then continue. If you don't want to waste it, then let's go. Xuanyuan Tianming looked at Li Lingtian's blank-out expression and Xuanyuan Yingying's bashful expression. He could not help but laugh in his heart, but he forced himself to hold it in. After all, he was an elder. If the two of them were to stay, they would definitely feel uncomfortable. Ling Tian will take his leave first. Grandpa, I'll go back first. I won't come to see you again. Li Lingtian and Xuanyuan Yingying spoke at the same time. The two of them looked at each other and Xuanyuan Yingying's face was flushed red. She looked extremely adorable. Xuanyuan Yingying subconsciously reached out to grab Li Lingtian's hand. However, she retracted her hand as if she had been electrocuted the moment she touched his hand. A fragrant breeze wafted through the air and her petite figure flashed as she left the living room. Li Lingtian had no choice but to leave quickly. This old fox was too much of a scammer. This time, he had lost face. He had lost a lot. After he left, Li Lingtian could clearly hear the laughter in the room. At the thought of this, he felt depressed. Old fox, you're disrespectful. Li Lingtian turned around and shouted at the living room. In a flash, he appeared beside Xuanyuan Yingying. Although Xuanyuan Yingying couldn't break through, she could fly in the air at an extremely fast speed. However, in this place, he was just embarrassed and did not leave quickly. Yingying, don't listen to Grandpa. Li Lingtian could not find any words to say either. He felt that the words he said were powerless and did not have any sense of existence. Big brother Ling Tian. Xuanyuan Yingying was extremely shy. They didn't have anything going on at first, but after hearing Xuanyuan Tianming's words, she had a strange feeling. After calling out to him softly, she didn't say anything else. However, she felt extremely sweet in her heart. She did not know where this sweetness came from. Let's go. Li Lingtian watched as Xuanyuan Yingying's smooth and tender hands continued to twist the veil. He reached out to grab one of her hands and pulled her forward. When he grabbed Xuanyuan Yingying's little hand, he felt as if he had been electrocuted. He only felt this way when he was intimate with Tang Qingyue and Tang Zimeng for the first time. That strange feeling was intoxicating, and it made one's soul float. Xuanyuan Yingying's body trembled as well. In the past, she did not feel anything when she took the initiative to pull Li Lingtian away. She only wanted to be a little more intimate with him. They held hands like siblings or friends. However, after being exposed by his grandfather, the feeling at that moment was different. When Li Lingtian grabbed her hand, her little hand felt numb and she had lost all her strength. This feeling made her feel a little afraid, but she also felt a strong sense of intoxication. She looked up at Li Lingtian with her heart thumping non-stop. She felt as if she had fallen into honey and could not help but follow Li Lingtian. No one knew what she was thinking. Her small hand was held, and her entire person seemed to be melting. The two figures gradually disappeared into the grassy path of the holy cathedral. Brat, how dare you call me an old fox and say that I'm disrespectful? Humph. In the living room, Xuanyuan Tianming, who was laughing heartily, spat out the fragrant tea he was about to savor when he heard Li Lingtian scolding. He never expected that this lad would actually dare to scold him. However, there was no anger on his face. On the contrary, he was satisfied. This kid had his own personality. Otherwise, he would only be a mortal if he followed the flow. Li Lingtian had been feeling depressed. He had decided not to meet the old man unless it was absolutely necessary. However, he felt a strange excitement in his heart. In the past, he only treated this little girl as his younger sister and did not have any other thoughts. However, after Xuanyuan Tianming exposed him, he started to have feelings for Xuanyuan Yingying. And this feeling was very unique. More importantly, he liked this feeling very much. He looked at the peerless little beauty beside him. Her red face was perfect and exquisite, and her exquisite body was faintly discernible under the light veil. It made his heart burn. Xuanyuan Yingying could feel Li Lingtian's gaze, but she dared not look at him. She allowed Li Lingtian to pull her forward. Soon, the two of them arrived in front of the Divine Moon Palace and the Immortal Moon Palace. Big brother Lingtian, I'll go back first. Xuanyuan Yingying wanted to follow Li Lingtian to the Mystic Moon Palace, but she was too embarrassed to face him. Because his heart was not calm right now, he needed to calm down. If it was before, she would never return to the Celestial Moon Palace, and would instead play with Shun Mei, and the others. But now, Xuanyuan Tianming's actions had made them uncomfortable. Yes. Li Lingtian nodded as he subconsciously reached out to stroke Xuanyuan Yingying's hair. This action was very natural, but Xuanyuan Yingying subconsciously dodged it. The sensitivity of a girl made people speechless. However, when she noticed the tender look in Li Lingtian's eyes, she felt a surge of sweetness in her heart. She gently leaned her head against Li Lingtian's side and allowed him to caress her. In the end, Xuanyuan Yingying left Li Lingtian and headed toward the Celestial Moon Palace. However, she stopped after a few steps and turned around to Li Lingtian's side. She tiptoed and planted a kiss on his cheek. Without waiting for Li Lingtian's reaction, Xuanyuan Yingying ran into the Celestial Moon Palace. Li Lingtian shook his head. This little girl is too infuriating. He then returned to the Divine Moon Palace. Seeing that Tang Qingyue and the others were still cultivating, he did not disturb them. Instead, he went to a pavilion at the side. With a thought, he opened the Holy Demon Ring. When the Holy Demon Ring was opened, it was filled with shocking demonic qi and countless demonic crystals. However, what he cared about the most were the Heavenly Devil Staff, the Heavenly Devil Zither, and the 2 demonic orbs. A single demonic bead could allow the 7 demon venerables to raise their cultivation to the 5th heaven, and it was a forced increase. If they cultivated quietly and refined the demonic bead, then the true power of the demonic bead would be unleashed. That power would be heaven-defying. He couldn't be bothered with the matter of the Mo bead. After all, he wouldn't cultivate Mo's skills under normal circumstances. He used his divine sense to control the Tianma Zither, and a palm-sized Tianma Zither appeared in front of him. As the holy ring closed, the Tianma Zither floated in front of him. Looking at the Tianma Zither, Li Lingtian could not help but think of the peerless woman in red. Heavenly Demon Princess, Qing Wu. That peerless woman was his lover in his previous life, the lover who would never leave him. For his sake, he had waited for 3,000 reincarnations in the divine martial continent. In the end, his clone had been destroyed to fulfill his wish. The heavenly demon princess's charming smile was imprinted in his mind. Li Lingtian's face revealed a silly smile, but it eventually turned dull. He secretly decided that he must become the strongest person, break through the void and ascend to the upper realm to enter the demon realm to find Qing Wu. When you cultivate the heavenly demonic 4 tones, you will be able to enter the 99th level of the Heaven Ascension Demon Tower. The voice echoed in Li Lingtian's memory. He had no idea what was on the 99th floor of the demonic tower, but he dared not forget Qing Wu's earnest words. Heavenly demonic zither, heavenly demonic 8 sounds. Li Lingtian looked at the heavenly demonic zither as he activated his ice soul martial soul. His eyes were as clear as the stars in the void. The heavenly demon Zither was the strongest treasure of the fiend race, an existence that surpassed divine artifacts. It was also one of the heavenly demon princess' most powerful treasures. However, she had left it to Li Lingtian. He vaguely remembered that in his previous life, he had heard the music of the Tianma Zither. It was beautiful beyond compare. Although this Tianma Zither was a musical instrument, it was also a supreme treasure that could destroy the world. However, it needed to be coordinated with the 8 sounds of the sky demon. 8 sounds of the heavenly demon? Li Lingtian's divine consciousness surged as he quickly scanned the heavenly demon Zither. In the end, his divine consciousness merged with the heavenly demon Zither. At the same time, he unleashed his true demon qi. In the garden pavilion, a pitch-black ball of demonic qi enveloped Li Lingtian. The heavenly demon Zither was the devil tribe's ultimate treasure. Even if Li Lingtian knew about the heavenly demon 8 sounds, he would have to refine the heavenly demon Zither to obtain it. The true devil qi continued to chum, and his consciousness quickly fused with the Tianma Zither. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, dot swoosh swoosh swoosh. With a series of subtle sounds and a surge of demonic qi, Li Lingtian's body was suspended in the air as he spun along with the Tianma Zither. After Tang Qingyue and the others finished cultivating, they looked at the situation inside the pavilion in astonishment. However, he was relieved when he realized that Li Lingtian was cultivating. Everyone knew about Li Lingtian's cultivation of the devil technique, so there was no need to worry. All of them were staring at Li Lingtian and the Tianmo Zither in front of them in a daze, their faces filled with shock. In the past, Li Lingtian did not have to go through so much trouble or take so long to refine a treasure. However, 3 hours had passed since he refined the Tianmo Zither today, and he had not stopped even after 3 hours. Chapter 551, Terrifying Guqin Music, 1. Li Lingtian and the Tianmo Zither spun in the air as his divine consciousness entered the Tianmo Zither. His 10 fingers moved, and streams of true devil qi evolved. The true devil qi carried a mysterious spell and entered the Tianmo Zither. In the air, within a radius of 20 meters, demonic qi was rampant and powerful. Clang! At that moment, Li Lingtian activated his Eye of the Divine Soul. 3 exquisite lotus flower runes flashed and a blood-red radiance arrived on the Tianmo Zither regardless of the distance between them. The blood-red light hit the Tianmo Zither, and a crisp sound rang out. Li Lingtian's magic art came to a halt after the voice was heard. The Tianmo Zither also came to a strange halt. Li Lingtian landed on the ground and the Tianmo Zither stopped in front of him like a shadow. At this moment, the Tianmo Zither was already 3 feet long. It emitted a strong and ancient aura, which was the complete opposite of the demonic aura. If one didn't know the origin of this heavenly demon Zither, they wouldn't be able to recognize that this was the supreme treasure of the demon race. Li Lingtian extended his hands and plucked the Zither with his right middle finger. A crisp Zither tune rang out. Instantly, the world fell silent, and everything fell silent. The demonic qi also disappeared and completely entered Li Lingtian's body. 8 sounds of the heavenly demon. 1 sound, all things are intoxicated. Li Lingtian's 10 fingers danced as a look of intoxication appeared on his face. The melodious sound of the Zither rang out. In the space, the beautiful sound of the Zither was like the sound of nature. Everything was silent, intoxicated by this beautiful Zither sound. Tang Qingyue and the others were completely immersed in the music. They imagined a paradise in their minds. The happy times they spent with Li Lingtian were like a paradise between heaven and earth. There was no killing or fighting. The Zither music purified all violence and slaughter, making the world harmonious. In his mind, musical notes floated, forming a starry sky and a world of birds and flowers. Clang! 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 The 10 fingers on the Tianmo Zither moved, and a beautiful Zither sound was emitted from under the 10 fingers. Within 1,000 miles, countless birds and beasts had gathered together, like 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix. In the air, where the Zither music was playing, countless birds were dancing with the Zither music. Every time the Zither music changed, the countless birds in the air would perform a magical dance. In the Sky River Temple, countless elite disciples and elders watched the changes in the sky and listened to the beautiful music. They all fell silent and admired the perfect music. Boom! With the last note of the Zither, the birds in the sky disappeared. The silence between heaven and earth also disappeared. It was as if they had entered a world of slaughter from a paradise. Second sound, heaven and earth desolate annihilation. Li Lingtian's fingers moved even faster as his face turned pale. However, he could not stop at all. His eyes were bloodshot. Tang Qingyue and the others woke up when the first note ended. This beautiful Zither music carried a destructive killing intent. They realized that Li Lingtian's first note had alerted them. Otherwise, the second note would have been mixed in and unleashed a destructive attack. Murderous intent was hidden in the beautiful music. The destructive sound waves turned into sharp and invisible killing blades that destroyed the space. Tang Xuanyuan and the others flashed and quickly entered a restriction. They circulated their powers to resist the terrifying Zither music. In the Sky River Temple, countless experts who were enjoying the Zither music realized that something was wrong. After the first note, the Zither music paused for a moment, but after that, there was a world-shaking change. The destructive Zither music destroyed the space between heaven and earth, causing countless martial emperor powerhouses to use their cultivation techniques to resist. The space shattered. Just as the space within 1,000 miles of Tianhe Temple was about to collapse, a 7-colored light shield blocked the space and isolated the sound of the Zither. This brat. In the middle of the Heavenly River Holy Temple, the martial saints of the Elder Committee felt the change in space and were extremely shocked. 6th Sky Martial Saint experts flew out and cast spells to disperse the Zither music. A hole also appeared in the light shield. The 6th Heaven Martial Saint elders cast a spell together to receive the destructive Zither music. Pft. Pft. After a full minute, Li Lingtian spat out a mouthful of blood as the Zither music abruptly stopped. However, a destructive sound wave blasted into the air. The 6th Sky Martial Saint elders also spat out a mouthful of blood. The destructive Zither music shot into the sky from the opening of the light shield. Rumble. In the Heavenly River Holy City, a devastating explosion sounded above the 9 heavens. The space of the Heavenly River Holy City fluctuated and the ground trembled. Hundreds of millions of martial artists felt this destructive explosion. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. However, after this explosion, it quieted down, which made countless martial artists feel at ease. However, countless experts were curious and shocked. How much power was needed to make such a commotion? Damn it, this little guy is too abnormal. He has actually cultivated such a terrifying Zither music. He hasn't truly mastered it yet. If he did, who would be able to resist it? He didn't control the Zither music. He knew that something was going to happen, so he deliberately paused to warn the others. Otherwise, who knows how many people would have been instantly killed by this attack. They might even die in an illusion. He wouldn't go berserk, would he? I don't think so. Let's look at ourselves. Without a year or two, we won't be able to recover. The 6th Sky of the Martial Saint Realm elders discussed in low voices. In the end, they quickly disappeared from the Sky River Temple and entered the peak of their secret cultivation. From the beginning to the end, no one had discovered the 6 experts. The faces of the powerhouses within 1,000 miles of Li Lingtian in the Heavenly River Temple turned pale. They knew that they had just walked around the edge of death. He felt fear towards that Zither sound, fear from the bottom of his heart. They were experts, so they naturally knew that the Zither music had paused for a moment. This pause was to remind them. If they didn't warn them, they would all be dead. This little bastard is trying to scare me to death. Xuanyuan Tianming was equally shocked. He was the one who knew Li Lingtian the best. He knew that Li Lingtian had entered the demonic tower and that he must have obtained the Zither music there. Naturally, Li Lingtian was unaware of everyone's shock. However, he was extremely weak now, and there was blood at the corner of his mouth. A few girls gathered around him with anxious expressions on their faces. The Tianmo Zither had also shrunk to the size of a palm. Li Lingtian was half lying in Tang Qingyue's arms. Lingtian, how are you? Husband, big brother Lingtian, young master. The girls were extremely anxious. No matter what happened, they would not be worried or concerned. However, they were more concerned about Li Lingtian than they were about themselves. They would rather put themselves in danger than see Li Lingtian in danger. This was their love for Li Lingtian. I'm fine. I just didn't control the Zither properly. Are you guys injured? Hurry up and check. A comforting smile appeared on Li Lingtian's face, indicating that he was fine. However, he quickly asked Tang Qingyue and the rest for fear that they might get hurt. He knew better than anyone how terrifying the music was. Even though he had forced himself to pause at the end, he was still worried that Tang Qingyue and the others would be injured. His appearance warmed the hearts of the girls. It was sweet and blissful because they knew that Li Lingtian loved them more than he loved them. Even after he was injured, he was still concerned about their safety. "We are not injured," Shun Mei said hurriedly. Although the restriction couldn't completely block the Zither music still didn't hurt them. The main reason was that Li Lingtian had shifted the Zither notes elsewhere to prevent them from getting hurt. Otherwise, their martial royal realm cultivation base would not be able to withstand the Zither notes. "It's good that you're not injured. Qingyue, help me back to my room. I need to rest." Li Lingtian stood up slowly, but he felt his chest tighten. The backlash from the Zither music had caused him to sustain serious injuries. The girls were extremely upset when they saw Li Lingtian's expression. "Husband, we will help you heal your injuries." Shun Mei stepped forward to help Li Lingtian up. Her face was still blushing when she mentioned healing Li Lingtian. Although they were husband and wife, they were still a little embarrassed and shy. However, since Li Lingtian was injured, she could not care less about anything else and could only speak up. Tang Zimeng, Tang Qingyue, Huang Fuyuyan, and Qingling nodded as well. The girls then brought Li Lingtian back to his room. Ge, Little White, and Xuanyuan Yingying were left outside as they watched Li Lingtian and the others curiously. "Ge, do you think Big Brother Lingtian needs Big Sister Qinyu and the others to heal his injuries?" Xuanyuan Yingying asked Ge curiously. Ge had been with Li Lingtian for a longer period of time, so he naturally knew more than her. Young Lady Yingying, Young Master, and Young Lady Qingyue are dual cultivators. Xiao Xiao looked at Xuanyuan Yingying and almost laughed out loud. Xuanyuan Yingying was an inexperienced girl, so she naturally didn't know about these things. Although she didn't know either, she had heard of them. Moreover, serving Li Lingtian was her duty and they were close. Naturally, she knew about these things. "Dual cultivation, that I see." Xuanyuan Yingying nodded her head and acted as if she understood. But in the end, she understood what was going on. She blushed and ran back to her Celestial Moon Palace. She was originally at the Celestial Moon Palace and was too embarrassed to see Li Lingtian. However, she heard the beautiful music and was attracted by it. As soon as she arrived, she saw Tang Qingyue and the others hiding in the restriction. If it weren't for Tang Qingyue and Little White protecting her, she would have been injured too. Now that she was talking about dual cultivation, it was exactly what her grandfather had said earlier. She could only cultivate after she and Li Lingtian became husband and wife. Seeing Xuanyuan Yingying run away, Xiao Xiao, Qing Ping, and Lu Min couldn't hold it in any longer and started laughing. Little White and Ge were the same. Outside, the three girls were maids, but in the Divine Moon Palace, Ge and the others didn't treat them as maids. Chapter 552, 8 Sounds of the Heavenly Devil. Inside the room, Li Lingtian sat cross-legged. He circulated the heaven and earth reincarnation technique and focused his energy to protect himself. Otherwise, his mind would be disturbed. Tang Qingyue, Tang Zimeng, Shun Mei, Huang Fuyuyan, and Qingling cast their spells one after another. The spells of the five of them fused together with their true qi. The quintessential essence quickly formed a halo that surrounded Li Lingtian. Since they had dual cultivated with Li Lingtian before, they could use their true essence together. Naturally, they did not need Li Lingtian to heal their wounds at this time. The five of them had joined forces to help Li Lingtian heal with their true essence. There was only a thin layer of gauze covering their bodies. Their smooth and perfect bodies were faintly discernible. However, they were not distracted at all at this moment as they were focused on healing Li Lingtian. 5 streaks of true essence and a colorful halo were circulating between the 6 of them. After a full hour, Tang Qingyue and the others opened their eyes at the same time. They looked at each other and withdrew their 5 streams of vital essence. The halo around Li Lingtian's body vanished as well and was absorbed into Li Lingtian's dantian. Within an hour, Li Lingtian's injuries had recovered and his cultivation base had improved significantly. Similarly, although Tang Qingyue and the rest seemed to have consumed their true essence to help Li Lingtian heal his injuries, they had actually benefited greatly and their cultivation base had improved significantly. The speed of the 6 people's dual cultivation was extremely fast. It was equivalent to 6 times the speed of normal cultivation. One could imagine the speed of their cultivation. Although dual cultivation was powerful, not many people knew about its spells. Furthermore, there were differences in the techniques of dual cultivation. A powerful dual cultivation technique could speed up the cultivation of the dual cultivator, and both sides would benefit. However, the prerequisite was that both parties had to give their full attention and not have the slightest defense. They could hand over their true essence, meridians, and dantian to the other party. The dual cultivation of 6 people was even more difficult, because the true essence had to circulate smoothly through the 6 people. As long as one person was distracted, or one person did not reach an agreement, the true essence could not circulate. Moreover, when dual cultivating, one had to reach a state of telepathy. One person knew the thoughts of the other. However, Li Lingtian and the rest had practiced this way several times already. Naturally, there was no problem. Otherwise, they wouldn't have stopped at the same time. This was the realm of telepathy. They could improve their cultivation and be happy with each other. True dual cultivation was not just about sex, but a normal cultivation method. Li Lingtian opened his eyes. His eyes shone brightly and it was obvious that his cultivation base had improved significantly. Tang Qingyue and the others were overjoyed to see Li Lingtian recovered. However, they realized that they were only wearing a thin veil and their bodies were barely visible. Their little faces revealed a hint of shyness. On the other hand, Xuanyuan was bolder. She leaned over and kissed Li Lingtian. Li Lingtian did not expect Xuanyuan to be so powerful. He was pinned down on the bed by her and her smooth tongue entered his mouth. The other girl's hands slid over his body. He didn't know who was holding his treasure, but his body instantly trembled. At the same time, his 2 hands moved around Tang Zimeng and Shun Mei's proud breasts. Although there was still a thin layer of gauze, it was almost as if they were not wearing anything. Moreover, it was more exciting. Following that, the room was filled with spring and waves of moans continued. Despite Li Lingtian's strong physique, he still felt a sense of powerlessness after the girls were satisfied. He had lost count of how many times he had exploded. A few girls lay contentedly beside Li Lingtian. Their little faces were flushed and filled with happiness. Many experts knew about the commotion in Tianhe Temple, but they didn't find it strange. This was because when some experts cultivated or broke through, they would often cause such a sign. After Li Lingtian had sex with Tang Qingyue and the others, they rested for an hour to recover their strength. They helped Li Lingtian put on his clothes while he sat on the bed and admired the 6 peerless beauties. Li Lingtian was overwhelmed by her curvy body. Every single one of them was perfect. Although this wasn't the first time he had seen it, he truly admired it this time. Xuanyuan and the rest did not put on any pretense. Instead, they displayed their beauty and allowed Li Lingtian to admire them. They felt a tinge of shyness and sweetness in their hearts. The good times were always short. After they were dressed, they left the room with Li Lingtian in their arms. After coming out, Xiao Bai and the others were still waiting outside. "Brother, have you recovered from your injuries?" Xiao Bai asked uncertainly when he noticed Li Lingtian's unsteady footsteps. Hee hee. After Xiao Bai's question, the girls burst into laughter when they saw the expression on Li Lingtian's face. The few of them had made Li Lingtian miserable just now. Each of them had asked for it 2 or 3 times. No matter how strong Li Lingtian was, he would still be exhausted. "Yes, it's done." Li Lingtian was speechless as he looked at Xuanyuan and the others helplessly. He knew that a few peerless beauties were laughing at him, but he also felt proud that he had satisfied them all by himself. Moreover, he would only let them off after they begged for mercy. The only reason he was laughing at him now was because he saw Li Lingtian's awkwardness when he faced Little White. Naturally, they knew that two girls would not be able to withstand Li Lingtian's. I understand, Sister Blue Moon, you've done something bad. Xiao Bai saw the smiles on Tang Qingyue and the other girls' faces and immediately understood. These girls were Li Lingtian's wives. After dual cultivation, it was inevitable that they would have sex. Li Lingtian must have been squeezed dry by them. Little girl, don't be bad. Huangfu Yuyan said in a delicate voice as she pinched Whitey's face. Looking at Little White, they were amused. When Little White transformed, it looked exactly like Li Lingtian. If it were not for their personalities and charm, they would have mistaken Li Lingtian for Little White. Lingtian, is there a problem with the heavenly demon Zither you just cultivated? At this moment, Tang Qingyue was concerned about Li Lingtian's Tianmo Zither. It was precisely because of the heavenly demonic Zither that Li Lingtian's performance of the heavenly demonic 8 tones went wrong. Not only was she concerned, Huangfu Yuyan and the others were also curious. This 8 sounds of the sky demon was truly wonderful, but its power was so shocking that it made them feel fear. The heavenly demon Zither has been refined, but I haven't mastered the heavenly demon 8 sounds. 8 sounds of the heavenly devil. The first sound is the ecstasy of all living things. The second sound is the destruction of heaven and earth. The first move is purely music, but it can also become an invisible killing weapon. The second note is the real attack. When the first note is used, it can make a martial emperor lose his mind. When the second note is used, it can kill a martial saint. I'm not sure about the third note yet. Only after I improve my cultivation and slowly master the heavenly demonic Zither can I truly unleash the power of the heavenly demonic 8 notes. Li Lingtian spoke slowly. Initially, he wanted to cultivate the 8 demonic tones in one go. However, he did not expect that the Tianmo Zither that he had just refined would lose control. The first note quickly reached the great success realm, and the second move was also displayed. However, since he had not reached the limit of the first note, he could not perform the second note. In this world, there were exceptions to everything except for Li Lingtian. This was because Li Lingtian had managed to unleash a little of the second note. Although it was a forced and uncontrollable display, it was an excellent foundation for his future cultivation of the 8 tones of the heavenly demon. The 8 sounds of the heavenly devil requires powerful demonic chi and cultivation to be used. You're only at the 3rd heaven of the martial emperor realm now. You can only use the first sound and the second sound. It looks like you'll need to be at the 6th heaven of the martial emperor realm. Although the 8 sounds of the sky demon is powerful and heaven-defying, you still have other treasures and divine powers that you can cultivate. There's no need to worry about the 8 sounds of the sky demon. Huangfu Yuyan pondered for a moment and told him about the requirements of the 8 sounds of the sky demon. It was about the same. One had to be at least at the 6th heaven martial emperor realm to be able to perform the second sound. Li Lingtian had plenty of treasures in his possession, so there was no need for him to study the 8 sounds of the heavenly demon. Moreover, Li Lingtian's divine power was extremely powerful. There was no need to give up a powerful divine power for the sake of a devil skill. You're right. I still have a few powerful treasures and some heaven-tier divine abilities that I need to cultivate. Li Lingtian nodded. He still had the sacred artifacts, heaven-grade superpowers, and almighty arts. Naturally, he would not dwell on the 8 demonic sounds. Not to mention, just the 9 heaven stars and the 5 elements will of the way, as well as the ice, fire, 9 heavens and the heaven-destroying sword formation, would require a lot of time. There was also the tyrant saber art and the true dragon body protection. These were skills and cultivation techniques that had to be cultivated and could not be relaxed in the slightest. 5 elements great perfection of Tao intent could give one the chance to become a martial god, while ice, fire, 9 heavens could also give one the chance to become a real god. After entering the Xuanyuan family, he understood that 5 elements great perfection could give one a better cultivation base. But now he didn't know which was more powerful, ice, fire, 9 heavens or 5 elements great perfection. However, he understood one thing. Both cultivation techniques were the most terrifying existences. To him, one could not be lacking. Now that he had treasures, medicinal herbs, medicinal pills, and all the resources, he had to cultivate properly. In the past, he only wanted to become a strong person, but now, he wanted to become an ultimate strong person, shatter the void, and ascend to the upper realm. The stronger one was, the greater the responsibility. The greater the responsibility, the greater the pressure. With pressure, there would be motivation. If he didn't work hard, how could he face Tang Qingyue and the others? They had entrusted their hearts and minds to him, and he had to protect them and make them the happiest women in the world. In order to protect so many peerless women, one had to have heaven-defying cultivation and strength. Thinking of this, his desire to become an omnipotent expert became even stronger. Ling Tian's cultivation base is already very powerful, but we can't increase it anymore. That's why we have to work hard on our cultivation. When the time comes, we will become Ling Tian's helpers. Tang Qingyue said seriously. Each of them was a peerless beauty, intelligent and possessed heaven-defying aptitude and talent. It was just that they rarely showed it when they were with Li Lingtian. She had the mysterious spirit body, the extreme Yin body, the fairy princess, the sacred body of the 5 elements, the body of charm, the dragon clans Xiaolongnu, and Huangfu Yuyan, who was a powerful martial saint. She must have great talent and aptitude. Even Qing Ling was a 1 in 10,000 genius. Each of them was a unique existence in time. Naturally, they were not flower vases. She didn't want to become a flower vase. I recommend the new book, Ancient Sage Myriad Ancient King. I welcome everyone to read and save it. I also want to vote for it. The new book needs everyone's support. Only with everyone's support can the new book go further. Chapter 553, Plan 1. That's right. With our talent and aptitude, we should be able to cultivate very quickly, but we have to experience it. Huangfu Yuyan agreed with him. Although Li Lingtian was powerful, his responsibility was too heavy. As Li Lingtian's women, it was only right for them to be protected by him. However, they had to help him even more. At the very least, she must not become Li Lingtian's burden. She must become stronger. She was a super powerhouse on the outside but a gentle little woman in front of Li Lingtian. That was what they wanted. Yes, not bad. After the matter in Tianhe's sacred city is settled, we'll go out and condense. But you must remember that no one can be injured because we are one. We are a family. No one can be missing. Li Lingtian said earnestly with a blissful expression on his face. A man would definitely be happy to be surrounded by so many peerless beauties, but what was even more blissful was that these women were all thinking of him. Each of them was the most outstanding existence in the world. As long as they went through experience, they would be able to become an expert. All right. Tianhe's sacred city looks peaceful, but there are still some restless people among the 4 great families. The elders don't want to be exposed and they don't want to attack. However, husband can teach them a lesson so that they know their place. Shun Mei nodded. She missed the days of adventuring with Li Lingtian. No matter how dangerous it was, she was happy to be in Li Lingtian's presence. Following that, Li Lingtian and the others resumed their normal cultivation. Li Lingtian sorted out some divine powers and treasures. He arranged which treasures and divine powers to use against a martial emperor powerhouse and a martial saint powerhouse. At the very least, he would not be flustered when he encountered an opponent. Apart from the Tianyu sword and the heavenly fault sword, the other treasures he controlled were all divine artifacts. The Tianyu sword and the heavenly fault sword were also peerless saint artifacts, and they were extremely powerful. Coupled with the sword intent and sword momentum, the power was shocking. If he used the metal will of the way, then used the myriad swords return to the origin and the heaven sword unity, the power could only be described as terrifying. With the appearance of the saber intent, the tyrant saber art had also become stronger. He also had the Heaven Extreme Tyrant Emperor saber in his hand, so his strength had increased by a lot. This was a treasure that could be controlled. As for divine powers, they were the extreme god destruction, the wrath of the gods, and the great cloud palm. The 9 heavens of ice and fire was a powerful trump card and would not be used easily. These divine powers and sets of skills needed to be cultivated more. The true dragon barrier was a life-saving defense, so he naturally could not relax. As for the cultivation techniques and treasures of the demons, he did not consider them. He would only cultivate and use them at special times. After the arrangements were made, there was a special time for cultivation. During the day, he cultivated skills and refined treasures, comprehended alchemy, and guided Tang Genji and the others in their cultivation. At night, he would cultivate the true dragon body barrier and the heaven and earth reincarnation technique. With this arrangement, he would also have time to accompany his wife. 10 days passed. During these 10 days, everyone cultivated seriously, and their cultivation increased rapidly. Although there was no obvious improvement or breakthrough, their cultivation and strength were increasing. It was quiet in the Sky River Temple, but not in other places. The 4 families were the Gongsun family, the Lan family, the Di family, and the Bailey family. The 4 families had been in Tianhe sacred city for hundreds of thousands of years and had been living in peace. This was also because they were suppressed by the Xuanyuan family. But all these years, the Xuanyuan family had always been low-key and had not displayed their true strength. The 4 great clans began to have ideas. Most importantly, the Di family and the Gongsun family. Although the 2 families suppressed and opposed each other on the surface, they were secretly at a stalemate and had reached some kind of agreement. In the Di family, a disciple had been killed a few days ago, and he had even threatened to warn the Di family. Such a humiliating matter had been made known to countless experts in Tianhe sacred city. Moreover, Di Lanming, the number 1 genius of the Di family, had gone to Tianhe sacred city with 2 elders to seek justice. However, they had encountered an expert and defeated Di Lanming. Such a thing happening to the Di family was a great humiliation. Brother Di Tian, you really have the heart to endure. Di Qingfeng was killed in public, and Di Lanming was defeated, right? Hehe, it's a sensational event in Tianhe Saint City. Gongsun Mingho had a smile on his face as he stared at Di Tian. Although there was no provocation on the surface, there was a trace of schadenfreude. As long as it was mentioned, it would make the Di family lose face. This seemed to not be sowing discord, but it was indeed a very clever provocation. Between the big families, even if they knew that they had been tricked, they would still save face according to the gains and losses. If other experts saw Di Tian and Gongsun Haoming together, their jaws would definitely drop. Both of them were peak 9th firmament martial emperor realm super powerhouses. Moreover, they were the 2 clan heads. In the eyes of the other powerhouses, these 2 clan heads were old rivals. He did not expect that the 2 old rivals would sit together now. Brother Haoming, you don't have to gloat anymore. Your Gongsun family isn't doing any better. Let's not talk about anything else. The Xuanyuan family has been suppressing us for hundreds of thousands of years. Are we going to be suppressed by them? Brother Haoming, can you tolerate it? Di Tian, being able to become the Di clan leader, he naturally wasn't someone to be trifled with. He naturally understood that Gongsun Haoming was trying to sow discord between him and the Di clan, wanting to use the Di clan to clash with the Xuanyuan clan. Since when did he not want the Gongsun family to become cannon fodder and clash head-on with the Xuanyuan family? At that time, his Di family would be able to take advantage of it. Even if the Gongsun family was not a match for the Xuanyuan family, both the Xuanyuan family and the Gongsun family would suffer. At that time, the Di family would still have the upper hand. Even if the Gongsun family failed, the Di family would not suffer any losses. However, he understood that Gongsun Haoming wasn't easy to deal with either. They could only open the window and speak frankly. Joining forces was the safest thing. They could either wipe out the Xuanyuan family together, or they would have one to die with if they failed. Brother Di Tian. Let's not beat around the bush. Tell me, what do you plan to do? When Gong Sunhaoming saw Di Tian taking a step back, he didn't want to go overboard. After all, he wanted to go against the Xuanyuan clan. He needed a helper. Even though the Xuanyuan family had not done much in the past few years and their power was gradually divided by the four great families, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. They did not dare to be careless. Aren't the four great families of Tianhe's sacred city and the Xuanyuan family going to have a genius disciple competition soon? That we can take this opportunity to eliminate the geniuses of the Xuanyuan family. Then, we can eliminate the few fellows of the Xuanyuan family. At that time, won't the world be ours? That our two clans will join hands and wipe out the other two clans, hee hee. Di Tian smiled and spoke of his plans. He wasn't worried that Gong Sunhaoming would tell on him because during these years, they were all in the same boat. It's not that easy to eliminate the genius disciples of the Xuanyuan family. It's impossible to eliminate the super experts of the Xuanyuan family. The Xuanyuan family has at least 6 martial saints. A single martial saint is invincible. What ability do we have to wipe out the Xuanyuan family? Gong Sunhaoming's eyes flashed with excitement, as if he had already eliminated the Xuanyuan family, the Lan family, and the Bailey family. However, he did not show it on his face. He was worried about the 9th-level martial emperor and martial saint powerhouses of the Xuanyuan family. The strength of a martial saint powerhouse made them afraid. Hee hee, Brother Haoming, others might not know, but how can our Di family not know? Your Gongsun family has 2 martial saints who have reached the 2nd sky of the martial saint realm. With such cultivation, it's easy for them to deal with 3 or 4 first sky martial saints. With the 2 martial saint supreme elders of our Di family and a martial saint puppet, it won't be a problem to eliminate the martial saint of the Xuanyuan family. If we use the Lan family and the Bailey family, hee hee. Di Tian slowly spoke, staring at Gong Sunhaoming with a serious look in his eyes as a smug smile appeared on his face. The 2 families had been secretly working together for countless years. Naturally, they knew each other's strength. It was naturally impossible to hide it. Alright, so you've already included my Gongsun family, however, I can't make the decision on this matter. It depends on the decision of the higher-ups. Moreover, after we succeed, how are we going to distribute it? There were no eternal enemies or friends in this world, only eternal interests. They would join forces for the sake of interests, so naturally, they had to talk about the distribution of interests. When the time comes, we will split the Sky River Holy Temple equally. The same goes for the Sky River Sacred City. It will belong to the Di family and the Gongsun family. Di Tian didn't hesitate to state the distribution of benefits. In this way, there was nothing for the Gongsun clan to argue about. They would split the benefits equally and naturally wouldn't fall out over benefits. Tianhe Holy City was powerful. Even if they obtained it, it would not be stable for a while. After all, Tianhe Holy City did not belong to the Xuanyuan family alone, let alone the 4 great families. There were hundreds of millions of martial artists in Tianhe Holy City, both foreign and local. If the major forces were to reshuffle, it would not be so easy to settle down. Tianhe Holy City held a genius disciple competition every 10 years. This was also to exchange strength. On the surface, they were exchanging their strength, but in reality, they were competing. Over the years, the Xuanyuan family had always been strong, but the genius disciples below did not always win. On the contrary, the geniuses of the Gongsun family and the Di family would have the greatest advantage. As the young master of the Xuanyuan family, Li Lingtian was naturally aware of the situation in Tianhe's sacred city. Otherwise, he would not have stayed behind to deal with the 4 great families. Some time ago, he had killed Di Qingfeng, and the Di family would not let him off easily. After that, he had defeated Di Lanming, so the Di family naturally had no reason not to seek justice from the Xuanyuan family. Although the Celestial River Holy City was under the control of the Xuanyuan family had been keeping a low profile all these years. Their main purpose and thoughts were placed on the major events of the Xuanyuan family. He completely ignored these little ants, causing these little ants to think that they were powerful. The four great clans were unaware of the Xuanyuan family's strength, but Li Lingtian could see it clearly. Not to mention the four great clans, even the powerhouses of the entire Azure Continent, Green Continent, Serenity Continent, and even the powerhouses of the Mystic Continent combined would not be a match for the Xuanyuan family. In his eyes, it was like four clowns playing monkey tricks. Chapter 554, Genius Competition, 1. As the days passed, it was time for the Super Genius Competition in Tianhe Holy City. The Genius Competition in Tianhe Sacred City was not only held by the four great families, but also by some other super geniuses. These super geniuses also wanted to attract the attention of the Xuanyuan family and join the Xuanyuan family like this to become disciples. As long as they could join the Xuanyuan family and become a disciple of the Xuanyuan family, they would basically be able to climb up the tree and become a phoenix. However, only the super geniuses who had reached the martial emperor realm were qualified to participate in this competition. Unless there were some heaven-defying geniuses, the Xuanyuan family would also nurture them as part of the family. On this day, Tianhe Square, which had a radius of 500 miles, was packed with people. Even if the martial artists who came here were not qualified to participate, they still wanted to witness the demeanor of the experts and see who the real experts were. At the very least, he had to get to know the experts here, lest he offended them and died without knowing how. Tianhe Square had a radius of 500 miles. In the center of the square was a 1,000-meter-long and 1,000-meter-wide platform. This platform was also an arena. As long as one stood on it, it would not matter whether they lived or died. Moreover, some of the big and small events in Tianhe's sacred city were held here. The high platform was 20 meters tall and was made entirely of the mystical soundless stone. The silencing stone was not considered precious, but it was very magical. This was because the silencing stone was not afraid of any attack from an expert, nor did it have to worry about being destroyed by an expert's powerful divine art. However, this silent stone could not be used to forge treasures. Otherwise, defensive treasures forged from silent stones would become existences that could ignore attacks. 1,000 meters away from the high platform, there was a long corridor that was 10 meters wide and 100 meters long. There were countless seats on it. These seats were for the super experts of Tianhe Sacred City or the judges. As for the other martial artists, they could only watch from afar. I wonder who will become the number one genius this time. Needless to say, the genius of the D family, Lanming. Lanming? You are really ignorant. The number one genius of the D family, the truly powerful one, is not Lanming, but De. De is very powerful, but Gongsun Tianyu of the Gongsun family is even more powerful. I don't think the disciples of the four great clans will be the first this time. I think Ba Wushuang is stronger. Isn't it too early to say this? That's right. We'll only know who's the number one genius after the competition. It's a pity that the Xuanyuan family hasn't gotten first place many times. This time, I definitely won't get first place. On the square, countless martial artists were discussing endlessly. They were all discussing who the number one genius would be this time. Some powerful geniuses gradually surfaced. This was the time for geniuses to compete. However, no matter what, none of the geniuses of the Xuanyuan family were taken seriously. Although the Xuanyuan family was the ruler of Tianhe's sacred city, there were no super geniuses. Countless experts thought that the Xuanyuan family disdained to participate in such an event, and some people gradually looked down on the Xuanyuan family. As time passed, one super genius after another appeared in the center of the square. Every time a super genius appeared, it would cause a commotion. After all, the geniuses who came here had all become martial monarch realm experts at the age of 200. What was the concept of a martial emperor powerhouse? Although there were countless martial emperor powerhouses in such a competition, it was rare to see a martial emperor powerhouse during normal times. A martial monarch realm expert was almost like a martial monarch realm expert. Everything below a martial monarch realm expert was an ant. This is martial emperor Zero Destruction. He seems to have become a martial emperor at the age of 200. He's a super genius. Martial Emperor Qing Feng. Martial Emperor Bai Ling. One by one, super geniuses arrived. Martial emperor powerhouses also appeared on the long corridor from time to time. Moreover, the martial emperor powerhouses who came to the corridor were either those who had contributed to Tianhe Sacred City, super powerhouses, or powerhouses from the 4 great clans. In less than half an hour, the seats on the corridor were basically full. The powerhouses from the 4 great clans had already arrived. Furthermore, each clan had 10 9th-level martial monarch realm experts and some judges. However, there were still 20 empty seats in the center. Needless to say, only the powerhouses of the Xuanyuan family were qualified to sit in these seats. However, at this time, the people of the Xuanyuan family had not appeared yet. Countless people began to look forward to it. This was because none of the genius disciples of the Xuanyuan family had appeared, let alone the judges and elders. Seconds passed. Countless martial artists were getting impatient, but they did not dare to complain. I will definitely beat them up until their mothers can't even recognize them, hee. When the time comes, watch how I torture them, don't tell me you don't dare to come. Not far away from the high platform in the square, all the super geniuses who were participating in the competition gathered together. Although these experts were not convinced by each other, no one dared to cause trouble at this time. However, every super genius scolded the geniuses of the Xuanyuan family and waited to beat them up on the stage. At this moment, a young man appeared in the sky. He was strolling in the air with 11 beautiful girls beside him. A few of them were even peerless existences that could topple cities. It was difficult to find a second one in the world. However, they had appeared at the same time. Moreover, the most beautiful girls were together. Any one of these girls would be unique in the divine martial continent. Looking at the young man in the sky being embraced like a moon surrounded by stars, countless experts and geniuses were incomparably jealous. The young man's gaze swept across the area below. Wherever his gaze passed, countless experts could not help but lower their heads. Who are these people? So many peerless beauties, so cool. All of a sudden, countless martial artists, regardless of gender, looked at the figure in the air with envy. She was like a figure in a painting, or perhaps a mighty existence above the 9 heavens, or perhaps a goddess from the 9 heavens. However, just as these experts were stunned, the young man landed on the spot where the Xuanyuan family was. The 11 girls beside him also followed. Indeed, it was Li Lingtian, Tang Qingyue, and the others. Besides his wife, there was also Little White, Xuanyuan Yingying, Ge, and Xiao Xiao. These people were all extremely beautiful. Even if Xiao Xiao and the other 2 weren't as beautiful as Tang Qingyue and the others, they were still 1 in a million. Li Lingtian's appearance was not to pretend to be cool, but to shock and suppress the crowd. Either they didn't make a move, or they did it swiftly and decisively. After they landed, they took their seats at the Xuanyuan family's table. Tang Qingyue, Huangfu Yuyan and the rest sat beside Li Lingtian while the other girls sat near him. Only Xiao Xiao and the other 2 were standing. They were maids outside, so they naturally had to act like maids. From this, all the experts understood that the main character this time was that young man. The other beautiful girls were also very close to that young man. The 3 girls behind him were maids. Countless warriors watched Li Lingtian sit on the Xuanyuan family's seat. They were puzzled but did not dare to ask. Even the powerhouses from the 4 great clans in the corridor were shocked. They did not know Li Lingtian and the others at all. Li Lingtian and the rest were strangers, so naturally, they did not know who they were. I am Xuanyuan Lingtian. Li Lingtian replied calmly. At this moment, his identity was Xuanyuan Lingtian, which was rather convincing. He didn't say much, just a simple sentence would do. The two words, Xuanyuan, had already explained his identity. No matter what the reason was, he was also qualified to sit on this seat. It was all because of Xuanyuan. After he finished speaking, the sound of air being torn apart could be heard again. Two martial emperor powerhouses flew over. One of them was the head of the Xuanyuan family, Xuanyuan Tianming, and the other was the elder of the Xuanyuan family, Xuanyuan. They were the ones who presided over the competition. After the duo arrived, they found a random seat and sat down. They completely ignored Li Lingtian's seat. This situation left all the warriors in a daze. As Li Lingtian was sitting at the head of the table, this seat should belong to Xuanyuan Tianming. However, Li Lingtian was still so calm after Xuanyuan Tianming's arrival. Moreover, Xuanyuan Tianming didn't feel awkward because of the seat. At that moment, all the warriors began to doubt Li Lingtian's identity. What was his identity? Could it be that he was above the family head? I am Xuanyuan, the host of this genius competition. I hereby announce that the competition has officially begun. Xuanyuan said loudly. His voice spread throughout the entire square as he was at the 9th level of the martial emperor realm. After this voice rang out, countless martial artists started discussing. If this announcement was made, would the geniuses of the Xuanyuan family not participate in the competition? Because if they couldn't come before the start of the competition, they couldn't participate in it. However, no matter how much they discussed in the square, Xuanyuan Tianming and Xuanyuan didn't explain. In fact, Li Lingtian had communicated with Xuanyuan Tianming a few days ago that the Xuanyuan family's geniuses did not need to participate in the competition. He wanted to teach these so-called geniuses a lesson. After taking care of the people from the 4 great clans, Xuanyuan Tianming's eyes lit up when he heard Li Lingtian's words. His face was filled with excitement. If they were not even afraid of martial saints, they would naturally not be afraid of martial emperors. He also wanted to see how powerful Li Lingtian was and how far the geniuses of the other families were from him. After the decision was made, Li Lingtian made the arrangements. This was the reason why Li Lingtian and the others appeared. Their appearance threw the expectations of the warriors into chaos and shattered the thoughts of some powerhouses. Brother Tianming, could it be that the people of the Xuanyuan family are not participating in the competition? Tian couldn't endure it anymore. If the geniuses of the Xuanyuan clan didn't participate in the competition, his arrangements would be disrupted. After he finished asking, all the martial artists quieted down and listened curiously. They wanted to know what the Xuanyuan family had arranged. Could it be that they really gave up on this competition? For a moment, the entire square was extremely quiet. They stood up and waited for Xuanyuan Tianming's answer. Chapter 555, Trash, 1. There are other arrangements for this matter. I'm not the one who made the arrangements. I'm just here to watch the show. Let's focus on the competition. Xuanyuan Tianming said indifferently with a faint smile on his face. His words were ambiguous, and he couldn't get a true answer at all. What was even more shocking was that he, the head of the Xuanyuan family, was actually not the one who arranged these things. He was instantly shocked and puzzled. However, since the other party had already said so, it was not good to ask anymore. They believed that the Xuanyuan family would not do anything that violated the rules of the competition in front of all the experts in the world. They could only wait and see the results of the competition. Perhaps the Xuanyuan family had really given up on the competition. Otherwise, why would no one participate in the competition? I believe everyone understands the rules of the competition. I will repeat them here. Xuanyuan didn't give anyone a chance to ask. He loudly announced the rules of the competition and changed the topic. This competition is also an elimination system. Falling off the arena is considered a failure. There's no need to mention falling. However, as long as the opponent admits defeat, they can't attack anymore. At the end of the competition, the last person left will be the number 1 genius. However, everyone must stay in this competition. Xuanyuan Wuyo briefly explained the rules. However, everyone was puzzled that all the defeated and victorious experts had to stay. However, it wasn't appropriate for him to ask, so he could only wait for the competition with doubts. Li Lingtian watched from the side in boredom. Although the participants were all martial emperor powerhouses, none of them were 9th firmament martial emperor powerhouses. There was no need to take these martial artists seriously at all. With his identity, there was no need to put on an act with these little rogues. However, he could pay attention to pulling some talented geniuses into the Xuanyuan family and becoming disciples. Yunfeng, 3rd Heaven Martial Emperor Realm. Hao Lianyu, 3rd Heaven Martial Emperor Realm. Very soon, the experts below were all distributed according to their cultivation levels. For competitions with the same cultivation level, half of the experts would be eliminated in the first round. This was also more fair, so that they would not become the group of death in the first round. There were a total of 120 people competing this time, which was 120 martial emperor powerhouses. Li Lingtian enjoyed the grapes peeled by Tang Qingyue as he watched the competition on the high platform. However, he felt extremely bored watching the competition on the high platform. Are you bored? Huangfu Yuyan spoke softly. She could naturally tell that Li Lingtian was bored. He did not want to watch a 3rd firmament martial emperor competition at all. No matter how heaven-defying it was, it could not be more heaven-defying than him. Forget it. Let's settle the matters here as soon as possible so that we don't get bored here. Li Lingtian replied softly. Although he did not take these martial emperors seriously, he was not too arrogant. Right now, when he saw the competition between ordinary martial monarch realm experts, it was as if he was watching a child fight. Although these martial monarch realm experts in front of him were all super geniuses and had extraordinary aspects, they were simply very ordinary in his eyes. If this continues, it will only be a day. The competition will end today. At that time, we will rest for a while and go out to train. Sitting behind Li Lingtian, Shun Mei's small mouth moved close to Li Lingtian's ear as she whispered softly. Li Lingtian's blood vessels surged as he glared at Shun Mei. Immediately, Shun Mei started laughing, but her voice was very soft. In this place, even if they didn't make a sound, they would still become the focus of countless experts. After all, they were all peerless beauties. With so many beauties gathered together, no matter where they were, they would become a beautiful scenery. Alright, I'll listen to you. Li Lingtian stretched lazily with a lazy smile on his face. He looked completely different from before. In the eyes of outsiders, Li Lingtian was either a spoiled brat or a young man who was obsessed with beauty. Only Tang Qingyue and the others understood Li Lingtian's strength. Whatever Li Lingtian did was always right. Moreover, Li Lingtian's current appearance was completely spoiling them, making them feel extremely happy. Life needed something to spice things up, even between husband and wife. Following that, Li Lingtian and the others chatted along the corridor. In the eyes of the crowd, Li Lingtian was already a rich second-generation heir, a good-for-nothing in the eyes of the strong. Time flew by quickly and the high platform was bursting with energy. Even if Li Lingtian did not take a martial emperor powerhouse's duel seriously, a martial emperor was still a martial emperor. The battles were earth-shattering, and countless martial artists were incomparably excited. In the eyes of some powerhouses below the supreme realm, a battle between martial emperors was a battle between immortals and gods. It was completely beyond their imagination. A martial emperor powerhouse's casual action contained the mystical mysteries of heaven and earth, and it was enough to destroy the world. However, on the arena in the center of Tianhe Square, there was a magical restriction that suppressed a part of the force and pressure exerted by the martial artists. This meant that it did not affect the experts outside the high platform, but no one dared to get too close. Finally, in the afternoon, all the super geniuses had a round of competition. Those who were eliminated had all been eliminated, leaving only 10 7th level martial emperor realm geniuses. Each of the 4 great clans had a super genius and 3 rogue cultivators. More importantly, there was a woman among them. The competition has already reached the final crucial moment. The competition of the true geniuses is about to begin. Xuanyuan said loudly. As soon as his voice fell, the entire Tianhe square was in an uproar. Although the geniuses who had failed before had failed, they had to admit that they were equally powerful. However, they had only encountered stronger opponents and geniuses. This world was cruel and never fair. Only the fittest survived and the strong were respected. The remaining 7 super geniuses were the most powerful. Moreover, the 7 super geniuses were all existences at the 7th heaven. For a martial supreme, every realm was a world of its own. It was impossible to defeat an opponent of a higher realm because not everyone was called Liling Tian. D family, DE, 7th heaven martial emperor realm. Gongsun Tianyu of the Gongsun family is at the 7th heaven martial emperor realm. Bailey Yunfei of the Bailey family, 7th heaven martial emperor realm. Lan family, 7th heaven martial emperor Lan Yao. Ba Wushuang, 7th heaven martial emperor realm. Leng Xian, 7th heaven martial emperor realm. Shui Tian, 7th heaven martial emperor realm. Xuanyuan revealed the identities of the remaining 7 7th heaven martial emperors and their cultivation realms. The people on this stage might not be the strongest martial monarch realm experts in their families, but they were the most powerful geniuses because they had all become martial monarch realm experts at the age of 2 to 300. Moreover, the age limit for this competition was 300 years old, which also limited the number of experts and geniuses. In the 4 great clans in Tianhe's sacred city, there were many 8th and 9th firmament martial monarch realm experts. However, they were all over 300 years old. Naturally, they could not participate in the competition. Although Li Lingtian was chatting earlier, he was also paying attention to the match in the arena from time to time. Their cultivation and strength were completely out of proportion. In other words, a level 3 martial monarch realm expert's true strength was equivalent to a level 4 or even a level 5 martial monarch realm expert. Moreover, a 7th heaven martial monarch realm expert's strength was similar to a 9th heaven martial monarch realm expert. Why was he called a genius? This was a genius. The competition can begin freely. Life and death do not matter. After Xuanyuan finished speaking, a strange smile appeared on his face. Then, he sat down and didn't seem to care at all. For a moment, the hundreds of thousands of martial artists in the square were incomparably surprised. Even the 7 super geniuses on the stage were stunned. However, someone quickly reacted. They were free to challenge, and the one standing last was first. On the stage, the 7 super geniuses quickly spread out, each standing in an independent position. They carefully looked at the other 6 experts, worried that they would be attacked. The 7 super geniuses split up, but no one dared to make the first move. As long as someone made a move, they would be surrounded by destructive attacks. The atmosphere was strange and oppressive. Hundreds of thousands of martial artists did not dare to make a sound, afraid of breaking this critical balance. The judges and super experts on the 2 long corridors all revealed worried expressions. This kind of competition was extremely dangerous. If they were not careful, they would be killed by the joint forces. Di Tian and Gongsun Haoming felt incomparably anxious in their hearts. The situation had already completely exceeded their control. Since the Xuanyuan family didn't participate in the competition, they couldn't kill the geniuses of the Xuanyuan family. However, there were 7 super geniuses now, and only 2 of them were on the stage. If one of them didn't do well, the 2 super geniuses would die. Sir Worryless, I don't think this kind of competition is good. Di Tian spoke. After that, the other clan leaders of the 3 major clans also glanced at Xuanyuan Wuyo. Xuanyuan Wuyo was the most talented disciple of their clans. If he died, they wouldn't be able to bear such a loss. Moreover, the experts of the 4 great clans emitted a faint aura, as if they were working together to exert pressure on Xuanyuan Wuyo. All the martial artists in the square could see the situation. Although they were afraid of such a competition, it was too cruel. However, when they saw the four families working together to put pressure on the Xuanyuan family, they felt unhappy, but they didn't dare to show it. For a moment, all the warriors looked at Xuanyuan Biyao and Xuanyuan Tianming. I really feel sorry for all of you. You're just a bunch of trash. Why do you have to put so much effort into it? A cold voice rang out. The voice was flat and cold, and the entire air seemed to be frozen. Some warriors with low cultivation clearly felt a chill. The originally peaceful square was filled with this extremely discordant voice, which sounded extremely ear-piercing. Trash? A super genius at the seventh heaven of the martial emperor realm was trash? The super geniuses of the four great families and Tianhe's sacred city were trash. Who else in this world could be called a genius? For a moment, many martial artists were shocked and disdainful as they looked in the direction of this voice. All eyes fell on Li Lingtian. They were so jealous of Li Lingtian's spoilt look and the 11 beauties beside him. If Li Lingtian had not been sitting in Xuanyuan's seat, they would have torn him apart. Chapter 556, Peak Duel, 1. Brother Worryless, your Xuanyuan family's disciples are really not bad. Lan Yuntian, the patriarch of the Lan family, said loudly. There had not been any geniuses in the Xuanyuan family for all these years, but they had actually given up on the competition this time. Now, a person from the Xuanyuan family said that the super genius on the stage was trash. How could he not be angry? At the same time, the other family heads were also furious and wanted an explanation. This young man from the Xuanyuan family actually called all the super geniuses trash in front of the world and definitely wouldn't let him have a good life. I said that they are trash. Are you not convinced? I originally thought that the four great clans were nothing impressive, but it turns out that they are just a bunch of clowns. That I can only say that you are ignorant. In front of me, you are just unsightly ants. Li Lingtian looked coldly at the family heads of the four great families. His expression was calm and composed as if he was talking about something very normal. In the end, his gaze shifted to the arena. Wherever his gaze passed, the 7 martial emperor powerhouses felt an inexplicable tremble. Good, you have guts. Come up if you have the ability. Let's see how you climb down. Dyl's whole body was emitting a shocking aura. How could he tolerate being called trash? Geniuses had the pride of a genius. They could not care less about anything else as they glared at Li Lingtian with a cold and provocative gaze. At the same time, their eyes swept across Tang Genji and the others. Ignorant. Li Lingtian stood up with a calm expression on his face. Tang Genji stood up as well and helped Li Lingtian tidy up his clothes. Her actions were an insult to the 7 powerhouses in the arena. This was because even if Li Lingtian were to make a move, his clothes would not be messed up at all. Furthermore, his appearance made countless proud sons of heaven jealous. Tang Genji was like a gentle wife, the complete opposite of the icy beauty from before. Big brother Lingtian, you're too bored. Don't lower yourself to the level of trash. Xuanyuan Yingying was also extremely mischievous. She naturally wouldn't let go of such a fun thing. Seeing Tang Qinghua like this, how could she not add fuel to the fire? For a moment, the atmosphere in the square was extremely strange. Di's face began to twist as he glared at Li Lingtian as if he wanted to eat him alive. However, at that moment, Li Lingtian's figure flashed strangely and his body disappeared. Bang! With a muffled sound, Di's body was thrown up in an arc. A mouthful of blood scattered in the air. He was blown 100 meters away. Li Lingtian's vanished figure reappeared on the corridor. He was floating in the air with a faint smile on his face. He looked at De, who was thrown into the air, as if he was an ant. Whoosh! There was an uproar in the arena. Hundreds of thousands of warriors did not witness Li Lingtian's attack. The corridor was 1,000 meters away from the arena. When Li Lingtian's figure disappeared, De was already sent flying. Such speed and strength was something that even the 7th Heaven Martial Emperor De, a super genius, could not react to. The number 1 at the 7th Heaven Martial Emperor realm had already reached the peak of the 9th heaven. Even an expert at the peak of the 9th heaven might not be a match for De. Even so, De was easily sent flying by Li Lingtian. If Li Lingtian were to kill him, would De still be alive? This thought appeared in the minds of countless martial artists. I said that you are a bunch of trash, and you are still not convinced. Trash isn't scary. What's scary is that trash is thick-skinned and ignorant. I am the natural moat that you will never be able to cross. Li Lingtian spoke calmly as his entire body exuded an aura that looked down on the world. At this moment, the mighty martial emperor's pressure was unleashed and a terrifying pressure was infused into the air. His entire being was one with the world. The 3rd Heaven Martial Emperor realm had shocking means and aura. Countless super experts were shocked. The 4 family heads were all shocked. All these years, the Xuanyuan family had not had any outstanding geniuses. But why was this 3rd Heaven Martial Emperor so powerful? In front of this powerful aura, all the martial artists felt a shocking sense of oppression. Pfft! De forcefully stopped in the air and spat out another mouthful of blood. His eyes were filled with anger. He was completely caught off guard by Li Lingtian's attack earlier. In his mind, Li Lingtian had launched a sneak attack. Otherwise, with his level 7 cultivation base and astounding skills, even a level 9 powerhouse would not be his match. Li Lingtian would never be able to defeat him. Damn it. Dyl's face contorted as a shocking aura emanated from him. The aura of a 7th Heaven Martial Emperor was accompanied by Li Lingtian's destruction, shocking countless 9th Heaven Martial Emperors. After he released his chi power, the other 6 super geniuses quickly retreated and used their shields to resist De's shocking power. Hegemonic chi of heaven and earth. It was unknown who cried out in surprise, and instantly, countless experts were shocked. Hegemonic QJ of heaven and earth? Isn't this the legendary heaven-grade cultivation technique? I didn't expect DE to practice a heaven-level cultivation method. No wonder he's so powerful. For a time, countless super powerhouses were shocked because this hegemonic chi of heaven and earth art was a heaven-rank cultivation art. Cultivation techniques were different from skills. Skills could be created by countless people. Although heaven-grade divine powers were rare among experts below the Supreme Realm, Martial Emperors and Supreme Realm experts used heaven-grade divine powers. However, heaven-grade cultivation techniques were definitely extremely rare. Even if there were 1,000 heaven-grade divine powers, it was not necessarily possible to encounter a heaven-grade cultivation technique. A good cultivation technique could bring heaven-defying cultivation to an expert. The cultivation speed was extremely fast, and it was extremely powerful. The stronger the cultivation technique, the faster the cultivation speed, and the more true essence, the stronger the power. Even among the 4 great families, there were very few heaven-level cultivation techniques. It was naturally shocking that DE cultivated the hegemonic QJ of heaven and earth. Boom! 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 In the air, the destructive aura continuously tore through the space. The aura was terrifying. Countless martial artists quickly retreated, not daring to get too close to the arena. Every warrior looked shocked and terrified. They were afraid of DE's power. What a terrifying hegemonic QJ of the heaven and earth art. Even a 9th Heaven Martial Monarch Realm expert might not be a match for him. The few super 9th Heaven powerhouses were shocked as they could not help but look at Li Lingtian. Li Lingtian was lucky to have ambushed DE earlier. If DE had unleashed the hegemonic chi of heaven and earth, Li Lingtian would not have been able to send DE flying and he would have been the one defeated. The 6 super geniuses also retreated. They did not dare to stay in the ring. Their expressions changed constantly. It turned out that De had been hiding. All of a sudden, countless warriors were shocked by De's power. Trash. Trash. Li Lingtian looked at De's imposing manner. He was curious, but he was not shocked. It was just a heaven-level cultivation technique. Compared to his cannon, it was like a cloud and earth. Even if he was given a heaven-grade cultivation technique, he would not even look at it. Not to mention a heaven-grade cultivation technique, he would not even bother to cultivate the Saint Demon quintessence. He had all the holy books on him, so he naturally looked down on a heaven-grade cultivation technique. His indifferent voice was in stark contrast to De's powerful aura. As soon as he finished speaking, he attracted countless looks of contempt and regret. Everyone thought that Li Lingtian was ignorant and that ignorance would bring death. They had already regarded Li Lingtian as one of the four. However, all the experts were puzzled and shocked. Li Lingtian walked toward the arena step by step in the air. With every step he took, he exuded a shocking aura. His aura continued to rise, but Li Lingtian's expression remained calm and he did not seem to mind. The terrifying aura came from the heaven and earth reincarnation technique and the will of the 5 elements. The heaven and earth reincarnation technique itself was an existence that fused with any attribute of heaven and earth. The will of the 5 elements was the 5 elements that maintained the existence of heaven and earth. They were all natural attributes. With Li Lingtian's current cultivation base, there was no need for him to use dragon energy and the holy demon's quintessence. He did not even need to use the devouring light. Competing with him in terms of aura and divine sense was completely asking for a beating. Under the astonished gazes of hundreds of thousands of warriors, Li Lingtian had already arrived above the arena. His shocking aura tore through the space, but the space was instantly closed in front of his aura. The 5 elements of heaven and earth, 5 elements perfection, that it's the 5 elements paragon, the 5 elements with the will of the great path, what a terrifying aura. Countless supreme martial emperors had already seen Li Lingtian's aura and were shocked to the point of exclaiming. What kind of existence was the 5 elements perfection? It was heaven-defying, truly heaven-defying. There had never been an expert with the 5 elements perfection in the Tianhe zone. Even in the divine martial continent, no one had ever heard of a 5 elements perfection expert. Even if he possessed the 5 elements, he would not be able to cultivate it. However, the young man in front of him had actually reached the 3rd heaven martial emperor realm, and he was even at the completion of the 5 elements. What was a genius? What was a monster? In front of this young man, everything was trash. In front of this young man, no one dared to call themselves geniuses. No wonder this young man said that the 7 super geniuses were a bunch of trash. It turned out to be so. Putting everything else aside, just the 5 elements perfection was an existence that was rarely seen in the divine martial continent for hundreds of thousands of years. Shocked, still shocked. Even if countless low-level warriors did not know the power of 5 elements perfection, they knew what it meant to possess the 5 elements. It was definitely heaven-defying. Moreover, judging from Li Lingtian's aura, he was not any weaker than De. In fact, he was even more terrifying. Boom! At that moment, Li Lingtian's aura burst forth like an attack that crashed into De. Similarly, De's cultivation was at the 7th heaven, but his strength had already reached the peak of the 9th heaven of the martial emperor realm. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was invincible under the martial saint realm. Li Lingtian was shocked when he displayed the 5 elements perfection, but he was not confused. A shocking aura crashed into Li Lingtian. The 2 terrifying auras collided fiercely, producing a destructive explosion. The materialization of the aura was even more terrifying than the attack. Only a heaven-defying genius could achieve such a substantial aura. Now, 2 martial emperor geniuses had achieved it. Chapter 557, A Strong Suppression. Pfft. The battle of aura could not be faked at all. It was impossible to have any treasures to defend. Only true aura could determine the victor. It was either defeat or victory. The two auras collided, and De only felt a wave of destructive power coming at him. This kind of imposing attack was all-pervasive and directly destroyed the minds of experts. De was thrown out like a kite with a broken string, but his aura did not disappear. Li Lingtian's body was hurtling forward as his destructive aura formed a halo. De's entire body was suppressed by Li Lingtian's aura as he quickly retreated. Get lost. Li Lingtian lost interest when he saw De's expression. He unleashed all his aura and pressed it down on De. Boom, bang. With a muffled sound, the destructive aura smashed De to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Li Lingtian spun around and stood in the air above the arena. He stood proudly between heaven and earth like a god of war as his aura emanated from his body. Hegemonic chi of heaven and earth, trash. Take out your strongest skill, or you'll regret it later. Let's go together. Li Lingtian looked at De on the ground with disdain. A genius was only a genius when he was strong. A fallen genius was no different from a good-for-nothing. Then, his gaze swept over the 6 super geniuses not far away from the arena, including the geniuses who had originally failed. His voice was calm, but it was like a clap of thunder. A 3rd-level martial emperor defeated De, who was at the 7th-level martial emperor realm, with his aura. Now, he was asking all the martial emperors to attack him together. If it were before, they would have thought that Li Lingtian was ignorant and arrogant. However, they were now shocked by Li Lingtian's courage and strength. Hush! All the martial artists' eyes were filled with excitement and deep shock. It turned out that this young man was so powerful that Di Lian did not even have the chance to attack before he was defeated. Now that they saw Li Lingtian challenge all the geniuses by himself, no one was not excited because they had seen a true powerhouse. Alright, then let me experience your strength. The 6 super geniuses looked at each other with shock and excitement in their eyes. This was the excitement of an expert. It was difficult to meet an opponent. Now that he had met one, even if he was shocked by the opponent's strength, he still wanted to fight. This was because Li Lingtian had ignited their fighting spirit and they could fight without holding back. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The sound of air being torn apart rang out as 6 super geniuses flew up and formed a circle around Li Lingtian. Hundreds of geniuses were also suspended in the air. All the geniuses participating in the competition displayed their shocking auras and the treasures in their hands. Countless powerhouses in the square were stunned by this scene. A 3rd heaven martial emperor wanted to fight against all the geniuses. Was he crazy? Looks like you guys aren't completely useless. You still have some fighting spirit. But if you want to survive, just fighting spirit is not enough. Are you not convinced? We can only endure it. Li Lingtian's gaze turned sharp as his aura vanished. He was devoid of any aura and looked just like an ordinary person. However, her tone was a stark contrast to his. Domineering, arrogant, and arrogant. As he spoke, he circulated the true essence in his entire body to the extreme. A pair of crystal clear wings appeared on his shoulder. The wings were like phantoms. Moreover, the wings emitted waves of muffled thunder. Hush! Li Lingtian's figure disappeared and all the geniuses gasped. This was because De had been at a disadvantage in the beginning because of this move. Li Lingtian's disappearance immediately frightened the hundreds of geniuses. They channeled their true essence and cast their defenses. Boom, pft. With a dull thud, a 3rd firmament martial emperor super genius was struck by Li Lingtian's punch. At the same time, he spat out a mouthful of blood and his body fell powerlessly. Boom, boom. Boom. Li Lingtian's body flickered with a series of muffled sounds. With every strike, a martial emperor powerhouse fell off the stage. All the martial emperor powerhouses started to move. They did not dare to stand still because they would be targeted by Li Lingtian if they did. He was shocked to the core. Li Lingtian's movement technique was too terrifying and strange. No one could find his trail, not even the spatial fluctuation. Bang! There was another dull thud. There were only a dozen martial emperor powerhouses in the air. Moreover, these were all geniuses at the 6th or 7th heaven. Li Lingtian's figure reappeared at the spot where he was standing earlier. A dozen super geniuses surrounded Li Lingtian with shock and horror in their eyes. Not only them, but all the experts in the square were stunned by what happened in the sky. Was this still a great battle? It was a massacre. Although they were not killed by Li Lingtian did not even need to use his skills or weapons to defeat them all. Even though they suspected that it was a sneak attack, this was a big battle. They were aware of Li Lingtian's presence, but they could not dodge. They could only be sent flying. You guys, as long as you can take one of my moves, you'll be geniuses. Li Lingtian's eyes were filled with a tyrannical intent. The dozen or so martial emperor geniuses trembled under his gaze. One move, defeat everyone in one move, that's impossible. Li Lingtian's words jolted the stunned warrior powerhouses awake as they stared at Li Lingtian in horror. At that moment, Li Lingtian's terror was beyond their imagination. One person shuttled through the crowd of over 100 geniuses and sent all of them flying. None of them even touched the corner of Li Lingtian's clothes. They were all shocked by Li Lingtian's movement technique, but they were even more shocked now. Li Lingtian was going to defeat all the powerhouses in one move. That was his true strength, and there was nothing fake about it. Not to mention the 3rd heaven martial emperor realm, even a powerhouse at the peak of the 9th heaven martial emperor realm would not dare to say such a big thing. Tyrant heaven art, white dragon light, celestial river veil, trendy traceless, 3000 grotto heaven fingers, treasure and cloud light. Instantly, the dozen powerhouses in the air unleashed their strongest defense and attack. Only they could personally experience Li Lingtian's terror. If they were to continue hiding now, they would only be defeated. Hiss. Huff, huff, huff. Crash. Voila. Roar. Roar. For a moment, a shocking aura soared into the sky, and space was torn apart. The dozen or so super geniuses were all at the 6th or 7th firmament martial emperor realm. Such a formation was only meant to deal with Li Lingtian. Between heaven and earth, it was as if the end of the world had arrived. All the martial artists retreated quickly. There was no one within 100 miles of the center of the square. The destructive wind and force wreaked havoc, and the space trembled continuously. In the face of the destructive attacks of more than 10 martial monarch realm experts, even the world felt like it was trembling. Li Lingtian hovered in the midst of the destructive aura with his hands behind his back and his eyes slightly closed. His face was filled with calmness and composure. Right now, he completely displayed the demeanor of a powerhouse and a grandmaster. He felt inferior when he saw countless 9th heaven martial emperors. Hundreds of thousands of martial artists were filled with admiration and admiration. This was a true expert. He could still be so calm when facing more than 10 experts whose cultivation was countless times stronger than him. The 5 elements combine into one, and heaven and earth are balanced. I'll show you how powerful this world is. Li Lingtian opened his mouth and spoke indifferently, ignoring the dozen or so devastating attacks. Li Lingtian extended his arms out in front of him as a terrifying aura emanated from his body. His aura was one with the heaven and earth. The 5 elements will of the great path circulated, and the true dragon body barrier circulated. The destructive heaven and earth reincarnation art circulated the 5 elements will of the great path, and in an instant, 99 5-colored spiritual pearls appeared. 99 5-colored spiritual pearls within a radius of 100 meters revolved around Li Lingtian, forming a formation. The heaven and earth spirit chi surged toward Li Lingtian. Li Lingtian was already in the midst of a storm of attacks and destruction. However, as the 99 5-colored spirit pearls continued to spin, a dull thud echoed in the sky. Li Lingtian's 10 fingers flew as his eyes snapped open. His long hair danced in the wind and he looked extremely elegant. 9. God. Star, Shen. For voices that sounded like dragon roars rang out. Every word carried supreme majesty. The voice seemed to come from the heavens. Instantly, the five-colored spiritual pearl beside Li Lingtian turned into a stream of light and a colorful halo appeared. Countless attacks bombarded the light circle. However, the destructive attacks of more than 10 super-genius martial monarch realm experts disappeared on the light circle. It was completely like a clay ox entering the sea. What a terrifying 9 heavenly stars. Almighty technique. How is that possible? That's impossible. How can a martial monarch realm expert control an almighty's technique? How can there still be almighty techniques in this world? On the long corridor and in the plaza, countless martial emperors exclaimed as they stared blankly at the 9 heavenly stars in front of Li Lingtian. Looking at the terrifying 9 stars in the sky, it was as if it was an independent world. In front of the stars in the 9 skies, even the martial emperor powerhouses felt insignificant. They were like a grain of sand in the vast ocean. The hundreds of thousands of warriors in the plaza were completely stunned by Li Lingtian's 9 heavenly stars. They had no idea what was going on in their minds, let alone what Li Lingtian's 9 heavenly stars was. Explode, ripping the heavens, freeze the world, peerless saber intent, mad god slash, undesirable finger. The dozen or so super geniuses were shocked beyond words when they saw their destructive attacks being resolved by the other party's light circle. For a moment, they felt true fear. He also used his trump card, his eyes filled with terror. There's no point in struggling. It's futile. Li Lingtian's entire being was like a god standing high above the masses. He had the aura of a god descending upon the world. In a flash, 100-meter-wide halo crashed down on the dozen or so martial emperor geniuses, completely blocking the dozen or so destructive attacks. Such a method shocked countless experts. The air was extremely quiet, as if it had fallen silent. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen attacks bombarded the circle of light. Chapter 558, The Elegance of That Sword, 1. Boom! With a shocking explosion, the originally quiet space was broken. A dozen devastating attacks bombarded Li Lingtian's 9 skies star. The stars in the 9 skies trembled as if they were about to shatter. Blood trickled down the corner of Li Lingtian's mouth as his face turned pale. After all, his opponent was not just one martial monarch realm expert, but more than 10 super geniuses at the 6th or 7th heaven of the martial monarch realm. The skills they used were also forbidden. No matter how powerful Li Lingtian's 9 heavenly stars was, it was impossible for him to withstand so many attacks without breaking a sweat. Furthermore, Li Lingtian's cultivation base was too low and he did not have control over the 9 heavenly stars. It could be considered as a forced display. Bang! Bang! At that moment, more than 10 attacks disappeared into the 9 heaven stars. Li Lingtian cast a spell with both hands. A terrifying force appeared between heaven and earth as a dozen martial emperor powerhouses were captured by Li Lingtian. Immediately after, the halo of the 9 heavenly stars spread out explosively, and more than 10 martial emperor powerhouses fell off the arena. The 99 five-colored spiritual pearls kept spinning and gradually stopped. With a single grab, the 99 five-colored spiritual pearls vanished and transformed into a stream of light that entered Li Lingtian's dantian. Whoosh! After a short period of silence, the entire square was in an uproar. He defeated all the martial monarch realm experts by himself and even used an earth-shattering skill. The powerhouses on the corridor were also shocked beyond words. There was nothing that could describe Li Lingtian's strength. A third heaven martial emperor challenging a group of heroes and controlling the 9 stars in the sky. What kind of concept was this? Who else is not convinced? Come up here. Li Lingtian floated in the air and wiped the blood off the corner of his mouth with one hand. He then looked around. Wherever his gaze passed, all the experts lowered their heads. As soon as he finished speaking, no one dared to make a sound anymore. They were afraid that they would be killed if they made a sound. Countless young ladies looked at Li Lingtian excitedly. Countless proud sons of heaven felt ashamed at this moment. Compared to this young man before them, they were nothing. No wonder there were so many beauties following him. This was a true expert. On the long corridor, Tang Qingyue and the others were extremely excited. Their little faces were filled with happiness and sweetness because the person on the stage was their man, a powerful man. There was no beauty who did not love a hero. Li Lingtian was a true powerhouse who looked down on the world. Xuanyuan Biyao and Xuanyuan Tianming looked extremely satisfied, but they were shocked. They had never seen Li Lingtian's true strength, but now that they had witnessed it, it was beyond their imagination. Although Li Lingtian had only used one move, it was enough to defeat all the geniuses. The geniuses paled in comparison to Li Lingtian. They no longer had the halo of being geniuses. In front of Li Lingtian, they were not qualified to be called geniuses. Di Tian and Gong Sun Haoming could only smile bitterly in their hearts. Just a disciple from the Xuanyuan clan alone was able to sweep away all the supreme geniuses in Tianhe City. Did the Xuanyuan clan really not have any geniuses? Then what was this young man? Not a genius, definitely not a genius, because he was a monster. Big brother Ling Tian is too handsome. Xuanyuan Yingying was extremely happy. Her small face was flushed with excitement as she shouted in a delicate voice. Instantly, everyone shifted their attention to Xuanyuan Yingying and the others. However, when they thought of Li Lingtian's terrifying strength, they did not dare to show any profane expressions. However, these peerless beauties were too stunning. Only such a peerless beauty could match such a shocking demon. You're courting death. Just as all the powerhouses were mesmerized by Xuanyuan Yingying and the other ladies, Li Lingtian shouted softly. His voice was like a dragon's roar to the heavens. All the warriors stared coldly at the void and saw a huge handprint appear in the air. The handprint moved along the trajectory of heaven and earth as it slammed toward Li Lingtian. Martial Saint. All the super experts were shocked and they saw the handprint in the void and felt the aura that only martial saints could have. What kind of existence was a martial saint powerhouse? They were known as invincible existences. At this moment it was shocking that a martial saint powerhouse would risk offending the Xuanyuan family to kill Li Lingtian. Indeed, it was imaginable that Li Lingtian was only at the third firmament martial emperor realm, yet he had defeated all the martial emperor powerhouses in one move. His strength was terrifying, and more importantly, Li Lingtian's talent. If he grew up, no one would be able to suppress him. Now that he took the risk to kill him and solve the future trouble, it was worth it even if he had to pay too much. The palm print pressed down like the might of the heavens, giving people an irresistible power that made people lose the slightest consciousness of resisting. Countless experts trembled as if the Grim Reaper had descended. The strongest among those present was only a 9th-level martial emperor. The appearance of a destructive attack from a martial saint was naturally frightening. At that moment, everyone felt sorry for Li Lingtian. No matter how heaven-defying he was no match for a warrior sage powerhouse who had once tried to kill him. Naturally, they did not expect that Li Lingtian had not only met a martial saint, but he had also killed a martial saint powerhouse. The palm print in the air was extremely fast and it reached Li Lingtian's control in an instant. The palm print was 100 meters wide and wherever it passed, the space shattered. While everyone was shocked and afraid, they were worried about Li Lingtian. Only a few people noticed the change in Li Lingtian's expression. Although Tang Qingyue and the rest were worried, they knew Li Lingtian's strength. He had killed a martial saint in the demonic tower. Naturally, Li Lingtian would not be in any danger with the current martial saint. Xuanyuan Biyao and Xuanyuan Tianming had been worried for Li Lingtian for the past 2 days. After all, he was a martial saint powerhouse. However, he was relieved when he thought of the few elders hiding in the shadows. The 4th or 5th Firmament Martial Saint Realm Elders would not let Li Lingtian get hurt. Di Tian smiled bitterly as he looked at Li Lingtian. Apart from him, there were many powerhouses who were looking at Li Lingtian. They wanted to know if Li Lingtian had a way to withstand the Martial Saint's destructive attack. However, when they saw Li Lingtian's expression, they were confused and speechless. The corner of Li Lingtian's mouth twitched as a look of disdain appeared on his face. His eyes revealed traces of killing intent. This kind of performance made countless experts feel that it was difficult to understand. Could it be that this young man did not take the Martial Saint's attack seriously? After this thought appeared, these experts also found it unbelievable. This thought was too ridiculous. However, they were so shocked by Li Lingtian's actions that their eyeballs nearly fell out of their sockets. All the martial artists were attracted by a shocking aura. Li Lingtian stood on the arena and unleashed his metal will of the way. A shocking sword will spread out, and his entire being was like a sharp sword standing proudly between heaven and earth. I'm speechless, they're all trash and trash, metal will. Li Lingtian said coldly with a helpless look on his face. There was even more contempt. The terrifying will of the great path of gold was unleashed, and the space was torn apart by the destructive power of the will of the great path. He reached out with one hand, and a stream of light appeared between his eyebrows. A 3-foot-long sword appeared in his hand. The long sword was translucent, but it emitted a shocking pressure. It was the pressure of a supreme saint weapon. The appearance of this pressure made countless experts tremble in shock. Heaven's Sword Unity. With the appearance of the Tianyu sword, Li Lingtian's body flashed and he charged toward the palm print. The long sword in his hand burst out a 100-meter-long sword beam. The shocking sword will transformed into sword force, and Li Lingtian's figure disappeared as well. He was completely integrated into the sword beam and had achieved the state of combining heaven and sword. The shocking sword light shook the minds of hundreds of thousands of martial artists. The terror of the sword light exceeded their imagination. The entire process seemed to take a long time, but it happened in the blink of an eye. The shocking sword light was like a destructive heavenly might in the sky as it ruthlessly slashed down on the palm print. Kacha. Boom. Boom. Ah. The space shattered like a mirror being broken into pieces. The sword light ruthlessly slashed onto the palm print, emitting a cracking sound. Then, the space within 100 meters of the sword beam shattered inch by inch. A blood-curdling scream rang out in the sky. A thin old man appeared in the air, but the moment he appeared, he was destroyed by the sword light and turned into dust, disappearing from the world. The sky shook and the earth trembled. As the sword radiance vanished, Li Lingtian's figure appeared once again. He hovered steadily above the arena as he looked at the Tianyu sword in his hand with a serious expression and nodded in satisfaction. Yes, he's still too weak. Li Lingtian stared at the void as he spoke coldly. With a flick of his divine consciousness, the Tianyu sword transformed into a stream of light and entered his glabella. Tianhe Plaza was silent as hundreds of thousands of warriors stared blankly at Li Lingtian. This young man had defeated all the martial emperor super geniuses with one move and destroyed a martial saint powerhouse who had ambushed him with the earth-shattering Heaven's Sword Unity. That move, 9 stars in the sky, shocked the minds of countless experts. That move, Heaven's Sword Unity, stunned the eyes of hundreds of thousands of martial artists. Tianhe's sacred city is too quiet. You are all geniuses. Tianhe's sacred city needs you to flourish because I am not in the same world as you. There is no need for you to look for trouble. However, some people who are restless better behave themselves. Because in my eyes, you are just a clown. This genius competition ends here. Will continue in 10 years. That I am the young master of the Xuanyuan family. If you are not satisfied, you can come to me openly. I welcome you. But if you want to play dirty, I prefer it. Li Lingtian glanced at the hundreds of thousands of warriors. Wherever his gaze passed, all the warriors lowered their heads. In front of him, a genius was still a genius, and trash was still trash. Because he was not a genius, he was a monster. The voice was indifferent. No one dared to have the slightest objection. In the end, his gaze landed on Di Tian and Gong Sun Haoming. His gaze was as though it was corporeal, but he quickly shifted his gaze. With his divine soul vision, he could see the strangeness in each of their expressions. He didn't want to name them now and just gave them a chance. If they didn't repent, any one of the Xuanyuan family members could wipe out the 4 great families. Chapter 559, The Distant Xuanzhou, 1. Being stared at, Di Tian and Gong Sun Haoming's hearts trembled. It was as though they had been seen through. He was afraid. A martial saint was destroyed with a single sword strike. What else could he use to fight with the Xuanyuan family? The Xuanyuan family had never brought out a genius, and everyone thought that the Xuanyuan family had declined. But now, someone casually pulled out a person and beat all the geniuses like dogs. Even a martial saint powerhouse was destroyed, and he still wanted to compete with the Xuanyuan family for the world. It was simply a joke. Countless geniuses had been thoroughly defeated. A genius was still a genius, but he was not in the same world as Li Lingtian. This was a blow to him. Li Lingtian did not care about that. In a flash, he returned to the corridor. Grandfather, Ling Tian will go back first. He bowed to Xuanyuan Tianming and flew toward the Heavenly River Temple with Tang Qingyue and the others. His elegant figure was embraced by 11 beautiful girls, making people envious. Countless low-level martial artists worshipped him to the extreme. This was a strong person, a true strong person. Li Lingtian, Tang Qingyue, and the others sat down to rest after they returned to the Divine Moon Palace. After all, he had used up a lot of energy to cast the 9 heaven stars, and his meridians had been damaged. He needed to recuperate, but this time, he didn't need the help of Shun Mei, and the others. Tianhe Saint City was in an uproar. Xuanyuan Lingtian of the Xuanyuan family was the young master of the Xuanyuan family. It was a world-shaking and peerless move. It defeated a genius with one move and shocked the world with one sword. There was also that peerless beauty who was the topic of discussion among countless experts. For a moment, the entire Heavenly River Sacred City was talking about Xuanyuan Lingtian and his wife. Without a doubt, Xuanyuan Lingtian had become the most powerful monster in Tianhe's Sacred City, a chasm that countless super geniuses could never cross. The 4 great clans had truly quieted down. Li Lingtian's appearance had made them realize the true might of the Xuanyuan family. It was something that they could not surpass. In Tianhe's Sacred City, everyone was curious about who that martial saint powerhouse was and why he would kill the genius of the Xuanyuan family in Tianhe's Sacred City. Only the Di family understood that they had suffered unspeakably. Also, Gong Sun Hao of the Gong Sun family knew that the martial saint was from the Di family. Brat, your 9 heaven stars and heavenly sword fusion was too brilliant. I didn't expect you to have such a powerful technique. Xuanyuan Tianming and a few elders gathered in the main hall of the Heavenly River Temple. Li Lingtian, Tang Qingyue, and the rest were naturally there as well. Xuanyuan Tianming was extremely excited. It was as if the person on the stage today was him. That domineering and powerful aura made people's blood boil. It was just luck, just luck. Ever since Li Lingtian was tricked by Xuanyuan Tianming, he had not been kind to the old man. This wasn't to say that he didn't respect Xuanyuan Tianming, but that the two of them spoke more naturally. They didn't care about anything else at all and said whatever they had to say without any restraint. Xuanyuan Tianming felt much more relaxed. Did you see through the identity of the martial saint who was killed? Xuanyuan Tianming pondered for a moment before shifting the topic to the MAM topic. Although the Xuanyuan family wasn't afraid of the 4 great families, since someone dared to target the Xuanyuan family, they had to be punished. Although Li Lingtian did not pursue the matter, anyone who dared to offend the Xuanyuan family would definitely suffer in the future. The people of the D family are also using the hegemonic qi of heaven and earth. Li Lingtian did not hesitate to reveal the warrior sage powerhouse's identity. The warrior sage had a mask that could hide his face, but it could not conceal his cultivation base and aura. It was impossible to hide one's identity among experts unless one changed their aura like Li Lingtian did. However, how many people in this world could do it? Even those who cultivated both magic and martial arts might not be as easy as him. One had to know that the cultivation techniques he cultivated were the holy scriptures of the same race. Even if others wanted to doubt him, they would not believe their own thoughts. After all, the pure aura could not be changed just like that. If Li Lingtian were to change his aura and turn into a demon, he would definitely become a powerful demon, a true demon powerhouse. If he used dragon energy, he would become a true dragon clan powerhouse. By using the heaven and earth reincarnation technique and the 5 elements will of the way, one would be a true human expert. As long as he did not change his aura in front of others, no one would suspect his identity. Otherwise, the 9 demon venerable would not have recognized him in the Heaven Ascension Demon Tower. Li Lingtian sensed a familiar aura when he executed the Sky Sword Unity to kill the martial saint. It was Di Yi's aura. In other words, this martial saint powerhouse cultivated the hegemonic qi of heaven and earth. A heaven-grade cultivation technique would not be passed on to outsiders. Naturally, this person was also a super expert of the D family. A mere D family dares to have designs on the Xuanyuan family. They really don't know their limits. Xuanyuan Tianming scoffed coldly. He did not doubt Li Lingtian's judgment at all. It was a sign of his trust in a powerhouse. Grandpa, after we cultivate for a period of time, we will go out to strengthen our strength. This time, we might not be able to come back. Grandpa, don't worry. Li Lingtian suggested so that he would not have to inform Xuanyuan Tianming when he was about to leave. And, oh, it's a good thing to go out and gain experience. This old man believes in your steadiness and strength. Oh right, I just happened to have something for you to do. I didn't expect you to come knocking on my door. Xuanyuan Tianming was stunned for a moment before his face lit up with excitement. The other elders laughed as well. Li Lingtian immediately felt that he had been tricked. He was sure to be tricked again. Besides, it was definitely not easy to be tricked this time. All the outer sect elders knew that, but he didn't know that he was really tricked by Xuanyuan Tianming every time. What is it? Li Lingtian glanced at Xuanyuan Tianming warily. Even if he knew that he wouldn't do anything about the Xuanyuan family, he still had to be on guard against Xuanyuan Tianming, that old fox, in case he was tricked and laughed at. Is the old man that scary? It's about the southern Xian continent. The southern Xian continent is a world of countries. There are a total of the martial arts empire, 36 kingdoms, and 3,000 countries. Among the 3,000 countries, one of them is the Qing Xian kingdom, which belongs to the Xuanyuan family. However, this power is getting weaker and weaker. The pressure we are facing is increasing. A secret letter has been sent from below asking if we should give up the Qing Xian kingdom to preserve our strength. Although the Qing Xian kingdom is only 3,000 kingdoms, it is still the size of the Azure continent. It is even more powerful than the Azure continent. Therefore, we don't want to give up. I wanted to send an elder there, but it's useless for an elder to stay there. Instead, it'll exhaust our forces here. If you want to go there to train, that place is not bad. It's definitely beyond your imagination. Xuanyuan Tianming's smile disappeared as he spoke seriously. He had a deep understanding of the Xuanzhou continent. The extent of its power was not much different from hundreds of thousands of years ago. Although the Tianhe zone used to be the center of the 4 continents, it was only a special place and not very powerful. It was just like Hidden Dragon Island in Green Island. After the incident, the Tianhe zone became useless and completely faded out of the eyes of the experts. Furthermore, countless years ago, the Black Continent was one of the strongest in the Divine Martial Continent. It was not something the Azure continent could compare to. That place was the true heaven and land of the strong. Even if the Xuanyuan family was placed in the Black Continent, it would be useless, let alone an elder. However, Li Lingtian's existence was more useful than an elder. First of all, Li Lingtian was lucky, talented, and had a strong style of handling matters. The main reason was that Li Lingtian's future was more promising than any of the elders and he was the best candidate. Grandpa really knows me well. After I settle some things, I'll go to the Black Continent to take a look. Li Lingtian was overjoyed. The more powerful a place was, the more he yearned for it. Although he was powerful, he knew his limits. Only through the experience of blood and fire could he truly become powerful. Okay, but there's basically no one who can help you in Xuanzhou. You can only rely on your own efforts. Even with your war god, it would take decades to get to the Black Continent from here. Also, the sea area is unpredictable. Even a martial saint wouldn't dare to cross it easily. More importantly, the Xian continent is one of the two independent continents of the Divine Martial Continent. There is no teleportation formation, so you can only fly. The Xuanyuan family can only contact the Xian state once every few years, and we have to pay a bloody price. It can also be said that the Xuanyuan family and the Xian state have basically broken off their connection because it has been too long. I remember that before the Qing Xian kingdom was established, there were a total of 8 martial saint elders who went there. However, only 3 of them managed to reach the Xian continent. You'll have to figure out how to get there yourself. If you can't, don't go to Xuanzhou. Xuanyuan Tianming said earnestly. Although he wanted Li Lingtian to go to the Mystic Continent for training, it was too difficult for him to do so. He would not have let Li Lingtian take the risk if he was not completely confident. This isn't too difficult, but Lingtian wants to know if the green mystic fruit has the core of the world-crossing array. Li Lingtian was shocked as well. It was extremely difficult for Xuanzhou to go to Xuanzhou. However, he would have to fly for decades. He would rather die than do so. Not only would it waste time, but the sea realm was also filled with dangers. If he was not careful, he would die in the sea realm. Moreover, if he was allowed to fly in the sea for decades, he might as well kill him. Thinking of the world-crossing grand array, if there was an array core, it was not impossible for him to cross the world once. You want to cross over? No, this won't do. This old man won't agree to it. Xuanyuan Tianming shook his head like a rattledrum, and his eyes revealed a look of fear as if he had thought of something terrifying. He could still accept flying over, but he would not agree to flying across worlds. Looking at Xuanyuan Tianming's condition, Li Lingtian was extremely curious. What could make Xuanyuan Tianming so afraid? Chapter 560. Before leaving, Grandpa, are you saying that an ancient mighty figure has activated the heaven-locking array in the Black Continent and that we can't cross worlds? Wan Huangfu Yuyan looked at Xuanyuan Tianming's expression and was extremely shocked. In terms of cultivation base, she was no match for Li Lingtian. However, she was also a martial saint powerhouse in the past. Moreover, she was a martial saint from a super family. One of the 10 martial saints of the Divine Continent had crossed over from the Divine Continent to the Green Continent. In the big families, they naturally had a wide range of knowledge and experience. They had also read a little about some ancient secrets of the Black Continent in ancient books. Now that Xuanyuan Tianming mentioned the Black Continent, he also thought of how terrifying the Black Continent was. She was Li Lingtian's wife and Xuanyuan Yingying's good sister. Naturally, she had to address Xuanyuan Tianming as her grandfather. It was natural and not pretentious at all. I forgot about you, little girl. That's right. Other places are still all right. Even the Divine Continent has ancient restrictions, but there are people who can break them. However, the Mystic Continent has always been the most mysterious place in the Divine Martial Continent. The ancient Almighty had set up a heaven-locking array in the Black Continent. It's impossible for a real heaven-locking array to cross worlds. If I forcefully cross over, I'll be courting death. When Xuanyuan Tianming heard Huangfu Yuyan's words, he was startled. He immediately remembered Huangfu Yuyan's identity. In the past, this little girl was one of the 10 martial saints of the Divine Continent. Although the 10 great martial saints were a little exaggerated, they were still the most outstanding martial saint geniuses of that generation, or perhaps that decade. As the proud daughter of a super family in the Divine Continent, she naturally knew a lot. Grandfather, have you forgotten that Ling Tian is also a saint array master apart from being a saint alchemist? Ling Tian knows a thing or two about formations in the world, even if it's an ancient forbidden formation. Even if there's a heaven-locking formation, I have a way to break it. Ling Tian chuckled with a calm expression on his face. He had never been afraid of anyone when it came to formations. As long as Qing Xian or Xian continent had the core of the formation, he would be able to cross over. I'm getting old and muddle-headed. I forgot about this matter. However, you have to be careful. In this world, many things cannot be solved by strength. I won't say anything more. I'll think of a way to contact them and have them activate the core of the formation. I'll inform you when the time comes. Xuanyuan Tianming was shocked and he heard Li Lingtian's words. He was so concerned that he forgot about Li Lingtian's identity as a holy array master. If he really was a sacred array master, he would naturally have some confidence in creating a cross-realm array and crossing over. However, he still gave Li Lingtian a few instructions as it was his habit and responsibility as an elder. Ling Tian understands. Li Lingtian nodded respectfully. He knew that Xuanyuan Tianming was concerned about them or else he would not have reminded him like that. You guys can go back. You're not used to this place. Are you going to bring them all? Xuanyuan Tianming waved his hand to signal Li Lingtian to leave. A young man like Li Lingtian was not used to such an occasion. In the end, his gaze fell on Tang Qingyue and the other women. He looked at Li Lingtian with a questioning gaze. Yes. Ling Tian will take his leave first. Li Lingtian nodded in reply before he led Tang Qingyue and the others out of the hall. However, Xuanyuan Tianming instructed Li Lingtian to bring Xuanyuan Yingying along before they left. Naturally, Li Lingtian could not refuse. Furthermore, he had been satisfied with Xuanyuan Yingying over the past few days. Having such a beautiful woman by his side was indeed a kind and pleasing thing. The group of beautiful women were talking happily as they surrounded Li Lingtian. Back at the Divine Moon Palace, Li Lingtian began to make plans. Since he was going to the Mystic Continent, he had to make some arrangements first. Back when he was in Green Continent, he had come to Green Continent by accident. However, this time, he was prepared to go to Black Continent, so it was naturally easier. However, in a powerful place like the Black Continent, it was natural to think of a way to survive. He could no longer be as high profile as he was now and attract everyone's attention. In the Azure Continent no matter how high profile he would not have any powerful enemies. However, it was different in the Black Continent. Naturally, Tang Qingyue and the rest were focused on their cultivation. They cultivated during the day and accompanied Li Lingtian at night. From time to time, she would follow Li Lingtian to Sky River Holy City to shop for daily necessities, clothes, and items for the wilderness. When Li Lingtian heard about Xuanzhou, he had already made up his mind. He had already made some plans on how to develop in the Xian continent. However, he had not expected that the Xian continent would be a place of great change for him. It was also a turning point that would decide the fate of the Divine Martial Continent. As the days passed, Li Lingtian's cultivation base had also reached the peak perfection of level 3. Tang Qingyue and the others' cultivation levels also increased rapidly. As time passed, they were all filled with anticipation as they waited to go to Xuanzhou. On this day, Xuanyuan Tianming's message finally arrived. The core of the array in the Xian continent's Qing Xian country had been activated, but it was in the depths of the sea, so no one knew about it. Li Lingtian was relieved when he received the news. As long as the Array Corps existed, he would have a way to cross over. After receiving the news, Li Lingtian bid farewell to his parents before leaving Tianhe's sacred city with Tang Qingyue and the others. Li Lingtian brought Marshal Saint Ming Luo and the other two along with him, as well as Longda. Needless to say, Huangfu Yuyan and the rest had left with Li Lingtian, while the rest of their relatives remained in Tianhe's sacred city. Voila, it feels so good to be out. At the edge of the Heavenly River Holy City, Xuanyuan Yingying came out of the divine dragon ring and waved her little hands. She looked very cute and happy. Li Lingtian looked at Xuanyuan Yingying with a faint smile on his face. This little girl was always so happy, but that was only after they had gotten to know each other. After leaving the Heavenly River Temple, Li Lingtian disguised himself to hide his aura and flew quickly to the edge of the sea. He only called Tang Qingyue and the others out when he arrived at this remote place. Yingying, you look so happy every time I come out. Could it be because of someone? Huangfu Yuyan smiled sweetly as she looked at Xuanyuan Yingying with an ambiguous gaze. Naturally, they knew about Li Lingtian and Xuanyuan Yingying. There was no secret between them and Li Lingtian. They also liked Xuanyuan Yingying very much. Now was a good time to tease her. Yeah, I followed big brother Lingtian out. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come out. Grandpa said that the outside world is too dangerous. Besides, with Sister Yuyan around, Yingying won't be bored anymore. Xuanyuan Yingying was stunned for a moment, and her face immediately turned red. However, she soon realized that Huangfu Yuyan and the others were teasing her, so she immediately calmed down and said it directly. There was nothing to be shy about. She had always clung to Li Lingtian. If it were not for him, she would not have come out. This was her personality. She would not hide anything and would say whatever she wanted. She was very similar to Tang Zimeng and the others. They had been together with Huangfu Yuyan and the rest for a long time, and they had become very close. It was common for them to joke around. Apart from the fact that Huangfu Yuyan and the rest were together with Li Lingtian, they basically shared everything else. However, when Xuanyuan Yingying was curious, Huangfu Yuyan didn't mind mentioning it, causing Xuanyuan Yingying's face to turn red. A young girl of 18 or 19 years of age was in the prime of her youth. Naturally, she was curious and afraid of such things. Let's go. Let's get on the spaceship first so that we won't be noticed by others. Li Lingtian watched as the girls huddled together and chattered non-stop. He walked up to them with a faint smile on his face. He extended his arms to hug Tang Qingyue and Huangfu Yuyan as he shouted at the girls. After saying that, he flew towards the flying ship in the sky. Longda had already summoned the flying ship and was waiting in the air. This time, there were only him and Marshal Saint Ming Luo. On the other hand, Marshal Saint Ming Luo and the other two were cultivating with the Tier 5 and 6 peerless pills that Li Lingtian gave them. For a Marshal Saint, a Tier 5 or 6 pill would not be of much use. However, the pill refined by Li Lingtian was no exception. A peerless-grade medicinal pill refined from precious materials, its power was absolutely even more powerful than an ordinary 7th-grade medicinal pill. Naturally, cultivating with such a pill would be extremely powerful. Moreover, Li Lingtian would give them a level 7 pill every month to cultivate. This way, their cultivation base could be improved rapidly. Marshal Saint Ming Luo and the Heavenly Demon King had reached the second firmament of the Marshal Saint Realm, while Marshal Saint Yunhao had reached the peak first firmament of the Marshal Saint Realm. The three of them were delighted to submit. Not only was Li Lingtian's cultivation base heaven-defying, but his innate skills were also heaven-defying. With the four of them as guards, there was naturally no need to worry about any trouble. However, Marshal Saint Ming Luo and the other two had suppressed their cultivation to the first heaven of the Martial Emperor realm. Even so, they were still impressive existences. After all, this was a martial emperor, not a martial arts grandmaster or martial emperor. Longda was still at the peak of Tier 7, Level 5, and was not far from breaking through. With Li Lingtian's cultivation base, no one would be able to discern his cultivation base as long as he did not make a move. In this way, the identity of Commander Long was even more obvious. As for Huangfu Yuyan and the others, it was normal for them to be martial emperors. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The sound of air being torn apart rang out, and all the girls flew onto the spaceship. Although this spaceship wasn't as powerful as the war god, it was still very powerful. It had 2 floors. Li Lingtian and the rest stayed on the top floor while Marshal Saint Ming Luo and the other 3 stayed below. Li Lingtian began to arrange the 4 guards after they arrived on the spaceship. During this period of time, Ming Luo and Yunhao will be responsible for safety. Longda, Tianyao, you 2 enter the Divine Dragon Ring to cultivate. Try to improve your cultivation before you leave. Let's go to the Azure Continent's Lingying city first. After Li Lingtian brought Huangfu Yuyan and the others to the 2nd floor, he went down alone and began to make arrangements for the next step. Although he did not need to care about these things, Long Da's cultivation had already reached the peak. Naturally, he had to make a breakthrough. Moreover, Marshal Saint Yunhao was more familiar with the Azure Continent and there weren't many dangers. Chapter 561, Returning to Spirituality City, 1, This subordinate will obey. Marshal Saint Ming Luo was not displeased by the way Li Lingtian addressed him. On the contrary, she was delighted. He now understood that even if he was a martial saint, it would only take Li Lingtian a blink of an eye to wipe him out. These are the 4 Tier 7 Heavenly Yao pills that I refined the day before yesterday. They should be able to increase your cultivation. Li Lingtian tossed the 2 jade bottles to Longda and the Heavenly Demon King. With a flick of his divine consciousness, he activated the Divine Dragon Ring and the 2 of them vanished before re-entering the Divine Dragon Ring. Apart from the mysterious dragon chi of the 3,000 worlds, the Divine Dragon Ring was extremely large. Marshal Saint Ming Luo and Marshal Saint Yunhao were unmoved when they saw the Tier 7 pills that Li Lingtian gave Longda and Heavenly Demon King. They knew that Li Lingtian would not give them less than they deserved. With a super alchemy saint by their side, even if they did not want to raise their cultivation, it was not up to them. After following Li Lingtian, they had learned something that a warrior would never know. Pills could improve one's cultivation but could also kill a warrior. No martial artist could know the time when a martial artist used medicinal pills, as well as the matters that needed to be taken note of when using medicinal pills. After Li Lingtian told them, they understood. Pills had to be used at critical places and times. Otherwise, not only would they not be able to increase cultivation, but they would also be harmful to a martial artist's future cultivation. After Li Lingtian returned to the 2nd floor, he laid down on the deck chair outside the spaceship and watched Huangfu Yuyan and the others chat. The 11 girls were chattering away, and they looked extremely happy. The happiest ones were Little White, Xuanyuan, Yingying, and Ge. The 3 of them spent the most time together. Together with Xiao Xiao and the others, they had a great time. At that moment, Shun Mei came to Li Lingtian's side and brought a small stool over to sit beside him. She leaned against Li Lingtian's body and the lazy look on her face caused Li Lingtian to be in a trance. Her delicate figure was faintly discernible under the veil. Her snow-white, smooth skin had a youthful glow and a faint scent wafted into Li Lingtian's nose. 1/3 of her proud and firm chest was exposed, causing Li Lingtian's eyes to widen. Naturally, Shun Mei knew the look in Li Lingtian's eyes. Not only did she not feel shy when he looked at her like that, she was even happy and proud. After all, everything belonged to Li Lingtian, so she was not afraid of him looking at her. The more Li Lingtian behaved like this, the more it showed that Li Lingtian liked her charm. Husband, shall we return to the Queen's palace for a few days? Shun Mei looked at Li Lingtian with her beautiful eyes. Her eyes were filled with lust and charm, giving off a peerless charm. No matter the occasion, Shun Mei always had a charm that Li Lingtian was intoxicated with. This charm did not need to be deliberately put on as it would appear naturally. Shan did not know why, but perhaps it was due to the body of charm. Of course, we're going to Spirituality City this time. Did you miss Her Highness the Queen? Li Lingtian reached out and placed his palm on Shan Mei's back. He gently stroked her back and looked at her tenderly. This was his first woman and he had a special feeling about her. Although it wasn't his first love, it was still his first time with Shan Mei. Yes, I do. Shan Mei's face lit up with joy as she gave a soft before gently leaning her head on Li Lingtian's chest. In front of her man, there was nothing to hide. As the other girls watched Li Lingtian and Shan Mei together, they naturally did not disturb them. They understood that even though Li Lingtian was by their side every day, he rarely wanted to be alone with them. Naturally, they had to leave such opportunities to Shan Mei and Li Lingtian. Besides, warriors had more time to cultivate. If there were only one or two girls by Li Lingtian's side, he was destined to be lonely. Now that Li Lingtian had 5 wives, he had someone to keep him company at all times. Xuanyuan, Yingying and Little Bai, Ge, and the others could also chat with Li Lingtian. The flying ship flew quickly above the sea. With 2 martial saints guarding it, even if it encountered a hurricane, they could deal with it. Martial saints did not care about things that a martial supreme could not resolve. Moreover, a martial saint powerhouse was very sensitive to the world. If there was any real danger, they would naturally warn Li Lingtian in advance. Sister Yuyan, you guys continue. I'm going back to rest. I'm feeling a little tired. Huangfu Yuyan and the others chatted for a long time before Xuanyuan Yingying stood up and went back to rest. On the spaceship, there was nothing else to do. Only a few girls gathered together to chat or cultivate. It's getting late. Let's go back and rest. Li Lingtian looked at the sky. The sky was gradually darkening. Above the sea breeze at night was fierce. If he was not careful, he would be eroded by the sea breeze. Although he wouldn't fall sick, he still felt uncomfortable after the sea breeze eroded him. Moreover, the sea breeze at night was very strong. The girls were all wearing light muslin and could not catch a cold. Yes. Shan Mei nodded obediently before leaving Li Lingtian's chest. She stood up and held Li Lingtian's hand. The other girls returned to their rooms to cultivate. Huangfu Yuyan came to Li Lingtian's side and held his arm with Shan Mei. The 3 of them returned to the room in the spaceship, and the 2 women began to tidy up the room. With a wave of his hand, Li Lingtian cast a restriction around the room to prevent Little White and Xuanyuan Yingying from barging in. After she was done, Huangfu Yuyan's jade-like hands moved around Li Lingtian's body. She removed his clothes and placed them neatly on the cabinet at the side. Li Lingtian took the opportunity to lie down on the spacious bed. Shan Mei and Huangfu Yuyan removed their veils, leaving only a tube top and a pair of tights on their bodies. Their perfect bodies were revealed to Li Lingtian. The 2 ladies lay on Li Lingtian's left and right, their bodies clinging tightly to him. The 3 of them did not do anything. Although they liked Li Lingtian, they did not indulge in lust. They were satisfied as long as they were in Li Lingtian's arms. Moreover, it was not safe in the sea. If they encountered a hurricane or danger, their vigilance would be lowered. Soon, the 3 of them fell asleep. The sea was vast and boundless. The flying ship flew for a full 20 days before leaving the sea and arriving at the edge of East River City. They did not stay in East River City. Li Lingtian still had feelings for the place he used to live in, but he could not stay there anymore. When they reached the shore, the flying ship did not stop and continued to fly in the direction of Spirituality City. However, Li Lingtian stopped his spaceship after coming to the Azure continent. After all, he had been on the spaceship for a long time and was still not used to it. After living in a city for a month, they finally began their long flight. In 4 months, Spirituality City was in sight. Finally, the flying ship landed 100 miles away from Spirituality City. I'm finally back. Shan Mei was overjoyed as she planted a kiss on Li Lingtian's cheek with her rosy lips. Even if she was a girl who had to get married and was now with her beloved, she was still excited to return to her mother's house. Is this Sister Mei-er's home? Xuanyuan Yingying knew that Shun Mei-er was from Spirit City, but she didn't know who it was, so she thought that she hadn't arrived there yet. Yes, this is Spirituality City. Shun Mei-er said happily, her face glowing with excitement. This kind of excitement was a kind of nostalgia. Then let's hurry up and leave. Sister Mei-er is already at the Queen's palace. Huangfu Yuyan said with a smile. She was from the Divine Continent and was currently hundreds of millions of miles away from the Divine Continent. Naturally, she wouldn't be able to return to the Divine Continent for the time being. However, when Li Lingtian became stronger, he would naturally go to the Divine Continent. By then, his family would also become stronger because of Li Lingtian's strength. It must be like this. I used to be like this too. Oh right, Sister Mei-er, do you feel afraid of being close to your hometown? Tang Qingyue's face cracked into a smile. It was a smile that only appeared in front of her sisters and Li Lingtian. No one else had ever seen her smile before. Of course, I haven't been back for a long time. Shun Mei-er and Tang Qingyue held hands as she spoke in a coquettish voice. These sisters were even closer than best friends. There was no privacy between them because they shared a beloved man. Then let's hurry. Tang Zimeng and Xuanyuan Yingying held Li Lingtian's hand and dragged him forward. Li Lingtian looked at Tang Zimeng and Xuanyuan Yingying. These two girls would never grow up. They would always be mischievous and lively. However, the group quickly flew towards Spirituality City. Although they didn't use a flying ship, their speed was still very fast. The distance of 100 miles was covered in less than half an hour. Looking at the tall city walls, the Spirit Rhyme City was prosperous. Countless martial artists came in and out. Countless warriors were stunned when they saw Li Lingtian's group. The man was elegant and graceful, and the girls were all peerless. Any one of them was an unparalleled existence in the world, but now there were several of them together, which gave people a visual impact. At that moment, more than 20 patrol members at the city gates stopped Li Lingtian and the others. Although Li Lingtian and the others were not ordinary people, the safety of Spirit Rhyme City was still a must. Sir, you need a token to enter Spirituality City. A martial arts grandmaster's team leader said politely. After all, a martial arts grandmaster like him could not afford to offend people like Li Lingtian. These people, even those super large families, might not be able to see them. Every one of them was a proud son of heaven. Li Lingtian. Li Lingtian did not have a token, but his name alone was enough. In the Azure Continent, even if one did not know his master's name, one would not be unaware of Li Lingtian's reputation. Li Lingtian. Saint Alchemist Lingtian. So it's young noble Lingtian. I'm also from the Azure Continent. Young noble Lingtian, please come in. When the patrol leader heard Li Lingtian's name, he was instantly shocked. Li Lingtian's reputation was so great that it was known to everyone in Green Province and the Azure Continent. His name was like a supreme token. You're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.